Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Avengers, Infinite Wars in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 26, Holocron Heist. Blam boom. Steve narrowly dodged several explosive blasters bolts sent in his direction, flinging his shield forward at a cluster of super battle droids. After going through and denting the cluster, the shield returned to its owner in time for him to block several blaster bolts. Overhead, War Machine and Falcon flew around the AT-E perimeter that the 501st Legion and 212th Battalion had established in holding back the damn near endless wave of battle droids that just kept on coming. Off to the center front, Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker wielded their lightsabers, deflecting every blaster bolt fired at them. "So, this is what you've been up to. More or less." Black Widow stayed behind Cap for cover, using her newly acquired DC-17s with great precision and accuracy. Rex had kindly gifted the Avenger these new pistols as a means of gratitude towards the Avengers for everything they've done for the clones and Jedi since their arrival here. Something Widow appreciated very much. If only the circumstances were better to fully appreciate the weapons as they were about to be swarmed by the droids. War Machine and Falcon had even had to come down now as too many droids were starting to come upon their position, resulting in a ground game of defense. The 501st Legion and 212th Battalion were slowly being whittled down, with the 4 Avengers and 2 Jedi having to cover many troopers as to not lose their foothold. "If we don't get reinforcements or an evac soon, we're gonna get swarmed," Rhodey said aloud, holding out both hands that fired a near-endless supply of bullets, with his shoulder-mounted machine gun blasting away at his blind spots. "Master Plo Koon and his fleet is overhead," Anakin announced. "They're trying to get past the Separatist blockade and come get us out of here. Let's hope we'll still be here when that happens," Sam said, utilizing wings as cover for himself and the troopers beside him, one of them being cut up as they fired back at the advancing droids. Up above the atmosphere of the planet Felucia, the Separatist fleet was engaged with the aforementioned Jedi General Plo Koon and his fleet and Legion, the newly rebuilt and revitalized 104th Battalion. Or the Wolf Pack as it was called. Plo Koon led a team of V-19s and LAAT gunships straight at the Separatist fleet. "Warthog, protect the gunships," Koon ordered. "I will take out the gunships. The rest of you stay spaced out and focused. Make sure the gunships make it through." With a chorus of "Yes sir" from his troops, Plo Koon throttled forward in his ship with his squad right behind him. They were immediately met with Cis starfighters, yet they blew past most of them, with the 104th Fleet covering their backsides. The squad lost 2 V-19s, though they pressed on with only several pursuers on their tail. Meanwhile, Commander Wolfa instructed them to target the left flank, taking down a damaged cruiser. Back down on the ground, the Republic forces were being backed into a corner as the droids pressed their assault on their position. The Avengers worked in tandem with the clones and Jedi in order to stay standing, but the amount of spider droids on top of these more durable supers were proving to be a challenge. Several times now, Rhodey, Sam and Steve stepped forward as decoys to help in keeping a flank from falling. Anakin and Obi-Wan themselves had to run out several times to clear some droids, though thankfully, they had some reprieve with the arrival/return of one Quicksilver. Smashing back several waves, they managed to keep their footing, yet with how many droids just kept coming on top of the blaster bolts flying through the air, the speedster got struck several times without realizing it. "Hold on sir, I'll get you patched up," a clone trooper by the name of Kix said, quickly bandaging Petro's left arm that had gotten a particularly nasty hit. The Sokovian grunted in amusement and frustration. "That's the second time I've gotten shot in this arm. Must have shitty luck. Don't tempt a repeat of Sokovia, Pietro," Steve said beside him, tossing his shield before using a DC-15 blaster carbine to shoot down several B-1s. "We've got company," Widow yelled out, some looking up at a set of vulture droids flying overhead when they were shot down by several V-19s that whizzed by. "If those were V-19s, then that means Master Plo isn't far behind with our transports," Anakin stated. "Anakin, have you gotten word from Ahsoka?" Obi-Wan inquired. "She hasn't responded since her scout into the jungle," Anakin stated just as LAAT gunships began descending on their position. Anakin continued deflecting the blaster bolts while holding up his wrist. "COMM. Ahsoka, come in, where are you?" Off on her end, Ahsoka Tano backflipped atop the A6 Juggernaut, aka the clone turbo tank, to help cover the clone manning the turret atop the tank. She wielded her green lightsaber, deflecting back every shot sent her way. With her was Torrent Squad, with Fives leading the company along with his other Domino Squad brother Heavy and Echo. While she fought on, the voice of her master came through from her comm link. "Ahsoka, come in, where are you?" "About 6 clicks east, Master Skywalker." Ahsoka responded. "We've engaged the enemy and we've got them on the run." Down below, the clone troopers steadily moved forward, with them shooting down practically every droid within their sights. "Hold your position, Ahsoka," Anakin instructed. "Master PLO and his fleet is here to extract us. We're getting out of here." Ahsoka balked at the information. "What?" "Wah, but Master, we've broken through their defenses. I've got them on the run." Back over with Anakin, the LAAT gunships had landed, and with the Avengers and Obi-Wan covered the evacuation of their troopers. "Get in the ships, quick!" Steve shouted, moving about to make sure no clone was gunned down from behind. A method Sam, Rhodey, Nat and Kenobi followed. Pietro helped in zipping towards the clones furthest from the gunships and getting them out of the fire. "Ahsoka." Obi-Wan now contacted her. "The droid army outnumbers our forces, we are pulling back now." "That is an order." "Master Kenobi, please," Ahsoka said, fighting ferociously on her end. "I've got the tinnies on the run. Master Skywalker taught me never to back down when having the advantage. They are regrouping with their main forces now, which you will fall victim to." "Ahsoka," Steve chimed in. "You are endangering your troopers' lives. When we get there, you are getting into the gunships." Anakin finished. "That's final, Snips." "Master, please," Ahsoka pleaded. "I got the Seppies on the run." "Right, so we'll use your advantage to extract you." As Anakin finished that statement, the remainder of the clones got into the gunships and they lifted off with all accounted for. They flew over to where Ahsoka was, noticing that she continued her advance disregarding her orders. "Land in front of them," Anakin ordered the pilot. Doing as he said, the gunships landed before Torrent Squad with the clones aboard providing covering fire. Anakin stepped out to face an irate Padawan. "Get in the ship, Ahsoka." "Master, what are you doing? Can't you see they're retreating?" Ahsoka yelled out frustratedly. "That's what you think, Snips, but they're about to overrun you, you just can't see it," Anakin said sharply. Ahsoka opened her mouth to retort when the AT-E to her right blew up from a droid rocket that came from behind. Glancing back, she saw another wave of battle droids marching on her position, with more at the front coming to reinforce those that she was already fighting. "Ahsoka, now," Anakin said aloud, with his Padawan finally acquiescing. Upon flying up into the air, Ahsoka saw the full scope of just how badly she was about to be swarmed, with the remaining 2 vehicles that they had left behind promptly being destroyed. She looked back in shame and fear at her master, who only gave her a look of disappointment as they had departed Felucia. Off to the other side, Steve and Nat only looked on, with the latter showing slight curiosity and disapproval as to what had transpired. Eventually, the Republic forces had pulled out of Felucia entirely and had returned back to Republic capital. After a long trip back to Coruscant, it didn't take long for Ahsoka to be facing the Jedi Council with her master by her side as they had gone over what had happened on Felucia. "Padawan Ahsoka," Master Windu addressed her. "Do you feel Masters Kenobi and Skywalker's description of the incident to be accurate?" Looking back up with shame marrying her face, Ahsoka answered. "Yes, my masters." Brow raised, Yoda spoke up. "More to add, do you?" "I know I was wrong. I just got so caught up in my own success, I didn't look at the battle as a whole," she explained. "I wasn't being disobedient. I just forgot." Anakin took this moment to speak up. "Masters, this incident is my responsibility. Because of Ahsoka's advanced abilities, I forgot how young she is. I gave her more freedom than I should have. That may be," Mace began, "but it doesn't excuse what happened on Felucia. I think she needs some time away from the battlefield." What do you have in mind? Yoda was the one giving the punishment. On archive security, reflect on your actions you can, Padawan. This surprised Ahsoka quite enough. Guard duty? For how long? Longer now. Hearing Mace saying this made Ahsoka realize she no doubt extended her punishment than what would have originally been. Scene cut. Whilst Ahsoka began to reflect on her actions by going to her new post for the time being, Steve was having a small meeting with the Avengers. How was Felucia, Cap? Hope asked. A mess. Sam responded in a dry tone. And a loss. We got overrun. Steve plainly stated. Looks like the battle droids have gotten some upgrades. And we're gonna need refills on ammo. Rhodey stated. Tap, how are those schematics on integrating blaster tech into our equipment coming along? They are halfway through integration, comrades. The Avengers' personal AI replied. Well, some good news. Sam murmured. Their conversation halted momentarily at hearing a soft grunt off to the side. Hope instantly walked over to Scott, who was still bedridden after the incident with the Zillo beast. How's Scott? Steve asked in concern. He's better now, but still needs more time to recover. Hope said. It's been nearly 10 days now. Sam said with clear worry. How is it taking so long to rest up? The size in which he grew was nearly 10 to 15 times greater than when he first tried the Goliath formula with my dad. Hope stated, gently checking over her boyfriend. He was out for 2 days afterwards. This was much worse, involving him having to maintain his giant form far longer than he should have at a size he never should have attempted. He could have killed himself. Jesus. Rhodey murmured. How is he now then? He's better. Hope said. Had a fever for a bit, but he should be waking up any day now. Well, that's good to hear. Sam said in relief, a sentiment shared by the other Avengers. I know I'm gonna need a break. Pietro remarked, changing his bandages from all the injuries he sustained on Felucia. How is it that you're so fast but you get hurt more than all of us? Rhodey asked with a deadpan. Wanda would call you reckless and stupid. Nat said knowingly. Then again, we all can say the same. Yes, but Wanda's not here right now, so save it. Pietro said when he slumped his shoulders at the mention of his sister who is still missing. Hey, chin up, Speedy. Rhodey nudged Pietro. We'll find her. Her and Vision. And those other two enhanced that were with Parker. Steve said. One thing after another. Sam said, sitting down and grabbing a nearby cup of water. I need a breather. Felucia was way too close. I'm still surprised the Jedi let a teenager lead their soldiers. Nat said. Why would they let them on the battlefield that young? At the mention of the Jedi Order, Steve's mood shifted one of a more critical and serious manner. Something Pietro picked up on as he had spotted the change of face in the team's leader. You all right there, Captain? Pietro spoke up, making the others look to Rogers. Not really. He replied. What's wrong? Nat asked. He looked at the Avengers before crossing his arms and gazing down at the ground, thinking back to a recent conversation he had with one Jedi Master Trasa. There's something you all have to know. Steve said slowly. Something about the Jedi Order that I recently learned about. Steve recounted everything he was told by Trasa, leaving none of it out. From the way the Order is structured, to the recruitment of literal babies, to the insanely asinine and restrictive rules of the Order and the Code. He made sure to let them know everything. And their reactions were as they expected. So we've been working for crazy cultists who essentially brainwash kids into mindless drones. Nat asked with a clear sense of fury in her eyes. Of all people, it was easy to see as to why Nat would be one who holds the idea of indoctrination in particular contempt. Noticing the look on Nat's face, Sam spoke. Should we be concerned with her or? No, Sam. Feeling is quite mutual right now. More so for her in case you forgot. I know. Sam said. But Nat, we can't do anything reckless here. I know. Nat said bitterly, more to herself than anyone else. Still, that's beyond fucked up. Pietro blatantly said. No attachments? No emotions? The hell kind of place is this? I thought these were the good guys here. No one ever is the good guy these days. Sam murmured. What should we do, Cap? Hope asked. I'm not really too keen on this order now, to be honest. Steve sighed, shaking his head. We can't exactly confront them on this matter the way we are now. Say what you will, but they have been gracious hosts in allowing us to stay here. I'm just at a loss of what to do on this. But kids, babies. Hope argued, knowing that if Scott were to hear this. This is literal indoctrination, Steve. Are we actually going to allow for that? I wish it were that simple. Steve admitted. Master SAA explained it better than I can. Master SAA? Rhodey repeated. That vine-haired Jedi. Yeah, her. Steve confirmed. It was she that explained how the Jedi Order works. More specifically, how it has been for the past 1,000 years. It apparently wasn't always this strict, even if the code has been around for thousands of years. She said that everything changed in the Battle of Ruisin, which led to a reformation of sorts in the Order. One that she apparently doesn't follow. What? Several of the Avengers said aloud. Apparently, she told me that she's in a relationship with another Jedi Master here. Steve said with a mirthful look. A Jedi I met named Tholm. He was one of Ayla's masters that helped her in her Jedi training. She herself admits to the stagnation of the Order and her want in changing it. So they're not all mindless slaves to this Order then? Sam said with a drawl. Not all of them. Steve said. Knock knock. The Avengers halted in their conversation, looking to one another. Were we expecting company today? Pietro jokingly asked. Steve. It was Obi-Wan. May I speak with you? The Avengers were unsure of what to do, but Steve nonetheless went to the door and opened it for the Jedi Master. Kenobi. Steve said pleasantly enough. Is something wrong? Not necessarily. Kenobi said. I require your assistance in a certain matter. Scene cut. Sitting in the Jedi library, Peter was going over more information in the galaxy as a whole. From what he was told, the library he was in currently has more accumulated knowledge than anywhere else in the galaxy. Built over thousands of years from the many worlds, even pulled from many defunct Jedi temples in order to preserve the knowledge from said places. Peter even learned from Obi-Wan and that weird mask respirator Jedi, Plo Koon, that there are texts located somewhere in the library that are forbidden to be read. Then again, the archives hold a great many secrets that can be dangerous in the wrong hands. I should consider this something out of leisure, Peter muttered out. Feels more like a personal punishment if you ask me. How so? Barris inquired, sitting beside her friend. Look, I would love to enjoy researching a bunch of sci-fi stuff back home in my free time. Now, it feels like too much homework. A chore that I'm starting to dread at times. It can't be that bad. You've never been to high school? He muttered out. And don't get me started on college. Barris only hummed, having heard these sort of places but never really giving them much thought, though she was curious about them after getting to know Peter. So you're heading out again soon? Peter asked. Yes, Master Luminara and I are being deployed to the Outer Rim once more. Master Plo Koon will be accompanying us to our next destination. Where are you going? I'm not sure yet. Master Luminara shall inform me on that when the time comes. Regardless, good luck out there. I appreciate it, Peter. Smiling slightly, Peter heard soft footsteps on the carpeted floors of the library nearby. Looking over, Peter spotted Ahsoka walking with the Jedi librarian Jocasta Nu. Hey Ahsoka. Peter called out to her. What are you doing back so soon? Hey Peter. Ahsoka greeted. Hey Barris. I've got business to attend here. Peter tilted his head. In a library? For studies. Ah yes, I heard about what happened on Felucia. Barris began. Not to mention what her punishment is. Punishment? Peter said in bewilderment. What punishment? What did you do? Ahsoka cringed at the question. I didn't follow orders. And endangered the lives of my men. Ahsoka, you should know better. Barriss said in a disapproving tone. You know they follow and trust you. I know. Ahsoka said with shame. I got caught up in the moment like an idiot. So I have to face the consequences. At least it's nothing too drastic. Barriss stated. You were punished, right? What is it? Peter inquired. Archive security. You mean guard duty? If you say it like that, then yes. Ahsoka said. So what are you doing now, Ahsoka? Right now, just having to help assist Madame Jocasta in whatever needs to be done. Since there happens to be nothing really going on, that's basically what I'm doing. So you're being her secretary then? Peter joked. Don't push it, Parker. Ahsoka grumped though Jocasta, who had remained silent all this time, chuckled in amusement. Now is that such a bad punishment, Padawan? Jocasta said in a kind tone. Ahsoka sighed, berating herself. At least Jocasta wasn't like the stuffy council. No, it's not. Ahsoka said with a small smile. The sound of a whirring signal from Barriss comms drew their attention. Ah, my master Luminara is calling me. Uffy said, standing up from her seat. I must be going now. Barriss stood from her seat and bowed to Jocasta. Thank you for your time, Master Nu. Think nothing of it, child. Jocasta said calmly. Padawan Ahsoka, be a dear and escort your friend out of the library. Come back to the center when you are finished. Thanks Madam Jocasta. Ahsoka said with an appreciative smile. I'll come along. Peter said. The trio walked towards the exit of the library with Ahsoka telling them of what exactly went down on Felucia. Geez Ahsoka, you can't be that reckless on a battlefield. Peter said. Even I know that. I know. Ahsoka said. It's just what Master Skywalker taught me. If you see them tinnies running, scrap like a crate dragon would bantha fodder. Seems you've taken more of Master Skywalker's traits than I originally thought. What's that supposed to mean? Barriss said nothing, only wearing a teasing grin as she walked away. Oh, don't listen to her, Ahsoka. Peter said reassuringly. Doesn't seem all that bad, if you think about it. Oh? Like what? Peter opened his mouth, before closing it as trying to think of something positive. Saying anything negative might result with him getting hurt, physically speaking. Well. You could be doing sanitation duty. Peter said after a moment of silence. The deadpan look on her face morphed into a slight chuckle, glad that Peter was at least trying to lighten the mood for her. Guess, you're right. Ahsoka murmured, thinking of the clone troopers who have that unfortunate duty. Peter only gave her a sympathetic look as they walked back inside. Hey, don't worry, you're not gonna be alone here. Promise. Scene cut. Cad Bane sat in his humble abode, tinkering with his techno-service droid Todo 360. You know, if you would just tell me what it is you're doing back there, I could probably be of some assistance. The Duros merely sighed. Look, I am just doing some maintenance. You've been having memory crashes. This was a lie, but he didn't need to tell Todo 360 of this. The time for his client's operation has finally come its way, with the final piece of the puzzle coming his way. It took a bit of time for it to arrive, but Bane was patient as he was being paid a hefty sum of credits. The first part of the task? Retrieve a Jedi holocron from the holocron vault. Not only was it considered impossible, but it was deadly to boot. Luckily for the bounty hunter, his client has been helpful in making this easier. On top of his usual rates, which has been tripled for the current job, Bane had gotten a rogue class fighter with elite weapons, a cloaking device and so much more. And of course, his client the Dark Sith Lord spared no expense as he wants this job done well. That is preposterous. Todo exclaimed. I have no memory of any crashes. It didn't take long enough for the techno-service droid to gasp. Oh, my goodness. I have no memory of any crashes. Bane, you have to help me. Calm down. Closing up the hatch in the droid's back, Bane got up from his seat. I'm done. Oh, thank you. The door to his safe house buzzed, prompting Bane to order his droid to answer it, much to Todo's annoyance. Upon answering the door, Toto was greeted with the sight of a female Claudite bounty hunter. "Who are you?" "I am Toto 360, Techno-Service Droid." "Who are you?" "None of your business." Walking past Toto, the Claudite ventured further into Bane's safe house. "What's going on, Bane?" spoke the shape-shifting bounty hunter. "You told me you got a job for me." "I do, Kato." The identified Kato came up to the Duro's mail and saw a mail Rodion on the computer screen. "Who's that?" "Baller Paul, Jedi stationed out in the mid-rim. We're going after him. Soon. Right now, we're stealing a holocron." "Impossible. The only place you can get a holocron these days are the black market or Dash. The Jedi Temple, yes I know. And the Sith Lord client is asking for a particular one in their main vault. Fortunately, he has set us up with some help." Soon enough, Bane projected a layout of the Jedi Temple. "For one, the map of the temple you're looking at right now. For another, a security chip that I placed in my droid." Toto 360 came up to them, speaking in a happy tone. "I have been given all the technical data regarding security systems in the Jedi Temple. Both the vent shafts and the vault itself are equipped with all kinds of traps and security measures." Bane explained. "Toto can take them out, but we'll need help from someone inside the Jedi library." "Meaning?" "Two things." Bane swirled around in his seat as he pointed towards a corpse of a Skrilling male lying on the other side of the room. "With your talents as a changeling, you'll take on his appearance to make things easier." Kato looked at the corpse and saw something interesting about it. "Looks like a Jedi." "He was. His name was Ord Innocence, a knight. Someone our client helped provide for our job." Bane went back to his console and typed through to pull up more information. "You should be able to walk into the archives and monitor us without a problem." Kato walked over to Ord's corpse and brushed her hand on the dead ones. Taking in a bit of hard concentration, Kato's form shifted to that of the Skrilling male before her. "Now that I am a Jedi," Kato began before adjusting her voice, "I can do that." "Good. And you will need these." Bane tossed her something, which she caught. Inspecting them, she saw they were ear comlinks. Placing the device into her newly shifted ear, Kato thought things over. "The vault is in the library, if I'm not mistaken, which backs onto the communications center. There will be swarms of Jedi nearby. We'll use that to our advantage. Even if you get into the vault, how are you going to crack that safe?" Kato then realized something. "But wait, you said two things." "The corpse was the first, but what was the second?" Bane chuckled as he stared at the shapeshifter. "The one on the inside and helped provide the corpse. He'll meet you at the temple to make things easier on what we need to do." Scene cut. Jocasta Nu walked with Ahsoka Tano and Peter Parker, telling them both of the importance of the Jedi archives on how far back it dates to how much knowledge is held here. "It is the duty of the Jedi to keep this knowledge safe," Jocasta stated. "More so with what lies over there." Peter looked over and saw a particular-looking vault on the other side of the room. "Beyond that door there is the Holocron Vault," Jocasta informed the two. "Each hold vast amounts of valuable knowledge passed down from Jedi who have passed on in life. And a good number of them hold much guarded secrets of our order." As she spoke, a green, aquatic-themed Jedi that Peter had seen around the temple approached with a holocron in hand. He gave the trio an easygoing smile and greeting while going up to a control panel at the vault's entrance. "Good morning, Master Fisto." "Morning, Madam Jocasta," Kit said with a cheerful tone. "Padawan Ahsoka, hope you're taking your duty seriously." "Yes, Master Fisto," Ahsoka assured. "And you must be Mr. Parker." Yeah. "Hi Master Fisto. I hope you're enjoying your research." Peter's expression changed into one of mixed excitement. "Oh, I'm having a blast." "Good to hear," Kit said with his grin, turning back to open the vault and enter. As Fisto went in, Jocasta turned to leave the area. "Can we go in there?" Ahsoka asked as the vault door closed. "Oh, I'm afraid not, my dear," Jocasta stated. "Only the council or high-ranking members of the order could do such a thing. If you're the head librarian, can't you do it?" Ahsoka asked. Even with my clearance, I don't feel permitted to go in there unless needed. Jocasta said. Some knowledge is better kept out of hands lest they incur greater dangers. Makes sense. Come along now, there's not much left to be seen. Jocasta said before looking at the Earther. You don't have to come with, Mr. Parker. Meh, I've got nothing better to do. Peter shrugged. Least I'll have company with you too. Jocasta merely nodded with the two teens trailing after her. Elsewhere within the temple, Anakin, Ayla, Yoda, Windu, and Plo-Koon stood with the general war room of the temple. Obi-Wan had departed earlier on his assignment as for several other Jedi Council members. With our setback on Felucia, we shall need a great deal of reorganization of our forces within the sector. Plo said, looking over the map of the area they had just pulled out of. It will take some time in order to re-establish a foothold. Yoda groaned aloud, clutching his walking stick tightly. Master Yoda. Ayla spoke up. What is the matter? A disturbance in the Force. Yoda said ominously. Those who bring ill intention, intruders, there will be in this temple. Intruders. Anakin murmured. We must have the temple on alert then. Koon stated. The Jedi within the room nodded and quickly dispersed across the temple. Separated from the others, Anakin and Plo-Koon walked through the corridors with their hands hovering over their lightsabers. Where do we start looking for these intruders? I am unsure. Plo admitted. We must trust in the Force to guide us. Highly doubt they're after starfighters. Anakin remarked. What could they be after? What can they get here they can't get anywhere else? Information, most likely. Plo-Koon simply said. The Jedi transmitter codes. Anakin surmised. Every piece of troop information, in one place. Plo added on. The information that can be found in the East Tower. I'll head over there right now. Anakin said. I shall keep in contact from the Central Communications Center. Plo said. Make sure to notify the Council if anything seems off. Nodding, both Jedi ran off to their respective locations. Meanwhile, strolling through the library, Ahsoka looked quite bored out of her mind as she made her rounds. Yet with every passing Jedi member, she had to put up a happy facade as she greeted them and asked the usual phrase she quickly grew tired of saying. Good afternoon, Master Innocence. Master Bulk. May I be of assistance? Innocence looked away while Sora nodded at the young Padawan. That won't be necessary, Padawan Tino. Replied the Wookiee Jedi. Neither of us don't want to bother you. I wouldn't mind at all. Things are rather slow now. I could use something to do. Of course, but the both of us have business elsewhere. Sora responded. Forgive us on that. Ahsoka grumbled to herself, walking away from the two Jedi. Can't do anything right today. Hey Sokka! Ahsoka yelped, quickly igniting her lightsaber in the face of Peter Parker who went bug-eyed and promptly dropped to the ground. Peter. Ahsoka patted her chest, attempting to calm her heartbeat. Parker grunted as he sat up, rubbing his head. What are you doing? Where'd you even go? Ahsoka asked, noticing a web line hanging before her. Just figured you could use something to eat. Peter held up 2 boxes containing some cooked pork. Hungry? Believe you could use a meal break. Ahsoka blinked before smiling widely. Thanks Peter, I was starting to feel a bit hungry. Ahsoka said appreciatively, taking a box for herself. Where'd you get this? Ah, a guy by the name of Gurren has a great booth just outside the temple here. Peter said. He owes me a favor, as he calls it, and gave me some for the road. Ahsoka quickly spotted Jocasta and requested a moment to eat, which she gave. Well, I can't thank you enough. Ahsoka said, taking a bite of her meal as the two walked off. How do you know Togrutons were carnivorous? I did not know that until just now. Peter said. Now I know what to get ya from now on. While the two walked off, Jocasta looked over to 2 others who were walking off when they both split up. She didn't pay too much attention to the Wookiee, but the Skrilling was a different matter. All the while, Cad Bane and Todo 360 flew up to the western part of the Jedi Temple. "Kato, come in. We're in position," Cad said through their comm link. On the other end, after following Bulk's instructions, the disguised changeling sat herself down at one of the terminals and typed in the necessary coding to bypass the security of the archives. "I'm in," Kato said. "There should be a point within the shielding that Todo can bypass. Beaming the coordinates now." "Right on time," Cad said, Todo receiving the intel. "Jamming the temple scanners as we speak," Kato said, typing away on the console. "Why can't our contact stay with me on this job of ours anyways? He's got a different matter to attend to, unfortunately," Bane responded as Todo got busy with his task. "Let's see." Todo looked over the ray shields. "The entrance should be here." Pressing at a particular area, a large hole opened in the shield, giving Cad easy space to enter the temple. "All right, we're in." "You're welcome," Todo said casually. On PLO's end within the communications center of the temple, he was observing security footage when everything in the room flickered around him. "What was that?" Kun asked the droid helper beside him. "That is the system recycling, sir," the droid informed. As he said that, Anakin appeared along with Ayla and Windu. "Master PLO, I'm in the tower," Anakin said. "No intruders were here but something just happened." "Same on my end in the north part of the temple," Ayla said. "And the council chamber," Windu said. "All the scanners behaved strangely just now," Anakin brought up. "The same that has happened here," PLO said gravely. "This is no coincidence." The sound of the door opening from behind the Keldor Jedi made him turn to see Yoda walking in. "Arrived, the intruders have," Yoda announced. "They are not in the tower," Ayla mused. "If not there, what are they after?" "The communications center, perhaps. Their target is?" "They could be using the central ventilation system," Anakin suggested. "I shall check right now." PLO typed in the system and lo and behold, there is indeed a breach within the top of the south tower. PLO said. "We'll head over," Windu stated. "Master PLO, keep an eye on any other breaches or doors opening. Take no chances." "Good luck, my friends," PLO said as they disconnected. "On high alert, place the temple," Yoda instructed. With the ventilations, Bane and his droid went down the shaft and soon came across a large ventilation fan as they slowly hovered above it. "The control board for the fan should be on your left," Todo spotted said controls, who soon deactivated them for their advancement. "You should be careful as there should be another past the one fan for security measures." Just as this was spoken, the fans started back up again. "Todo, do something," Bane bellowed out, trying to stabilize himself. "We're getting sucked into the fans. Turn it off." "I can't. I don't see the security board," Todo cried out, using his thrusters to the max to get away from the spinning fans. Fortunately for them, Kato came to their aid and soon deactivated them on her end. "You can thank me later," said the shapeshifter. "Now this next part should be simple. Make your way down the shaft until you reach dash." "Excuse me." The voice startled Kato from her concentration. Standing up, she saw the librarian was addressing her. I don't mean to disturb you, but, the whole temple is on high alert." "Thank you." It was so sudden that Jocasta didn't register the punch across her face until it was too late. With her knocked out cold, the shapeshifter took hold of her and dragged her away to hide the elderly woman from prying eyes. With the task done, Kato shifted her skrilling form and onto the librarians before going back to work. Below the temple, where the prison cells were kept, a Myraluka male meditated. His eyes were closed with his gray hair slowly drifting about around his head. Feeling a presence coming near his cell, he spoke. "Seems I've finally gotten a proper visitor after so long. Come to greet me or just lecture me, Sora." The Wiki Master stood before the cell of the imprisoned Jedi Master, Prosit Dibs. "Now why would I do that, Prosit?" Bulk asked conversationally. I have come here with something much greater than a lecture. And what would that be? Sara grinned sinisterly. You have been wrongfully imprisoned here, my old friend. Imprisoned for being open about your distaste in the way the Jedis have conducted themselves. Prosit shifted about, clearly disgruntled by the obvious assessment of his mood. I offer you a chance, my friend. Bulk deactivated the ray shield that held Prosit in his cell. A chance for something more than this old, stringent, and stagnant order. Bulk held out his hand, which Prosit regarded silently. All the while, traversing through the shaft systems, Master Skywalker investigated where the intruders were heading off to, being joined by Ayla. He had found where they started their infiltration and went on from there. It was a little tricky figuring out where the breadcrumbs went off to, but the two Jedi trusted the Force to lead them in the right direction. "PLO, come in." Anakin contacted the Master that remained in the Central Security Station. "Have you got anything for us?" "The intruders are not near the communications center," Ayla informed. "There is no sign of them being here." "If they're not here, what are they after?" Anakin asked aloud. All the while, Cad Bane with Todo were working on getting through to the holocron vault, with most of the security systems having already been deactivated by Kato. They just needed to bypass the last security laser grid. Ahsoka could quite say she was enjoying her lunchtime with Peter. The two enjoyed the well-prepared pork meat with the spices used just right to help bring out the flavor. Who knew such cute little critters could taste all so delicious? With them tossing away what remained of their meal, Ahsoka's wrist comms went off. "Yes? Is something the matter?" Ahsoka asked. "Padawan, alert you must be," Yoda warned from the other end. "Sense deception, I do. Posing as a Jedi, the intruder is. Find Master Jocasta, you must." With the transmission ending, Ahsoka and Peter quickly made their way back to the library in search for the librarian. It didn't take long for them to get back, given Peter used his web-slinging to speed things up. When they drew near Jocasta's location, they heard something odd coming from the librarian. "Bane, the two Jedi have turned around and are making their way towards you." The two teens looked at each other as they silently agreed something was not as it appeared to be. Quickly running up to Jocasta, Ahsoka spoke. "Who are you and what have you done with Madame Jocasta?" The woman before them stood up soon after. "The same thing I'm going to do to you." Igniting her stolen lightsaber, Kato swung the weapon towards the Tortuga, who ignited her own to block the attack. With the weapon pushed back, the shapeshifter soon swung at the male teen beside the female one. "Whoa!" Peter leapt back, ducking his head back at the lightsaber that was swung at him. The form was erratic and frankly desperate, leaving Peter an easy opening for him to fire off webbing to snatch the lightsaber out from the imposter's hands. With a force push into a nearby chair from Ahsoka, Peter quickly bound the imposter with his webs. With the shapeshifter down for the count, the Tortuga shook her head. "You may have Jocasta's shape, but not her skills. Now, what can you tell us on what's going on today, Missy?" Peter said to the bounty hunter. After some means of persuasion, they got what they needed. "We better report this in." Ahsoka nodded before opening up a channel back to Master Yoda, who soon relayed the message over to Anakin and Ayla. "Master, Peter and I captured the intruder disguised as Madame Jocasta. She says the intruders are going after the holocron vault." "The holocron vault?" Ayla repeated, who drew near the intruder's current location. "Those can't be opened without a Jedi. What are they after?" Anakin thought on this for a moment. "Must be trying to gain access to the communications center from the vault. Could be. With Cad Bane, he was working on getting past the security panel to the vault, but it was taking too long. Unfortunately for the Duro's bounty hunter, he was no longer receiving a transmission from his shape-shifting partner. Either the comms were being jammed or she was captured. "Todo, is the hole finished?" "Yes, but dash. Go to the communications center." "I beg your pardon." "You heard me. But that place will be crawling with Jedi, Bane. Why would I need to go in there? Now," Bane said aloud in annoyance. Okay. Todo pushed open the metal hole he made and went towards his new destination. Cad grinned, placing a device upon the holocron security panel and the recently made hole before walking away at a safe distance. Drawing nearer and nearer, Anakin and Ayla soon felt a rumble in the ventilation shafts. It was like an explosion went off. Fearing the worst, they quickened their pace. Coming to the source, they saw the large hole not far away where they landed. "Hurry, Skywalker, the communications center," Ayla said with Anakin silently following after her. Neither of the two noticed the presence of an intruder. Walking around a corner in the shaft, Bane saw the two Jedi go down the hole where his droid was located. He was pleased to see neither took notice of the one on the vault lock which kept the door in place. Coming up to the vault door, Bane grabbed hold of the metal panel and pulled hard with all his might to get it wide enough for him to slip right through. Once pried far enough, Bane saw the many glittering blue lights in the enclosed space. Smirking to himself, he grabbed a random holocron and made himself scarce. Todo, who had arrived at the communications center of the temple, found what he said he'd find. A room filled with Jedi. All of which looked directly at him. "Hey everyone," he said awkwardly. I was just testing the access hatch." He grabbed one and began pulling it back. "Works great." Then came a sharp beeping noise from his back. "Bomb," Master Windu said aloud. "Bomb? What dash?" Todo didn't have time to ask any more questions as he was force pushed into the ventilation shaft. The same one that Ayla and Anakin stood in. "Bomb!" Anakin yelled out, him and Ayla running back for cover. Todo cried out in a vain attempt before meeting his end in an explosive fashion. After all that was said and done, the Jedi Council had met at the library where Peter and Ahsoka awaited their arrival with a captured changeling. Along the way, both saw Madame Jocasta groggily walking towards one of the desks. "Hey, you alright?" Peter asked. "Probably," spoke the elderly woman. "Just need something for my aching head." "Padawan Ahsoka." The aged voice of the Grand Master gained their attention. He had arrived with the other Jedi. "Are you alright, Madame Jocasta?" Kit Fisto asked. "Nothing a moment's rest won't do. We have our intruder," Anakin said. "One of them, at least." Going past them all, Yoda waved his hand with the holocron vault door opening. Entering, Yoda looked up in slight dread. "Our war efforts, it appears, not the target to be," Yoda said, facing the empty holocron slot within the vault. "They stole a holocron," Ayla said with disbelief. "What purpose would they have in stealing a holocron?" Knowing her fate to be sealed, Kato spoke up. "Balaropal? What did you just say?" Windu asked sharply. "Balaropal. That's who Bane's next target is, some Jedi." "Balaropal?" PLO muttered. "Who's Ropal?" Anakin asked. "He is the keeper of a Kyber crystal, which contains very sensitive data." "What's on the crystal?" Ahsoka asked. "The list of every known Force-sensitive child across the galaxy," Windu informed in a grave tone. "The future younglings. The future of the Jedi Order." Peter shifted about uncomfortably, though he remained silent. Best not to speak one's mind right now considering what had just happened. "We must warn him," Ayla said. "Masters." The Jedi turned to see a Jedi Padawan rushing towards them with a panicked expression. "Padawan Jace, what is the matter?" PLO asked. "Masters, I was doing a sweep of the holding cells with my master when we found one that was empty," the Padawan said in alarm. "The one containing Master Prosit Dibs." Mace's eyes narrowed. There would be no purpose to freeing Master Prosit. He does not hold any knowledge on the holocron. "Much to do, we have," Yoda cut in, completely serious. "Skywalker, go, you must. Find Jedi Ropal in the Devaron system, you will. My Padawan and I will leave immediately," Anakin said. "And I'm coming too," Peter said determinedly, surprising the Jedi present. "Peter," Ahsoka said. "You don't have to do that, Parker," Anakin said. "This is a Jedi matter." "I know, but I was here and I could have done something more," Parker stated. You guys have been keeping me and the other Avengers here without asking for much, so let this be my way of helping you guys. Go with them, you shall. Yoda said, eyeing the young fledgling hero. We'll need a great deal of assistance, Skywalker. Young Parker, aid you in this task, he can. Anakin looked to Peter for a brief moment, looking him in the eyes. It didn't take long for the Jedi Knight to recognize that spark of determination and conviction. Something he himself has and sees in his Padawan. Knowing now wasn't the time for debates, Anakin only nodded with the trio quickly walking out of the library. With the feeling of dread filled the air in the library, no one noticed Master Bulk escorting a cloaked being outside of the Jedi Temple. Descending the steps, the Wookiee Jedi Master saw a figure flying away from the building. Seems both of our tasks have been successful. Sara thought as his eyes went from Bane's form to that of Prosit beside him. He's gotten the blank holocron while I've got my friend. Now the next steps will be underway. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 27, Cargo of Doom. Cad Bane was a man of simple principles. Whenever commissioned a job, complete it to the letter, as he had a reputation to uphold on top of his twisted sense of moral ambiguity. But this twisted morality did nothing to hinder his intelligence. On top of Bane being one of the most lethal and effective bounty hunters in the galaxy, he was also one of the most intelligent. So when stating that he was headed off to capture Jedi Master Bala Ropal, he made it very obvious to his Sith Lord client that he'd need more than just himself if he were to catch his next target. Thankfully, it appeared that the Dark Lord was very understanding and provided him with a sizable fleet in attacking the planet Devaron, which had a system named after it since it was the core world of this area. There were nearly half a dozen cruisers that had accompanied him, giving him a sizable force to say the least. But while the droid fleet provided quite the added firepower, Bane always made sure to keep a personal ace in the hole. Right now, however, he needed to storm the base and get the Jedi. The attack was swift and precise, taking out targeted areas that would hinder their push into the base. His ace made short work of many of the clones with extreme prejudice, taking an unhealthy pleasure in their slaughter. Not that he minded. Everyone needed their means of venting. It was unhealthy to keep things pent up inside. It didn't take long for Bane in capturing the Jedi Master Ropal, quickly dragging his ragged form onto a shuttle and returning to the main Separatist ship. Upon returning to his new ship, it didn't take long for a Republic Venator to appear out of hyperspace and immediately engage in the droid fleet. Well, they came scampering towards here faster than I thought. Bane mused. Prep all the forces, make sure none of them get through. On the Venator that arrived to face Bane's makeshift fleet, Anakin Skywalker stood upon the bridge as his flagship the Resolute engaged the enemies. He was vastly outnumbered, though not for long. Anakin had gotten word from the troopers stationed on Devaron before they were swarmed that there were at least 8 Separatist ships orbiting over the planet. Now Anakin was confident enough that he'd be more than capable of taking on all of these ships, as none were being led by a Separatist leader. Cad Bane was a bounty hunter first and foremost, meaning these ships were all just means to an end. That didn't mean he was going to be taking this lightly. Off to the right flank, 2 more Venators appeared from hyperspace with the ships firing up their weapons. Nice timing, Master Luminara. Anakin said through the hololink which displayed Jedi Master Luminara Unduli, her Padawan Barasifi and Commander Gree. Well, I figured one with your sense for the dramatic that this would fit well within your expectations. Luminara said with a sly tone. Much appreciated, Master. Anakin remarked. You know me so well. General Skywalker. Anakin turned to Admiral Yularen, who was standing beside a terminal with Captain Rex. Admiral. Urgent message coming from the planet. Anakin walked over to see a holo transmission of a clone trooper that appeared to be desperately fighting to stay alive. General Skywalker. The trooper said in a frantic tone. We're holding the base, but not for much longer. The clankers are swarming the place and they've captured General Ropal. Do you know where he was taken? Anakin asked. I don't know, sir. The clone trooper said, swatting a B-1 droid away with his carbine. All I know is he wasn't taken by any ordinary seppies. It looked like some kind of bounty hunter, really. Bounty hunter? Describe him quick, just the essentials. Duros, brown coat, and weird round hat. Cad Bane. Anakin deduced straight away. What in the name of the Force was he doing all this for? So he was the one who stole the holocron. Question is, why? Sit tight, trooper, and hold on, reinforcements are on the way. He looked back to the still connected Miri Allen Jedi pair. Master Luminara dash. We've begun sending support down, Skywalker. Luminara assured. Good to hear. Anakin said. Admiral, let's get to work on those cruisers. Disable only, Balaropal is on one of those ships and we need to get him out of there. Yularen only nodded, moving to give out orders with the clones going about their assigned duties. Rex. Yes, General. Where's Ahsoka? Ahsoka currently watched Peter Parker swinging around the hangar bay of the Resolute with glee and awe. Oh my god. Look at all these spaceships. I've gotta fly one of these. The New York native was putting on quite the spectacle for the men of the 501st, the troopers all looking up at the webhead that swung around with grace and ease, chatting excitedly. Down below were two faces that Ahsoka was unsure of how they came along on the mission but appreciated the help regardless. How long has he been doing that? Heavy asked in slight astonishment at how Spider-Man landed atop an LAAT gunship before leaping over to a Y-wing. About the entire time we've traveled. Colonel James Rhodes replied, suited up and ready for a fight. Does he ever get tired? Echo inquired. I don't. Pietro remarked. And since most enhanced we've met are pretty durable, he won't drop for a while. I know I didn't. He's a lot like Stark. Rhodey mused, a small fond smile on his lips. Though with way more humility. That looks like fun. A clone trooper remarked with a wild grin at a particular swing in between the infrastructure of the hangar. You would find it fun, hard case. Another clone trooper said with a roll of his eyes. This clone stood out with both his face and helmet being tattooed with the symbol of the Republic Grand Army. Aw, come on, Jesse. Hardcase argued with a gleam in his eyes. Flying around like that while blasting clankers would be too good an opportunity to pass. Battlefields are hectic enough as is, thank you. Echo remarked. Rhodey hummed in agreement, looking up at Peter who was examining a V-19 by dangling upside down. Glancing over to Domino Squad, the colonel had not noticed the strange patterns on their shoulder plates. Something he now saw other clones had. Hey Fives. Rhodey spoke up, getting the clone's attention. What's with all those symbols on your shoulder, Paul drawn? They kinda look like Cap's star from his shield and Sam's wings. Oh, yeah see. Fives rubbed the back of his head in a slightly bashful manner. It's something that's spreading between the clone legions and battalions. Heavy chimed in for his clone brother. Since you Avengers have been all over the galaxy helping out the Republic, some of the clones have their own way showing appreciation. Off to the side, Ahsoka had overheard this and looked over to Domino Squad. That's what they are. Ahsoka spoke up. I've been seeing them from the rest of the boys. Yeah, each one represents one of the Avengers we have fought alongside. Fives said, shifting his shoulder forward. This one here is obvious, Captain Rogers. Fives points to the star that was obviously the star from Cap's shield. These wings are Lieutenant Wilson's. The turret is Colonel Rhodes, these lightning bolts are Mr. Maximov. This hourglass, that's Ms. Romanoff's symbol, right? I saw it on her belt. Yeah, that's hers. Pietro confirmed for him. And these ant antenna and insect wings must be Scott and Hope. Rhodey added with Fives and Echo nodding. How many of the clones have these marks? Pietro inquired with intrigue. Those who have survived the past few months and ones who were directly with the marked Avengers depending on the battle. Cut Up elaborated. Boomer, there has Ant-Man's and Captain Rogers with Lieutenant Wilson, though not the other members of your team. So the more of you clones fight with the rest of the team, the more symbols you'll get. Rhodey surmised. Pretty much, yeah. Heavy said with a shrug. They're pretty cool though, right? I'll withhold my opinion on that for the time being. Rhodey remarked with a slight smirk. Their conversation came to an end with Peter landing in front of them, grinning madly from ear to ear. This is awesome. Peter declared aloud, making Ahsoka and several other clones chuckle at the teen's over-exuberant nature. This is like a nerd's dream come true. You gotta show me how they all work. You'll have to save that enthusiasm for later, kid. Everyone turned to see Anakin, Rex, and Kylo Ren approaching the assembled group. What's the word, Sky Guy? Pietro asked, making several clones hold back snickers with the aforementioned glaring lightly at the grinning speedster. Well, we're gonna board a separatist frigate, rescue Master Ropal and recover an archive holocron. Anakin listed off. Seems simple enough. Rhodey said with a shrug. One small snag, however. Kylo Ren spoke up with a withering stare to Skywalker. We have no means of boarding the separatist ship. We were brought here expecting a ground battle, not a raiding party. I'm fully aware of that, Admiral. Anakin said conversationally. So what's the plan then? Ahsoka inquired, getting a look out of her master. Just curious is all. Anakin glanced around the hangar bay before his eyes landed upon their means of transportation. Roguish grin in place, he turned to Kylo Ren, plan in mind now. Admiral, if you would kindly activate those walkers. Anakin said, pointing to 3 ATTEs stationed on the far end of the hangar. Kylo Ren, however, balked in disbelief. You are not seriously thinking of using those to transport the troopers to that frigate? Ahsoka hummed aloud. Well, they are pressurized. And they're equipped with magnetic feet. Rex said approvingly. Good call, General. Master, you're a genius. Ahsoka praised. Those walkers are designed for terrain, not space. Kylo Ren argued, still not on board with the idea. Wait, what's happening? Peter asked the clones and 2 Avengers. Well, since you wanted to help out, here's your first chance. Rhodey said, placing a hand on the teen's shoulder. That suit of yours, is it pressurized? Oh. Peter looked down at his spider suit, patting himself down. I think it is. Maybe, I don't know. Rhodey stared up at the ceiling, looking to the clone troopers a moment later. Got any air masks the kid could use? Anakin all the while ran ahead with Ahsoka to one of the walkers, with Rex ordering Execute, Carnivore and Torrent Company to load up on the ATTEs. Hope you're ready for this, kid. Pietro said with a pat on the kid's shoulder, helmet under his arm. Stay sharp and watch those blasters. Rhodey said. This is a snatch and grab mission, no need for theatrics like Tony. Okay. Peter said in a low voice when a thought occurred in his mind. Wait, you guys aren't gonna stop me? Like at all. Rhodey and Pietro looked at one another, with the latter shrugging and the former speaking for the 2. Listen, Peter, I'll be quick and upfront with you. You're a kid who's only 15 and rushing into a battle that he's had no training for. Rhodey bluntly stated. Then again, how many people do have training in these situations? You're an Avenger now. If Tony recruited you, then it was for a good reason. Besides, you don't look like the kind of person who'd sit on the sidelines while everyone else does all the work. That's not what the Avengers are about, and you've already volunteered. So, are you ready? Peter stared at the Air Force colonel before scrunching his face up in a determined manner and quickly slipping on his mask. Let's do this. While the Republic forces and their allies rallied for the raid on the separatist cruiser Bane occupied, the Duros bounty hunter conducted his own business in interrogating the Jedi Master Baller Ropal. So just asking this, but how are we gonna get on that ship? Peter pointed out. Simply put, we're gonna get dropped in the vacuum of space inside the walkers and then enter through other means. Rhodey surmised. Probably a hatch or something. Peter's lenses owlishly blinked. It's not the craziest thing we've done. The clone known as Fives said with a shrug. Then, what is? Several of the clones and the 2 Avengers glanced at one another. You know, I never really figured that one. Echo stated. It all just kind of blurs together. Just trust your instincts, Peter. Rhodey said, patting the teen on the back. You chose to be a hero before Tony ever met you, right? Go with your gut. Peter only nodded, silently breathing to himself as the Venator flew above the separatist cruiser. With everyone situated inside of the walkers, the doors opened up and dropped everyone down to the separatist ship below them. The ATTEs floated idly down, Anakin and Ahsoka hanging off their walker whilst Rhodey flew down and shot down 2 fleeing droids. With the magnetic feet situated onto the ship's hull, they soon progressed onward. Vulture droids were immediately deployed and opened fire upon their opposition. The Jedi soon got out of the walkers and ignited their lightsabers. They swung their weapons in the effort of knocking the blaster fire away from them. It wasn't long before they leaped towards the present droids, using the magnetic latches on their boots to help move along the hull. Cad Bane in the meantime had returned to the bridge of the ship after getting a distress message from the droid's Operation the Cruiser. "What is it?" Bane griped aloud. "Sir, it's Newt Gunray," a yellow-tinted droid said, holding up a transponder. "He wishes to speak with you." "Put him through." The small visage of the irate Neimoidian separatist greeted the Duro's bounty hunter. "Bane." Gunray barked aloud. "What is the meaning of this? When Darth Sidious contacted me in loaning you out the separatist fleet, I did not know it was to go to war. You've already lost most of my ships with only 3 left." "1. Bane said casually. "The other 2 have been taken out by that other Republic fleet." Gunray gritted his teeth. "Yeah, his teeth. I hope you will be able to pay for all this." Bane held out a blue cube with gold-tinted patterns on it. "1 authentic Jedi holocron is promised with translation crystal as well. When my benefactor gets this, he will compensate you for your puny fleet." That's when the ship shuddered violently, making Cad grin. "Sounds like the Jedi want it back." Outside the ship, Anakin, Ahsoka, the troopers, and War Machine fought through the oncoming Vulture droids with the Jedi and Avenger going forward as the main offensive. Both Anakin and Ahsoka sliced through a Vulture droid whilst Rhodey simply flew straight at one at full speed and clotheslined its head straight off. Back inside, Bane watched the attack with an analytical expression. "The Republic forces are overwhelming our Vulture droids. Should we send out reinforcements?" All Bane had to say was no. "Bane, what are you doing?" Gunray said in outrage. "Did you say no?" Bane hummed in confirmation. "Roger, Roger. The Jedi will board this ship and get the holocron back." Gunray fretted. "Just transmit the data and close the deal, immediately." "I can't," Bane said, slightly exasperated. "This holocron could only be opened by a Jedi and the one I have inside is dead." Luckily, Bane eyed Ahsoka and Anakin that were fighting through the Vulture droids outside. "I have 2 more on the way. More than 1 needed. You better live through this." "I want my money, Bane." "You can count on that." The bounty hunter then turned towards the droids and gave out his demands. "Wipe out the frigate's memory banks and destroy every record of our mission. Initiate the self-destruct sequence." He then pushed the yellow highlighted droid to the side. "You. Transfer all ship functions to my wrist-com. I want door controls, gravity generators. Everything." "Roger, Roger. Rest of you, stay here and defend the bridge." Bane glanced over to his partner that he had recruited for the mission that was staring at the live feed of the Jedi and their additional allies that were fighting the droids. "You'll get your chance," Bane stated. "Stick to the plan and they're all yours." The large brute chuckled darkly. Back outside, the Republic forces had finished mopping up the Separatist resistance, reaching an entry hatch. R2 Anakin called out to his trusted astromech droid that flew towards him in an instant. The droid connected itself to the cruiser's control and opened the hatch for the others to get in. All the while, Cad had left the bridge with his partner in tow. "Why are we defending the bridge against the Jedi?" a droid asked. "Because he told us to." "Alone? I hate this job." No sooner had the droid said that, the doors to the bridge burst open. War Machine, Anakin, Ahsoka and Spider-Man ran right through with the clones right behind them. It was a quick sweep, the B-1 battle droids being taken out in an instant with only 2 remaining. "Don't shoot," the yellow-tinted droid pleaded. "I'm not the commander, he's the commander." The droid beside it was shot down. "Well, I guess I'm the commander now." Then it was shot. Area secured, R2 rolled forward. "R2, see if you can find Master Ropal," Anakin requested, which the astromech immediately went to work. Plugging himself into the servers, The droid soon pulled up something for all Republic forces on the bridge to see. -1 Authentic Jedi Holocron, spoke Cad Bane's holo recording, and the memory crystal I was after. Upon seeing both items in the bounty hunter's hands, Ahsoka groaned. Oh, no. He has both pieces now. Anakin didn't like this at all. Turning to the clone commander, he gave the order. Rex, send a squad. Lock down the hangar bay and destroy all escape pods. No one leaves this ship. Yes, sir. Rex said before running off with an assemble of clones following right behind him. We have to find Ropal, fast. No need. Pietro's voice said through the comms, tone grim. I found him. With Pietro, the speedster had split from the main force and ran through the ship into the detention center. The Sokovian had found the Jedi dead and abandoned on the ground. And he's gone, guys. Pietro said apologetically. That blue-skinned freak killed him. Ahsoka's shoulders sagged in sorrow and disappointment with Anakin clenching his fists tightly. Rex. Anakin contacted his captain. Have some men get down to the detention center and retrieve Master Ropal's body. He'll get a proper burial back at the temple. Soon the ship started to violently shake, causing many to steady themselves out. What was that? Their answer was soon given with their comms receiving a message from their ship. General Skywalker, this is Admiral Yularan. One of the engines on that frigate has exploded. I caution you to avoid the aft section. Anakin pressed onto his wristcom and responded back. How much damage are we talking? I suggest immediate evacuation. Not until we get what we came here for. Ending the transmission, Skywalker looked towards his allies. So what do we do now? Peter asked aloud. We need to find Cad Bane and get back the holocron. Anakin declared. We might not be able to get back the holocron in time, Master. Ahsoka argued. But if it's destroyed with the ship, Newt Gunray won't be able to get it either. It's not as simple as that, Ahsoka. Anakin said. Remember what Winda said, that holocron contains the name of every known force sensitive in the galaxy. That's not something that can be replaced so easily. And I'd rather return that to the Jedi archives personally. With his mind made up, Ahsoka knew there was no point in trying to argue with her master. With some of the troopers breaking back off to retrieve Master Ropal's body, the remainder of the squad began walking through the now darkened corridors of the Separatist cruiser. What's with all the lights? Fives asked. Or lack thereof. Stay sharp. Anakin ordered, lightsaber ignited. This could be a trap. It probably is. Rhodey said. And we're walking right into it, right? Aw, come on, Rhodey. Anakin remarked. Where's your sense of excitement? Shut up, Sky Guy. Just, shut up. The crew continued to walk through the halls when they saw someone run by them, R2 whistling and beeping about. Running after the figure, the group ran into one of the cannon rooms of the droid ship and were greeted with the sight of Cad Bane standing before an entire legion of droids. Ah, Skywalker, so good to see you again. Bane said condescendingly. We've been expecting you. Both Jedi, the clones and 2 Avengers raised up arms against the bounty hunter with the droids at the Duro's back doing the same. It's over, Bane. Rhodey said, aiming his repulsors at the bounty hunter. Hand over the holocron and we won't hurt you, much. Oh, I would, believe me. Bane mocked. But first, I have a job to do and I need the Jedi to do it for me. And besides, why the rush? There's someone I know who has been dying to see you again. Who? A chuckle echoed throughout the hangar, sending shivers down many clone troopers. That would be me. A gigantic form dropped down from its hiding place in the hangar bay's rafters and landed with an echoing thud, leaving a dented crater in his wake. Hello, War Machine. Dirge, the Jedi bounty hunter growled with malicious glee. Oh shit. Rhodey said, eyes widening alongside many others. Him. Ahsoka yelled out in alarm. Stay back. War Machine shouted to the clones specifically, throwing his arm up. I know it's a waste, but right now, fuck it. A compartment opened up from above his wrist. Tank missile. Rhodey fired his killing missile, yet the Jedi was more than ready for it. Throwing out and extending his own arm, Dirge ensnared the missile with his muscles and tissue before detaching his arm and flinging it away. The arm landed between several vulture droids before blowing up in a violent manner. Well, that's just perfect. Rhodes griped aloud. Bane smirked, activating this thrusters and flying back. Have fun, Dirge. You can count on it. Dirge's entire form began bulging about and expanded greatly while the other droids began to open fire on them. Spread out. Rex ordered, with the troops running towards anything they could find for cover. Oh crap. Peter said, firing a web line to pull himself up to the ceiling. Huh, that guy again. Bane muttered under his breath, recognizing Spider-Man. The clones fired on the droids while War Machine, Anakin, and Ahsoka moved to engage Dirge. Dirge laughed aloud with manic glee, swinging his elongated limbs without a care in the world as he fought against the Jedi and Avenger. Rhodey had his shoulder-mounted gun constantly firing upon the massive opponent, with Anakin and Ahsoka slicing through the nerves and tissues. Yet for every damage they inflicted on the bounty hunter, he either healed, regrew or reattached what was damaged. It was rather frustrating. The rest of the clones were on the offensive, though they made sure to keep their distance from the literal crazy fight a few feet in front of them. The droids weren't as lucky, but they still outnumbered them. This is too much for me. Cut Up muttered, occasionally looking over to Dirge fighting the Colonel, General, and Commander. Are you kidding me? This is too awesome. Hard Case yelled aloud, mowing down droids with his Z6 rotary blaster cannon. Save some for me, Hard Case. Heavy said, walking up beside him sporting his own rotary cannon. Anakin slid on his knees to duck under a swing of Dirge's arm and righted himself in time to see Bane leveling his pistol at him. He deflected several shots when he felt something grab him from behind. Gotcha, Jedi. Dirge snarled, tightening his hold on Skywalker. Master. I got him. Anakin suddenly found himself back with the clones. Sir. Echo said in bewilderment. You all right there, Sky Guy? Said a familiar accented voice. Yeah. Anakin suddenly got vertigo. No. He fell to his knees, heaving up air. Sorry about that. Quicksilver said sheepishly. It's okay. Anakin waved off, getting back to his feet with Echo helping stay standing. It was either that or death. But debating on that right now. Right. So who is that? Pietro said, thumbing over to Dirge, who was now trying swat at Spider-Man that was swinging around him while trying to immobilize him. That's Dirge. That bounty hunter freak Rhodey told me about. The very same. Anakin said, reigniting his lightsaber. Narrowing his eyes, Pietro cracked his neck and dashed forward. Dirge slammed his fist into the spot that Peter had nimbly jumped away from when he felt himself jolt violently. Then again. And again. And again. What is this? Dirge roared out. Ah, what's the matter, Freakazoid? Can't hurt what ya can't hit? Too fast for ya. Pietro taunted. Too annoying. Then let's even the playing field. Bane said, pushing a control on his wrist pad. Immediately, things started floating around with the clones and droids wobbling about in the air. Whoa, artificial gravity. That's awesome. Ahsoka gave him a stare. I mean, not awesome. Real bad. Get the bad guys bad. Peter fired a web line at Pietro, who was floating around in the air, pulling him to solid ground. War Machine had little trouble in adjusting, flying straight at Dirge brandishing his electrified hammer. Anakin and Ahsoka were working in tandem together to pick off the floating droids while Rex got the men to activate gravity boots. Okay, for my first ever fight aside from that giant terrifying walking nervous system, this is too cool. Spider-Man said aloud, webbing up two droids together that were picked off by the clones. Kid. Right, sorry Mr. Rhodes. Spider-Man jumped from his spot, easily gliding through the blaster fire and floating droid remains to fire off a quick series of large webs to temporarily ensnare Dirge. Dirge struggled for a moment, already tearing through the webs, but that distraction was all that Rhodey needed to unleash a built-a torrent of flame. What Rhodey did not expect was to have Dirge screech in pain and then promptly get shoved hard into a wall. The jolt was so sudden, That Rhodey hit the back of his head with an emphatic thud. Rhodes! Spider-Man cried out. Colonel! Pietro! Skywalker flung the speedster his lightsaber, who caught it and ran to the appendage that currently held his comrade and sliced right through it. Rhodey fell, though only hovered, as the gravity still remained off. Quicksilver quickly ran by up the wall and grabbed him, running back to the clones. Try holding on to him, Pietro said to Echo and Fives that remained rooted to the ground via gravity boots. We've got him, sir. Echo and Fives pulled the Air Force pilot down. Are you all right, Colonel? Fives asked in concern. I've got a killer headache growing. Skywalker, Pietro, Peter, and Ashoka kept their focus on Dirge. The Jedi had become more frantic and chaotic, attacking at random as he nearly got to Anakin and Ahsoka twice had it not been for Spider-Man webbing them out of the way. Okay, seriously, did this guy just get pissed off? Like again? Or was he already angry before that? Peter asked, propelling himself through the air as Dirge nearly struck him. Well, after what he did with Rhodey, I'm not too surprised. Anakin grunted, rapidly slashing at multiple tendrils Dirge sent at him. Bane had hung back the whole time, watching the pandemonium with a massive grin. It was time to put his own plan into action. Cad flew by the fighting Dirge, Avengers, and Jedi right towards his marked destination. Seeing the Duro's bounty hunter getting away, Peter did his best to give chase. Yet it proved a little difficult with the floating droids moving and blasting about. Hey, Domehead, ER. R2. Spidey called out. Mind doing us a solid and turn back on the gravity generators? The astromech beeped, activating his thrusters, and made his way towards the nearest port he could find. As he waited for his request to be fulfilled, Peter fired off several web lines. Each latched onto a droid where he pulled and tugged them hard from their places. They crashed into others before being swung all about before they were nothing but scrap metal. And this continued on as he made his way towards the Duro's bounty hunter. Blaster fire went all over the turret room. One stray shot knocked one of the tank shells off the locked rack, causing it to float about. Seeing this, Rex called out to his fellow troopers. Check your fire. Hit one of those shells, and this fight is over for all of us. Hearing this, Spidey looked over to the stray, floating shell. He wanted to web the shell away from the fighting so his allies can be safe. When he spun around to avoid some more enemy fire, his eyes latched onto the form of Dirge. He remembered hearing about the insane bounty hunter's capabilities and impressive armor durability. It was currently being rained on by War Machine's arsenal, without making much of a dent, and it needed something more powerful in order to pierce through it now. Suddenly a light bulb lit up in the Earth teen's head. Captain Rex. I got an idea. Rex looked to see Spider-Man snag one of those floating tank shells and swung it right towards the Jedi who had just tossed away General Skywalker. Much as he loathed to go back on an order he had just issued, Rex could scarcely contain the grin beneath his helmet. This kid didn't seem that bad even if he was a bit inexperienced. The tank shell sailed right at Dirge, who had grabbed it, giving Rex the perfect shot. The blaster bolt struck the tank shell, exploding in a fiery display that consumed the Jedi, with other pieces of it splattering all around the area. Bane looked back and just in time to as Anakin was sailing right at him. Just as the Jedi was about to reach him, the R2 turned the gravity back on. Everyone fell to the ground, Bane included, with the holocron falling out from his form. Anakin raised himself up to the ground in time to see Bane snatch the holocron back, giving him a snide look. Gritting his teeth, Anakin moved to pursue when something kept his legs rooted to the ground. Looking back, Anakin's eyes widened at the familiar cluster of nerves that had wrapped around his legs. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Anakin muttered in disbelief and annoyance. Thank you for the save, Dirge. Bane said with the tip of his hat. How is this guy not dead? Pietro yelled aloud in aggravation. Just die already, you freak. Hey. Cowboy's getting away. Peter pointed at the retreating Duros. I'll get him. Ahsoka declared aloud, dashing right after Bane. No. Ahsoka YIAA. Anakin was flung up into the air. I got him. Spider-Man leapt upwards and caught the Jedi Knight, landing on T ground away from the regenerating, rampaging Jedi. Thanks, Parker. Anakin said appreciatively, looking back towards Ahsoka in time to see the door close. No, she's walking into a trap. Anakin said. Rex, pull back and regroup. Get as far away from Dirge right now. Get a ship from the hangar and get out of here. What about you, sir? Rex asked. The ship's gonna blow. I'm not leaving without my Padawan, and I'm not leaving until you all get out of here. None of you are leaving. Dirge was reforming into a cluster rapidly with his faceplate missing. What the team saw was an angry face with a lot of sharp teeth. Okay, that's not terrifying at all. Fives stated. Agreed. Heavy said. Ugh. Rhodey had his hand up to his plated head. Anakin. Go after Ahsoka. We'll handle this son of a bitch. Sir, are you sure you can fight? Echo asked. Never keep a soldier down, Echo. You guys should know this better than anyone else. Before the clones could respond, Dirge howled aloud with his body reformed. Let's blow him up again. Spider-Man said. I second that idea. Hardcase said excitedly. I like you, kid, you're crazy. General, get the commander and that bounty hunter. Rex encouraged. We'll take this guy down. Anakin wanted to argue, but seeing his men and the Avengers were encouraging him to go, so he did. Dirge, however, had other plans. The insane Jedi reached for one of the tank shells that were close by and flung it straight at Anakin before grabbing a discarded droid rifle and firing. Oh shit! Pietro yelled out. General Skywalker. Anakin looked back in time to see the tank shell explode. Luckily, it was at a safe distance away where he wouldn't get caught up in the explosion. Unluckily, the force of the explosion still sent a powerful shockwave that sent Anakin flying back while the integral structure of the hangar began collapsing. Crap! Pietro immediately dashed forward with Spider-Man firing several web lines frantically to pull clone troopers away from the falling debris. Meanwhile, rushing through the corridors, Ahsoka gave chase towards the retreating Duro's bounty hunter. She pushed herself to the limit in order to catch up to him, and it seemed it was paying off as he reached a dead end. You thought you could get away? Bane merely scoffed. You're not much of a challenge, youngling. Turning around, he smirked. I got you right where I want you. He quickly pulled his blaster and fired off a round. Ahsoka swung her lightsaber and reflected the round back at him. It hit his arm before he rolled out of the way to avoid her incoming attack. Getting up from his recovery roll, he kicked her lightsaber out of her grasp before firing back in retaliation. Ahsoka avoided the blast, ensnaring his arm and performing a judo throw which resulted in him landing on his back. Standing over him, she spoke in a mocking tone. I'm not impressed. As she used the force to get her lightsaber back in her grasp, she was too distracted to not notice him latching onto her leg. Feeling the sudden contact, she looked down to see Bane press a button on his wristcom where an electric shock went through her system. And it wasn't long before she was rendered unconscious. Bane stood over her with a triumphant grin. Back with Anakin, the Jedi came to after several moments, realizing he was underneath quite a bit of rubble. Miraculously he wasn't as injured, feeling mostly bruising pain, so clenching his fist he called upon the Force to get the rubble off of him. Seeing a wall that separated Anakin from his men, he rushed over to it. Captain Rex. Fives? Echo? Rhodey? Anyone? We're here, General. Rex grunted, the sound of blaster fire on the other side. Glad to hear you're all right. Anakin. Pietro cried out, running up the wall to dodge the metal pipe thrown at him. Hurry up and get that smurf bastard and save your student. We need to get out of here already. Pounding his fist against the debris wall, Anakin knew now wasn't the time for debate, moving to try and get into contact with his Padawan. Unfortunately, the ship violently shaking about prevented him from doing so. General Skywalker. Yularen spoke over the wristcom. There's a power surge heading towards the bridge. If you're there, get out immediately. You must abandon your mission. Anakin responded back to the Republic Admiral. I don't have the holocron memory and I seem to have misplaced my Padawan. The ship is tearing itself apart. Move off to a safe distance, Admiral, and await my signal for evacuation. Anakin ran off in the direction where Ahsoka went. On board the Resolute, Kylo Ren did little in hiding his aggravation at the situation. Of all the Jedi, why did I have to end up with Skywalker? Back on the Separatist cruiser, Bane watched the young Togrutan Jedi come to and begin to pull on her bindings upon realizing where she was. Ahsoka tugged on her electric cuffs, only to receive a massive shock through her body. I wouldn't do that if I were you," Bane stated to the bound Padawan. "Those binders have been specially designed for Jedi." Ahsoka struggled in her cuffs, ignoring him as she tried to get out of them. Getting tired of this, he grasped onto the piece of jewelry hanging off the back of her head and snapped it off. This quickly got a response from her, angrily glaring at him on the act. He did not just yank that. The piece of jewelry in his grasp was a sign of her Padawan status. She was to never take it off, like other species who don't have hair in order to tie it into a certain braid. It was only taken off once she ascended into becoming a Jedi Knight. What the bounty hunter did was considered a major insult to her. The more you struggle, the tighter they get. He smiled as she kept glaring at him. Impressed? Not really. Echoes of explosion reached their position, which meant the ship was becoming less and less safe as time passes. Enjoy this while you can, Slimo. This burning boat is gonna get us both. Cad Bane only hummed condescendingly. Trust me, child, we have time. The bond between a Jedi Master and his apprentice is strong. Which means my master is coming for me as we speak. Bane placed her Padawan braid on his belt while grinning with sinister intentions. Let's see if we can get him here any faster. Bane pushed a control on his wrist pad, electrocuting Ahsoka even more, the Padawan screaming in pain. Anakin ran down the corridor, stopping at one being guarded by 3 B-1 battle droids. You said we'd be safe back here. The left B-1 said, running to the door behind them. Come on, there's 3 of us and only 1 of him. Center B-1 stated. It doesn't matter. Right B-1 said dejectedly. Anakin ignited his lightsaber. Within the room, Bane watched a panting Padawan fighting to stay conscious. Yes, sir. There's a Jedi here. A B-1 frantically said from the other side. He looks very unhappy. The droid was promptly silenced by a lightsaber swing. Bane only nodded, activating a ray shield, separating him from Ahsoka. Your master has gotten the message. Ahsoka attempted in vain to run at Bane, but the ray shield knocked her back. As she fell to her knees, the door opened up to reveal a glaring Anakin. You've got nowhere left to run, Bane. Anakin said, eyeing Ahsoka to see if she was all right. Seeing her bound and behind a ray shield with clear signs of her being injured didn't exactly put a smile on the Jedi Knight's face. Bane, flanked by 2 B-2 supers, turned to face him. Let me worry about that, Jedi. The Duros said, raising his wrist pad to push a square button. If I activate this control, the outside airlock will open and she will be sucked into oblivion. Do you honestly think you could kill me and then save her before she's pulled out into space? It's a horrible way to die. Anakin's form slackened with dread at the thought of losing his student. She looked to him before looking down in shame at realizing the position she put her master in due to her rushing off before. Besides, isn't negotiation the Jedi way? Bane asked tauntingly, the 2 supers walking forward to accentuate his point. Knowing he had no choice, Anakin deactivated his lightsaber. What do you want? This holocron contains information that I've been hired to collect. Bane said, holding up said holocron. I can't open it, but you can. The last Jedi who had it, wouldn't open it. I hope you don't make the same mistake. Anakin looked to his Padawan who only gave him a pained expression. We don't have much time. Bane said more aggressively this time. Hurry it up, Jedi. Or she dies. His finger hovered over the button that would unlock the door to space. Anakin only closed his eyes, accepting defeat. No master, don't do it. Ahsoka cried out. I cannot let you die, Ahsoka. Anakin said softly, tossing his lightsaber towards Bane. We'll have to deal with the holocron later. How touching. Bane mocked. Back with the others, Rex and Rhodes instructed a retreating defensive as the ship began to shake about more, signaling it being ever closer to finally blowing apart. It proved difficult as the Mad Jedi bounty hunter was hell-bent on chasing and killing them all. You know, I'm not one for those big types of curses. Pietro grunted, running up from the wall to the ceiling and back down again. But oh my fucking god. Can you please leave us alone already? Not until you are all dead. This guy's had some serious issues. Spider-Man said, jumping from wall to wall as he did his best to avoid the rampaging bounty hunter. Flipping in midair, Spidey fired off the remainder of the webbing in his cartridges to create a large web that completely blocked Dirge's path. That'll work for now. Rhodey said. Keep moving. Rex ordered. The hangar bay should be just up ahead. They ran to see droids surrounding a separatist shuttle. That's our way off this place. Fives declared. Clones. A B1 yelled. Blas Hyack. The droids were all disposed of in several seconds, with Pietro throwing the last one into the wall, which shattered upon impact. We really don't have time for this, Pietro said with an annoyed tone, dusting the metal dust off his hands. Nice work, Pietro. Rhodey praised when the sound of a roaring Jedi got their attention again. Oh, shut the hell up already. Rhodey didn't care by this point. Turning back to the direction from where they ran, Rhodey fired another of his tank missiles with several additional miniature missiles for insurance. The following explosions, followed by the silence and lack of dirge, was music to the ears. The clones and Avengers sagged in relief, Rex contacting Anakin. General Skywalker. We have a transport ready and waiting. What is your position? Anakin currently sat on his knees, holocron laid out before him. He heard Rex's transmission but made no effort in responding to him. With the Force, the holocron slowly rose up from the ground with the cube's interior glowing a vibrant blue. The corners of the holocron were small pyramids that turned and detached themselves from the main holocron body. The main body now open, Bane placed the memory crystal he had obtained from Master Ropal within the center of the holocron. The triangular corners returned to the holocron, though angled differently to give it a new octagonal shape. The open holocron floated down into the Bane's awaiting hands, with the Duros holding up the Force object with satisfaction. My employers will be most pleased, Bane said, glad to see his mission was coming along swimmingly. Anakin, on the other hand, has had enough of kneeling before this scumbag bounty hunter. With the Force, he called upon his and Ahsoka's lightsabers to come to his hands. In quick succession, Anakin ignited both lightsabers and cut through the B-2 supers. Bane, however, opened the airlock, with Ahsoka barely grasping at the structural sides of the wall and hanging on for dear life as the vacuum of space began to suck the air out of the room. Anakin quickly flung the upper body of a super and unlocked the ray shield, getting sucked in as well, yet holding on to the other side of the wall. Bane utilized his boot thrusters and made a swift escape, whilst Ahsoka nearly got sucked out until her master reached out with his hand for her to grab onto. Managing to press the lock button, the door behind them sealed shut, with the two dropping to the ground. Getting the bindings off his apprentice and returning her lightsaber to her, the duo ran off as the ship continued to shudder more and more. Rex, I'm here. Anakin finally responded to his captain's hailing. I hope you found us a ship off this floating dump. We're just waiting on you, sir, Rex informed. We've got a shuttle secured in the hangar bay with some clankers trying to get to us. We're on our way, Rex. Hold tight. Ahsoka responded before Anakin could. Ahsoka, we need to get that holocron back, Anakin argued. Master, we can't, Ahsoka objected. We don't have the time for it right now, otherwise everyone on board will die. Patience, Master. Remember. Anakin stopped in his run, thinking on Ahsoka's word as well as her actions that had occurred in these few days. It wasn't hard in figuring out her want to correct these past few days of personal mistakes and hiccups. Something he was too familiar with. Anakin sighed. You're right. I'm sorry, my Padawan. Let's get out of here. They had run through the corridors, arriving to the hangar bay in time to see the clones and Avengers clearing off the remainder of the droids. Up on an elevated platform, Anakin and Ahsoka caught a surprising sight of the clone trooper Denal shooting down one Cad Bane, the bounty hunter's form falling to the ground into a pile of crates. Come on, let's get the hell out of here already, Rhodey said, waving at the two Jedi to get into the shuttle. Domino Squad with Captain Rex and Hardcase were on board with Quicksilver waiting inside with Spider-Man. With the two Jedi on board, the shuttle rose up to retrieve the last clone trooper that held his arm and barely managed to get onto the shuttle ramp. "Are you alright, Dino?" Anakin asked. "Did you manage to get the holocron?" "I'm sorry, sir," Dino replied with a heavy voice. "I can go get it," Ahsoka said, ready to leap out, but Anakin put a stop to it. "We don't have time, Ahsoka," Anakin said. The Padawan only glanced down in defeat, entering the shuttle with the ship flying off in time as the Separatist cruiser finally began to blow apart. Within the ship, Ahsoka noticed her master frowning in deep thought. "Master? You alright, kid?" Ahsoka and Anakin then looked over to Peter, who had his mask off and was flinching slightly. "I dunno." Peter tapped the side of his head repeatedly. "You look like you've got a headache there," Echo noted. "I don't think it's a headache," Peter stated. It's something else." What no one else noticed was the trooper Dino edging a bit away from the rest of them. The shuttle flew into the awaiting Resolute. Off to the side were the other two Venators of Luminara's fleet that had finished off the remainder of the Separatist fleet that Bane had left to their fate. Flying into the hangar bay, Anakin and Ahsoka walked out to greet an awaiting Admiral Yularen. "So, did you manage to recover the holocron?" Yularen asked. "Or capture the bounty hunter?" No and no," Anakin admitted sheepishly. "I see." Yularen deadpanned. "So I take it your mission was your usual version of success, no? If you mean I won, then, yes," Anakin declared proudly, with Yularen walking away in a huff. He turned to Rhodey and Ahsoka, who were waiting on him. "So now what?" Rhodey asked. "We didn't get what we were after. At least the bounty hunter didn't get the holocron into the hands of the Separatists," Ahsoka said with a shrug. And at the mention of the aforementioned Bane, Ahsoka slumped in self-disappointment. "Master, I'm sorry I rushed off like that earlier and got myself caught," Ahsoka said dejectedly. "If it hadn't been for me Ahsoka, it wasn't your fault," Anakin said firmly, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. "This was my mission. And I lead it, so the fault was mine from start to finish. Learn from my mistakes to make sure they don't happen to you." "If only," Rhodey said with a dry tone. "Can't you let me have a moment with my Padawan?" Anakin said with an affronted tone, though it was clear in his eyes he wasn't offended. Mr. Skywalker, sir." Peter walked out from the shuttle with a confused expression. "Parker," Anakin said. "Do you know what that green stuff is?" Peter said, pointing back to the ship's interior. "What green stuff?" Anakin said, walking over to the ship. "It." Peter seemed a bit squeamish. "It kinda looks like blood." "Green blood," Rhodey said in confusion. Walking into the shuttle they saw Fives, Pietro, and Rex looking at a spot that had a few droplets of what Peter called green blood. "What have you got for us, Rex?" Anakin inquired. "This is blood," Rex said firmly. "But it sure as hell ain't from one of ours." Anakin's head snapped up, rushing out of the shuttle and looking around wildly before spotting Dino. Or what was someone else wearing Dino's armor? "Stop that clone!" Anakin shouted aloud to the hangar, pointing to Dino that began to run while tossing spheres up. The hangar became embroiled in momentary pandemonium as the entire area became covered with smoke. "Master!" Ahsoka rushed out. "It's Bane," Anakin stated, running right towards the smoke. Pietro zoomed past him and went in a circle several times, blowing away the smoke to reveal the disguised Bane, knocking away several clones before one swiped at him, knocking the helmet off. Without warning, Bane tossed more sphere out, but these proved to be deadlier, with explosions going off and several gunships getting caught up in the fiery storm. Quicksilver rushed forward to get clones out of harm's way while War Machine and Anakin ran at Bane, who was one of their ships. Anakin couldn't make it in time as Bane had exited the hangar, yet that did little in stopping Rhodey. "Rhodes, he still has the holocron," Anakin called out to him just as he exited the hangar. Rhodey had his machine gun trailed on the bounty hunter, but the Duros proved to be crafty as he reverted the thrusters, blowing past Rhodey to get behind him. "Oh crap! 2 missiles were shot at the Avenger, who flew off to gain distance to avoid them. Back inside, Anakin contacted Yularen. "Admiral, lock down the hyperspace rings now," Anakin ordered. "It's Bane, he's got one of our ships and is escaping." Rhodey shot down his pursuing missiles in time to see Bane link up with a hyperspace ring and escape right before their eyes. "Damn it," Rhodey said aloud in frustration. With the others, the mood was shared amongst them all upon realizing they had failed. "What do we do now?" Ahsoka asked her master. Anakin could only let out a defeated sigh. "We inform the Council." Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 28, Children of the Force. Returning back to the temple in defeat was not a pleasant feeling for one Anakin Skywalker. Cad Bane had escaped their forces with near-practiced ease, and worst of all, he had what he was paid to retrieve. The information within the holocron of all the Force-sensitive children within the Republic. Reporting this to the Council would not be easy for him, but he had to do what he must. The trio of Avengers that had joined them on this mission went off in their own area of the temple. Rhodey was nursing a slight concussion after that one powerful smack into the wall by Dirge, which caught him off guard, so he was likely out for the next several days. Anakin, along with Ahsoka, now stood before the assembled Jedi Council, though there were several seats empty. It appears that his former Master Obi-Wan was still off on his own mission. Master Kit Fisto's seat was also empty, as was Eth Koth's. This presents a serious problem with Bane escaping once more. Master Windu spoke in a stoic manner. He now has access to the names of all the Force-sensitive children in the Republic. Master Plo Koon spoke with his RESP irate voice. But what does he want with all this information? Master Depa Billaba inquired with slight dread. "We know that Bane is employed by the Separatists for this mission," Anakin said, crossing his arms in thought. "And let's not forget who runs the Separatists." "Dooku," Windu said in a grim undertone. "Inflict devastating damage on the Jedi Order, he could," Yoda stated. "If it's the children he seeks, then we are at a difficult crossroads," stated the holographic form of Sha'Akti from her end at Kamino. "There are a number of those he could go after first." "Small chance there is, through the Force," Yoda said. "The Council may detect them. Then we must act with haste," Plo stated firmly. "The sooner we are able to discern this Cad Bane's targets, the sooner we can capture him and reclaim what we have lost." As the Council dispersed, Anakin took a momentary glance at his Padawan, noticing something was missing. "Ahsoka, what happened to your braid?" Anakin inquired. Instinctively her hand shot up to where her braid was when the memory of how she lost it came back to her. With both a frown of shame and frustration marring her face, she grunted in self-scolding. "Bane took it when he held me prisoner on his ship," Ahsoka said dejectedly. Frowning with a hint of anger at the gall of the bounty hunter taking something as important as his Padawan's braid, he placed a comforting hand upon her shoulder. "Don't you worry, Snips. We will get it back," Anakin promised. Ahsoka stared at her master before a grateful smile grew on her face. She truly was happy to have a master like Anakin looking out for her. Whilst the Jedi were preparing for a meditative session in hopes of finding out who Bane would target first in the Force-sensitive children, Peter and Pietro were helping a worn-out and concussed Rhodey get comfortable. They knew that the Avengers had all split off by this point to help with other endeavors, leaving a still unconscious Scott to recover. Even with Tap, they wanted to make sure he was at least checked up on every now and then. Thankfully, Pietro's Jedi Relith buddy Iamagunda was more than willing to be up to the task for his old friend. After thanking the Nikto Jedi for helping as well as a brief catch-up with him, Pietro turned to the matter at hand. "What do you think, Tap?" Pietro asked their AI. "Is it a concussion?" "Minor at best," Tap said. "From what I have picked up, Comrade Rhodey needs a day of recovery." "How's the suit?" Rhodey asked with a grunt, nursing his aching head. "It can be repaired but will take a bit of time," Tap responded. "I have schematics drawn out with materials needed, as well as a means of beginning methods of replenishing ammunition." "That's some good news at least," Pietro murmured, crossing his arms while frowning. "So what now?" Peter asked, sitting himself down feeling slightly exhausted from the other day. That blue man groupie got his hands on that Jedi baby list. Who knows what he's gonna do? Jedi baby list? What the hell did I wake up to? Scott. The trio of returning Avengers cried out with adulation at hearing their fellow hero at long last awakened. Scott Lang winced but gave his friends a shaky smile as he slowly sat up with Pietro and Peter moving over to his side. Hey guys. Scott said tiredly, rubbing the side of his head. How long was I out this time? This time. Peter thought back on Hope speaking on the growth ability of PIM technology. Oh, that's right, you passed for 2 days the first time you tried this. Yeah, so how long was it this time? About 2 weeks. Pietro bluntly replied, making Scott choke on his breath, coughing and hacking while pounding his chest. 2 weeks. Scott yelled out before seizing up and falling back down while clutching his head and writhing in pain. Why did I yell? Yeah. Peter patted the ex-con's chest while the man bemoaned himself. Blearily opening his eyes, Scott saw he was still in the room the Jedi had bestowed to them while noticing a significant number of the team to be missing. There was only Rhodey, Peter and Pietro present. Where the heck is everyone? Scott inquired. Off doing their own missions with the Jedi. Rhodey answered with a grunt, adjusting himself. What happened to you? Scott asked in concern. We had our own little scuffle. Got my head rattled. And we failed on our retrieval mission, basically. Peter admitted, slumping back into a nearby ottoman. What are you guys gonna do now then? We don't know. Pietro stated. This is a Jedi affair but kids are involved. Literal babies. And that prick Cad Bane is the one responsible for it. Wait, what? Scott was bewildered by this piece of information. Douchebag the Smurf is back already. Apparently he was employed by Separatist Skynet to get a list of all kids in the Republic that have the potential to become Jedi in the future. Rhodey stated, taking a drink of something to help relieve his headache. What the hell did I wake up to? Scott asked again, more to himself. A madhouse. Pietro dryly said. So a typical Monday. Or Tuesday. What day is it today? It is Thursday back home, Comrade Pietro. Thanks Tap. But seriously, what are we supposed to do now? Peter asked once more. I don't want some cowboy knockoff who tried to kill me go after some infants. Cowboy knockoff? You're talking about Bane, aren't you? The boys turned to see none other than Black Widow and the Wasp entering the room. Scott. Hope said with joy and relief, immediately rushing over to his side. He could barely get a word in with his girlfriend catching him in a loving kiss, pulling away to check him over. Are you all right? She asked worriedly. Just got a headache. Scott answered tiredly, smiling as he leaned his forehead against hers. Where the hell have you been? Pietro inquired. Helping out Jane Foster's twin sister with a certain matter involving a potential problem in the future. Natasha said cryptically. Nice to hear your spy vibes are as sharp as ever. Rhodey joked. And what have you guys been doing? Hope asked. Your armor looks like it's been through the ringer, Rhodey. It is because comrades Rhodey, Pietro and Peter have fought the enemy known as Dirge. Tap answered for them. His suit has sustained damage and will require repairs. Well, it's a good thing I came back with Scott waking up. Hope said. But what did you guys do that involved Bane? Nat inquired. Douche the Smurf was hired by the Separatists to get something called a holocron from the Jedi Temple. Pietro explained. On that cube is a list of all the kids in the Republic that are Force-sensitive, basically their future Jedi. Nat had her eyes narrow momentarily at the mention of the Jedi and their ways of recruitment but kept her comments to herself. Right now, a more pressing matter was at hand. All right, so what's the game plan then? Nat asked. Good question. Pietro murmured. I think we'll have to wait on the Jedi for an answer. Why can't we do anything? Hope asked. Because this has to do with something the Jedi directly understand. Peter said. I was talking with Ahsoka and Anakin and they told me how the holocrons are meant to only react to them specifically. I mean, guys with the Force and all. So we really can't do anything right now? Nat inquired. Pretty much, Pietro said with a shrug. But, you can tell us what you guys were up to. Something about helping Senator Padme, right? Something like that, Natasha said, taking a seat for herself. It's a bit complicated. And had to deal with smarmy politicians, Hope said, sitting on Scott's bed with her boyfriend holding her hand. Sounds like a pain in the ass, Rhodey stated, knowing all too well on what it's like to deal with politicians. Yeah, it is. Scene cut. Cad Bane sat within one of his hideouts, placing on spare clothing while storing away his newly acquired clone armor. Say what you will about the Republic, but the armor was impressive and he could work with incorporating some of the material into his own clothing. Currently, he leaned back, adjusting his equipment while speaking with one Dark Lord of the Sith. I have delivered what you wanted, Bane stated, adding the finishing touches to his wrist pad. The Jedi were no problem, but the Avengers? That may cost you extra. I will make sure to compensate you for your efforts, Bane. Bane nodded, leaning forward. Since you're the one who contacted me, it seems to me you still require my services. I require test subjects, Sidious stated. I want you to choose 5 children and bring them to Mustafar. I will take care of them. Abducting innocent children, Bane said impassively. I may be a bounty hunter, but even I know that's a bit much. And honestly seems like a small-time crime from someone like you. Among the children of the Jedi, there are no innocents, Sidious firmly stated. Of that, I can assure you. Sure, Bane said dismissively, placing his hat on. As long as I get paid, makes no difference to me. With that being established, the Duros selected several that were within reach of one another in rapid succession until one made Sidious send a message to leave the 5th one to him. He would still be paid in full, but the 5th child would be left untouched. Jedi Temple. All the while, Anakin sat within a meditation room with several other Jedi Council members. Yoda at the head with Mace to his right and Plo Koon to his left. The 4 sat cross-legged upon circular chairs with all their eyes closed in deep meditative trances. All 4 let the Force flow through them freely while reaching out to one another in a kind of link to amplify their own power. Yoda hummed aloud, the first to speak. A jungle world, the aged master said slowly. Dome cities, I see. Rhodia it is. Plo exhaled softly. A house in K-Tap Square. I see it. A mother and her child. There's an ocean planet. Mace spoke up. Home to Nautolans. Glee Anselm, I see not. Anakin then spoke up. I sense a place I've been to before. Waterfalls. Naboo. Jengwe. A village. Southern sector. Yoda added. Sense it strongly I do. The Gungan child was screaming. Anakin said, hearing an echo through the Force. The future, you see, young Skywalker, Yoda stated. To Naboo, you must go. Cad Bane, you will find. With you, take your Padawan. Anakin only nodded with Mace voicing his opinion on his earlier vision. You are certain there is no child on Glee Anselm? Into the shadow of the dark side, taken the child was. Yoda said in grim confirmation of the matter. Shrouded is his fate from us. Great the loss is. But more children in danger, there are. There is something else. Plo Koon spoke up. I am sensing a disturbance coming from Jedha. Jedha. Anakin said in confusion. That name sounded familiar. Old that planet is, to the Jedi. Yoda said cryptically. A temple, Jedha holds. Withdrawal of Jedi we did at the start of the war. We withdrew from a Jedi temple. Anakin asked. Why would we do that? That seems like the least intelligent thing to do. We were thrust into the war suddenly and rapidly. Mace answered. The order was spread thin in its entirety. There are several temples that we have abandoned for the time being. Thankfully, no separatist forces had made moves in occupying them. Guess that changes now. Anakin said. Should we head there now? The Force will guide us. Yoda said. To Jedha, not our first destination is. To Rodaya and Neba we must go. I shall head for Rodaya then. Plo Koon declared, the group dispersing with Anakin and Plo moving to depart. There is still the likelihood of Bane targeting and kidnapping more children. Winda said to Yoda. He still has the holocron and access to all the names listed there. Capture and retrieve the holocron, we must. Yoda said. Move quickly, we can, if we are to stop the dark side's plans. Anakin was running through the corridors when he ran into a room with Ahsoka and surprisingly, Peter and Pietro. Ahsoka. Anakin called her. We need to get going now. What's going on, Master? We've managed to get an idea where Cad Bane is gonna strike, Anakin said. So we need to head for Naboo, now. There's a chance we could intercept him there. So we have a plan then. Anakin nearly jolted out his clothing at the voice behind him, looking back to see Black Widow. Where the heck did you come from? Anakin asked in bewilderment. Just came back from a mission of my own, but it looks like you guys need priority help here and now. Anakin wanted to ask more, but he was on a time crunch, and frankly, having his Padawan along with 3 Avengers feels like a guarantee that should they encounter Bane he will be captured. Right, let's go then. I'll tell you all the details on the way. The Jedi along with the volunteering Avengers had dispersed with one bounty hunter well ahead of them. Cad Bane had arrived on Rodaya well before any Jedi or Republic forces, with him being garbed in a Jedi robe. Sitting in the living room with the mother of the Rodayan baby, Cad Bane observed as the young one had been levitating a ball towards himself. Your son is strong with the Force. Bane stated. He will make a fine Jedi. While the child's mother was proud, she was rather worried. Master Ropal said the day would come for him to go to the temple, but not for some time. The mother said with a concerned tone. Master Ropal was unaware of the danger your son is in. Jedi imposters have been roaming the galaxy, stealing the future younglings. For your son's protection, I'm going to have to take him now. The mother held onto her son close to her chest as the disguised bounty hunter reached out. But he's my only child. Seeing as things were going nowhere, Bane soon pulled out something that would make the mother comply, whether she willingly wanted to or not. A Jedi starfighter piloted by Master Plo Koon dropped out from hyperspace over the planet of Rodaya, with Plo detaching himself from the hyperspace ring and quickly flying down to the surface of the planet. Plo's astromech let out a few whistles of concern. I know D6. Let's hope we are not too late. Plo said grimly. Flying down to the surface, the entryway for the domed city opened with Koon landing. Swiftly jumping out from his ship, Plo sprinted forth, recalling the home of which his vision showed where the Force-sensitive babe would be found. Maneuvering through droids and other Rodayans, Plo Koon arrived at his destination, knocking repeatedly on the door. Hello? Hello? Is anyone there? Plo asked. The door opened to reveal a Rodayan female who glared at Plo. If you're looking for my son, Jedi, he's not here. This worried Plo Koon, causing him to question the mother. What do you mean? Where is he? All he got was the door closing in his face. Please, I'm only trying to help. Your son's in danger. She wasn't responding, causing the Jedi Master to use the Force to open the front door. Upon stepping inside, he was facing the end of a blaster barrel with the mother holding the weapon. You'll never get him. I do not mean you any harm. Plo waved his hand before her, the Force clearing the Rodayan's mind. Tell me, where did the bounty hunter take your son? Be bounty hunter? Questioned the mother. Be, but he was a Jedi. Plo called upon the Force to take the blaster out from her hands, glaring at the weapon. Jedi do not carry blasters. The Rodayan mother could only gasp in disbelief, running a hand down her face in distraught. What have I done? She began to weep, falling to the ground on her knees. It was then did Plo Koon hear the sounds of engines firing right outside of the home. Rushing outside, he saw Cad Bane flying off into the air and heading off to an adjacent building. And it wasn't long before a ship took off and went to parts unknown. Plo could only slam his fist down onto the balcony fence, berating himself for his folly. Don't fail where I have, little Sokka. Plo internally. Scene cut. On the planet of Naboo, one LAAT gunship flew rapidly through the air towards a hangar bay all too familiar to one of the gunship's occupants. Upon landing, the side doors opened to reveal a 5-man squad composed of Anakin Skywalker, Ahsoka Tano, Peter Parker, Natasha Romanoff, and Pietro Maximoff. They were greeted by Lieutenant Typho of the Naboo Guard with a Gungan warrior and Naboo Guard. General Skywalker. Typho greeted. I was informed of you coming. Has the Gungan family been notified? Anakin asked straight away. Yes, Captain Lunker here is in charge of the operation. Typho said, gesturing to the Gungan. He will take you to Janguay City. We better move fast. Nat stated. I worked with Bane for a short time, and if he hasn't beaten us here, then he's gonna know we may have the jump on him. So what should we do? Ahsoka asked. Simple. Nat stated. A guy like Bane needs to be taken down quick and fast, making sure we don't give him time to think or plan. A guy like Bane is always planning several exit strategies. Then let me take the lead on this one, Ms. Romanoff. Ahsoka said firmly. I have a score to settle with Bane. All right, just don't do anything reckless. Anakin said. Like you would do, Master. Ahsoka said cheekily. Hardy har har. Anakin said, nudging her to follow the Gungan captain to Janguay City. You go on ahead. I'll be there shortly. Ahsoka along with the Avengers departed with Captain Lunker, leaving Anakin to briefly converse with Captain Typho. All the while, one Duros bounty hunter arrived on Naboo flying down to the coordinates given to him from the holocron. Having radio jammers and signals on at full blast so that he could fly in undetected, Cad Bane descended down to the planet side where he saw his destination in the center of a lake with a waterfall canyon to its back. He had his ship operating while he managed to infiltrate the city without being seen. Sticking to the shadows and alleyways, Bane made it through the city until arriving at the house containing the next youngling on his list. Cautiously entering via the roof, Bane looked down at a Gungan mother humming softly in what was clearly the baby's room before gently laying a small bundle into a crib. She stayed there for several moments, rocking the bed back and forth until seemingly satisfied with her work and departing from the room. Seeing that she was gone, Bane knew his window was short. But more than enough time for him to get in and snatch the baby out from the crib. Dropping down into the room, Bane carefully crept over to the crib and upon seeing the bundle of blankets inside frowned. Narrowing his eyes, Bane removed the covers to find nothing more than a little stuffed toy inside. Looks like I've been duped. Bane internally thought. The sound of an igniting lightsaber from behind all but confirmed Bane's assessment of the situation. Don't move, Slimo. Ahsoka Tano declared, wielding her emerald blade. You weren't the child I was expecting to find. Bane mocked. Obviously. You're quite clever, Dash. And you're outnumbered. Bane's head turned sharply to the ceiling above where he saw Spider-Man comfortably sitting up there. Somehow, from behind the crib, the familiar face of the impersonator from his Senate job appeared with her guns trailed on his head. And after a gust of air blowing past him from behind, Bane shifted his head to see Quicksilver standing beside Ahsoka with his arms crossed. Bane grit his teeth, slowly raising his arms in surrender when he bent his right hand back. From seemingly nowhere, smoke erupted around him. Quicksilver didn't hesitate, zipping around the room twice to clear out the smoke. Peter, who had remained on the ceiling, saw Bane fly out through the opening in the roof. Spider-Man made chase and fired webbing at Bane's boot thrusters. He began falling to the ground but had already trailed his blaster at Peter, who swiftly dodged all the blaster fire. Getting ready to land, Bane felt the wind get knocked out of him when Anakin had run up atop the roof and tackled him down to the ground below. Groaning, Bane had looked up to see all 5 of his captors staring down at him with Ahsoka holding her lightsaber up to his face. Looks like I win. Ahsoka declared with Bane only glaring in defeat. Bane was quickly cuffed and before he was taken away, Ahsoka made it a point to grab her Padawan braid charm off of his belt. I think this belongs to me, she said pointedly, reattaching it to her head. Bane only huffed with Anakin and Nat shoving him to get moving. Ahsoka looked over to the Gungan mother who held her child in her arms. Peter was next to her, looking at the young baby with open awe. Wow! He muttered quietly, smiling broadly as the Gungan child grasped his hand while cooing at him. She's adorable. The Gungan mother smiled, turning to Ahsoka, who gave them both a reassuring smile of her own. Your daughter is safe now, Ahsoka assured, caressing the baby's side, which made the baby laugh happily. Do you really believe that? Bane yelled out, startling the child. He suddenly found his mouth covered by a rag, blinking as he bit down on fabric that wasn't there before. Bane looked forward to seeing Pietro dust his hands off, giving the Duros a bored look. Are you finished? Pietro asked dryly. Cad Bane only growled while Anakin chortled aloud, sending a look of approval towards the speedster before taking him away. It didn't take long for them to return back to a Republic fleet, Anakin's being the one they used when arriving on Naboo. Cad Bane was seated in the holding cell of the Resolute, hands cuffed to the table. Around him was Plo Koon, Mace Windu, and Natasha Romanoff. He had kept his head down, the single light within the room shining down upon him. As of now, we know you have taken 2 children. Plo Koon said with a calm steel to his tone. Where have you taken them? Beyond your reach. Bane said curtly. Who are you working for? Windu inquired. I work alone. Bane answered. Bane, you and I both know that that is the biggest load of bullshit to fly out of your mouth. Widow said from her corner of the room. I don't know what this hollow thing is entirely, but you stole it from the Jedi Temple. Pretty sure that's one of the last places you'd ever want to steal from. You're the last one to say anything to me, Shaitan. Bane snarled at her. Don't think I've forgotten your little deception on Coruscant. Oh, how my heart aches at the loss of comrades. Nat said sarcastically. You must realize that you are only delaying the inevitable. Plo stated. We will retrieve the holocron you stole. Just tell us where it is. Make it easier on yourself. And what will you do about it, Jedi? Bane taunted. Torture me. They may not. Nat clenched her fists, electricity crackling from her wrists. But I sure can. Bane only glared at her with the Avenger stepping forward. Romanoff. Windu said sharply as silent means of telling her to back down in a manner all too similar to Nick Fury. However, this wasn't Nick Fury. And this sure as hell wasn't S.H.I.E.L.D. Not waiting for another response, she punched the Duros in the side, all while sending a powerful jolt of electricity that caused Bane to yell out in pain. Hey! Windu pulled her away. That is not how the Jedi do things. I'm not a Jedi, remember? Nat shot back challengingly. And aren't you trying to save 2 babies that have been kidnapped by this scumbag? You know you need him to talk. Enough. Plo Koon cut in. Now is not the time for dissension amongst us. We have more pressing matters to attend to right now. Both Avenger and Jedi stared each other down before the latter of the two reined himself in, turning back to Bane, who had crossed his arms with an amused grin on his face. Narrowing his eyes at him, Windu walked around the Duros with measured steps. You are a strong-willed bounty hunter, Bane. Windu said. I shall give you that much. But your thoughts betray you. I believe your fear of who you work for overpowers your fear of us. Bane's grin turned into a frown, with him leaning back into the shadows. This conversation is over. Narrowing his eyes, Windu inclined his head to leave the holding cell, having seen Anakin with his Padawan and the other 2 Avengers that had accompanied them on this mission. We tore the ship apart. Anakin informed the trio that had interrogated Bane. But there were no kids or the holocron. Have you checked the ship's navigation systems? Windu inquired. We did, and it's been wiped clean. Anakin stated bitterly. He must have done it before arriving at Naboo. Ahsoka added. So what do we do now? Peter asked. What does he even want with babies? Well, he's a bounty hunter who is also a gigantic asshole. Pietro said plainly. The clones standing guard barely managed to hold back their chuckles. So wild guess, it's something super sinister and generically evil that needs to be stopped. Pietro declared with finality. Then that begs the question, how do we get him to talk? Plo asked the group. Perhaps the Force could be used to make him talk. Anakin said, glaring at the cell containing the captured bounty hunter. Bane isn't some ordinary bounty hunter. Plo countered. I fear a simple mind trick will not have any effect upon him. Mind trick? Pietro perked up. What's that? Anakin gave a quick explanation. Basically, we could use the Force on those of weak mind or will to influence individuals into doing something they wouldn't usually do. Right, that's totally different from torture. Nat dryly said. Just bypass free will, why don't ya? It is a much more complicated matter than that, Ms. Romanoff. Plo-kun said placatingly. What if we all concentrated on his mind together? Ahsoka suggested. If 3 or 4 of us can use the Force to draw out the answer, could it work? Using the Force to compel a strong mind to cooperate is risky. There is a danger that his mind could be destroyed in the process. Windu added. The alarm on Pietro and Peter's faces were clear. Wait, what? Peter interjected. Destroy his mind. Do we have any other choice? I vote for any other choice. Pietro said before jabbing his thumb to Natasha. I'd go back to whatever interrogation methods she has up her sleeves rather than destroying Bane's mind. Thank you. Nat briefly said. Children's lives are at stake right now, guys. Anakin argued. I know it's not pretty but we have to do this. But destroying a mind. Peter reiterated. I thought you guys were peacekeepers, not lobotomizers. Ahsoka and Kun actually gave the young hero a stare with the former cringing at feeling a bit called out at the moment. Plo-kun sighed wearily, placing a hand upon the New York native's shoulder. If that does happen, then we shall claim responsibility for this matter. Plo said gently. Peter's eyes abruptly steeled up, narrowing at the Jedi. Responsibility, huh? Peter said rhetorically. He wanted to stop this, but right now wasn't his place to do so much as he internally loathed to admit it. Instead, he promptly turned and left with Pietro joining him a moment after. Is there something wrong? Ahsoka inquired. Natasha released a small sigh. There are things that trigger all of us in some shape or form. And despite not knowing Parker that long, responsibility must be a big one. Now that she thought about it, Ahsoka recalled a conversation with Barriss and Peter back at the temple with Peter reacting rather strangely to that word. What did it mean to him? As much as I hate to do this, we need to do this. Anakin said, now feeling a bit guilty considering the reaction he just saw from Peter. Nodding at Skywalker, Windu followed by Anakin and Plo entered the cell once more with Ahsoka and Nat standing behind them. The 3 Jedi stood before Cad Bane with the Duros looking at them in slight confusion. Closing his eyes, Skywalker raised his hand first. Channeling the Force, Anakin spoke. You will take us to the holocron. Bane scoffed. Jedi mind tricks don't work on me. Plo-kun then joined in, repeating the same action Skywalker is doing as they spoke in sync. You will take us to the holocron. This time, the Duros bounty hunter was starting to feel something. He started shaking his head, which throbbed a bit more with each passing second. Forget it. Soon Mace Windu finally joined in as all 3 Elder Jedi focused hard. You will take us to the holocron. Bane was struggling more and more now as he was having a migraine. I won't. And you will take us now. Bane started slipping, heavily breathing at this point. I will take you. He then snapped out of it, realizing he was submitting to them. No. Get out of my head. From her spot, Ahsoka started to look on in worry. She saw the bounty hunter having his veins pulse upon his head as he fought against the mind trick. Soon enough the male Jedi released their hold on Bane, causing him to collapse onto the interrogation table. He panted heavily with his veins slowly receding back. Seeing they had no luck, Anakin voiced an idea. Perhaps we should try, again. Ahsoka was about to voice her concern when the bounty hunter seemingly gave in. I've had enough of that. He breathed out. I'll take you to the holocron. Looking up, Ahsoka could possibly see he was glaring at the Elder Jedi. You'll get your children back. Soon enough, Bane was being escorted by a clone squad led by Commander Wulfa and Pons with the Jedi and Widow being joined by Pietro and Peter. The assembled group of Jedi and Avengers stood in the hangar bay of the Resolute, thinking on Cad Bane's words. He's taking us to the holocron. Winda said. But he spoke of unfinished business on Jedha. What does that mean? Ahsoka asked. Something much more dangerous than we had anticipated. Plo Koon said grimly. Something we have foolishly not considered. Which is? Pietro inquired. He had access to the holocron. Plo stated. Information that he could have easily documented and sent out to whomever it was that employed him. A stark realization began settling upon the assembled group. Which means he could have others going after the other kids. Anakin said aloud in frustration. More specifically, Jedha. Winda said ominously. We were foolish not to consider this. And it's been bothering me since Coruscant. What? The dark side. Mace said in a foreboding manner. It may have claimed 2 children on the list, but it has yet to claim another. But it is moving. And whoever is pursuing this one, they are not alone. Then what do we do? Peter asked calmly, having been a bit guarded after leaving the holding cells. We're going to have to split up. Anakin stated. One team goes to Jedha to secure the child located there. One goes to retrieve the holocron while another tries to find where the kidnapped children are at. Bane would be foolish in having the holocron and the children in the same place. Plo stated. He will have undoubtedly kept them separate. But he deleted all his navigations. Ahsoka countered. How can we find them? There's bound to be clues on his ship. Natasha stated. No matter how well he scrubbed his systems, there's some things that could be overlooked. Then what's the plan? Pietro asked. Plo and I will go with Bane to retrieve the holocron. Mace stepped forward. Anakin, the kids will have to be found by you since you know ship navigations better than most. That leaves Jedha. Nat said. So who's going there? Jedha. Plo Koon hummed to himself. If I recall correctly, Jedi Knight Aayla Secura is only a system away from that planet. Ahsoka, contact Aayla and inform her of the situation. Anakin instructed his Padawan. You won't be alone in getting to that kid and keeping it out of the hands of whoever is going Jedha. Are you sure, Master? Ahsoka asked nervously. I'll go too. Peter stepped forward with a determined expression. And me 3. Natasha added, leaning her elbow on the webhead's shoulder. You guys need at least one adult. Then I'll stick with you for now, Anakin. Pietro said. We'll need help getting those kids out quickly when the time comes, right? If you say so. Though he still gave the speedster an appreciative nod. Then let's get moving. Mace said, turning to enter the ship that was prepared for them. Masters. Anakin halted them momentarily. The 2 of you could be walking into a trap. Of course it's a trap. Winda said expectantly. And we're gonna spring it. You sure you guys don't need more help? Peter asked. Despite the earlier interactions between them all in regards to the whole Force mind manipulations, he wasn't so petty as to be unconcerned with their own mission. We shall be fine, Mr. Parker. Plo assured. For now, we can only do what we must and be prepared for whatever comes our way. Plo turned to enter the shuttle Commander Wolfa had prepared with Cad Bane being shoved inside. Knowing that time was short, the group began dispersing amongst themselves with Ahsoka's team going to the bridge of the Resolute to make contact with Aayla while Pietro and Anakin remained behind going over to Bane's acquired ship to find a means of tracking down the kidnapped children. Scene cut. In the hangar, Skywalker was in Bane's cockpit as he went through the systems for the umpteenth time. Maximoff, however, had to slow things down considerably when inspecting the ship's exterior. What are you doing? Pietro inquired, looking at the map that Anakin brought up when scanning Bane's ship. Trying to figure out another way of tracking Bane's ship routes. Anakin said, inputting several commands as it highlighted multiple planets that Bane had been to. R2, can you keep adjusting the lines? So, there's got to be another way to track him, right? 'Cause it sure seems like it. Pietro said, leaning on the ship before getting off it a moment later. His entire sleeve was covered in black dust. What the hell is this guy's deal? Pietro remarked, patting the dust off his arm. Don't know if the guy bothers cleaning his ship or not, but damn, there's quite a lot of soot caked here. Hearing this detail gave Anakin an idea. R2. The astromech droid beeped in confirmation, sharing the idea with his friend. What you got? For one, putting down the locations on where Bane took the kids. Need to see the intersecting distances between them. Something us Jedi use when tracking down smugglers, only once getting all the information. And nothing seemed to jump out until you pointed out the soot. What does that mean? Bane may have erased all his navigation routes, but his fuel routes on the other hand - a new planet had appeared in between Rodiah and Naboo. What's that one? Mustafar. Mufasa. Mustafar. Anakin corrected. It's a planet way off the Midrim. It's a mining world, very remote. Often used as a fueling world. What's it like? Lot of molten ash, lava, and volcanoes to say the least. And with the soot, it's the only place that comes to mind as to where the kids might be located. Sounds like fun. Pietro sarcastically said. Hell, sounds like a generic evil bad guy fortress he'd use from those old movies on Earth. Still would like to see those to see if you guys are right on certain elements. Shaking his head, Anakin jumped out of the cockpit and headed towards the twilight. For now, Mustafar is the best lead we got. Think we'll find anything there? Or anyone? Pietro inquired. Depends if we get there soon enough. Scene cut. Plo Koon and Mace Windu, accompanied by Commanders Pons and Wulfa, were seated around the captured bounty hunter, making sure he wouldn't try anything to escape. The coordinates given to them by the Duros bounty hunter had led them to a secluded asteroid belt where they eventually found a safe house station hiding in plain sight. It could not be accessed through larger ships, thus Plo Koon and Windu had to take a small transport in order to get inside. This is rather far into the outer rim, Bane. Plo said calmly, connecting their transport to the station's hull. We are in neutral space if memory serves me correctly. In case this part of your memory fails you, have you forgotten about the war going on across the galaxy? Bane countered rhetorically. Business is booming for bounty hunters, but there's still a matter of keeping oneself alive in all this madness. Now, do you want your holocron back or not? Mace and Plo shared a look, turning back to their clone commanders with nods to keep the ship running just in case of anything. With the connection properly secured, the doors opened up. Bane was forced to go on ahead of the two Jedi Masters in case if the bounty hunter was going to lead them astray. Coming across an elevator, the three stepped on board the platform as they were all raised an unspecified number of levels. I do not sense any children nearby. Plo noted. Neither do I. Mace said in grim agreement. Why would I leave them here? Bane asked in a deadpan. Does this place look like your typical daycare? Mace only gave the Duros a stern glare, unaffecting Bane. Regardless. Bane nodded his head over, prompting the two Jedi to look over. There is your precious holocron. In the darkness, the two Jedi Masters saw a recognizable blue light at the far corner of the room. Let me get it for you. Unnecessary. Plo held him by the shoulder and extended his other hand. The holocron jolted slightly before sailing into the Keldor's awaiting hand. Suddenly an alarm went off in the room, blaring sounds going alongside flashing lights. What the dash? What did you do? Touch sensors, Jedi. Bane stated, eyeing several compartments opening up. Keyed to my signature, which only I can safely remove. Wasn't long before a number of turrets came out and aimed directly towards the Jedi. And only I can be safe from my defensive measures. Both ignited their lightsabers as security beams surrounded and directed their lasers at them. Rushing away from them, Bane went to a section of a nearby wall and pressed a series of keys. With the sequence made, a door opened up for him to enter. So long, Jedi. Bane taunted before closing the entryway. No you don't, bounty hunter. Said the Keldorian Jedi, rushing forward. While Mace had taken out several of the security beams, Plo moved to pursue, halting when someone was waiting for Bane on the other side of the door. It was another bounty hunter that fired several bolts at the Jedi, who swiftly deflected them when he felt himself abruptly get pushed back. Took you long enough. Please, you didn't wait that long for me, Aura. Bane drawled out. Whatever. Aura shook her head, seating herself as the two prepared to make their escape. Anyakuro would be sorely disappointed in you, Aura. PLO called out to her, making the former Jedi seize up and hiss in anger. Don't you dare speak her name in front of me. Firing off several rounds, Aura growled with utmost hate. She left me to rot, in case you council members forgot. We don't have time for this. Bane promptly closed the door and slammed an emergency button which closed the door and launched the escape pod they resided in away from the ship. Taking out the remainder of the security beams, both Jedi stared at the door where Bane had escaped to. We have gotten the holocron. PLO held up the cube. But, it still feels like we failed. I fear in this war, that will be a common occurrence. Mace stated with grim countenance. With their mission well and complete, the two Jedi Council members departed from the ship safe house. Scene cut. Inside of a certain station on Mustafar, 3 infants were crying as several droids were scanning them and running tests. One astromech in particular was projecting a holocommunication of a particular Lord of the Sith. There. Darth Sidious said softly to the Rodian boy. Soon you will cry no more. A droid rolled up to the holo projection and gave off a report. Master, subjects of this age rarely survive the slave conditioning procedure. If we were to do this when they are older I'm afraid the risk is necessary. Sidious interrupted as he eyed the Nautolan boy, the Rodian boy and lastly a human girl in their cage-like cribs. The natural talent these children possess is too great to be wasted by the Jedi. I foresee an army of Force-talented spies in my service, trained in the dark side to peer into every corner of the galaxy from afar. Coming close to the human female infant, he released a chuckle. And my enemies would be helpless against such vision. Turning back to the droid, he gave an off-caring wave. But if the surgery fails, I will have lost nothing. As the Dark Lord continued his inspections of the children, the door to the room opened with a grown man walking in. My lord. Ah, Tolsker. Darth Sidious greeted the newcomer, his astromech droid coming over with Sker going down to one knee. I am most pleased with Dooku being able to send you on such short notice. What is thy bidding, Lord Sidious? The fallen Jedi Knight inquired. There is a great deal that must be done, Acolyte. Sidious stated. These younglings shall be the future of the Sith Order and must be watched over while the droids conduct their surgeries. Mustafar may be remote, but the Jedi can be cunning and find other methods of tracking them down. Thy will shall be done, Master. Sker promised, getting a satisfied nod from the Dark Lord, who then turned back to the droids. Start making preparations. All the while, Anakin and Pietro were making their way through hyperspace before at long last arriving at their destination. So this is Mustafar? Sure looks cheerful. Yeah, great beachside. Anakin remarked. R2 prepared the landing cycles. Everything was ready for the operation to finally commence. Yet before the devices could be placed onto the infants, a droid came up to the fallen Jedi and his Sith master. A starship is approaching and it's not the bounty hunter. Could it be the Jedi? Sker inquired. Must be. Sidious turned his attention towards the acolyte. Secure the children and transport them to the secondary facility before resuming the procedure there. I'm afraid this installation is lost. And all evidence must not fall onto the Jedi's hands. Of course, my master. Turn off the gravity supports and let the building sink into the lava. With the holo projection ending, Sker went on to his task in getting the orders met. The Twilight landed on empty pad, with Pietro, Anakin and R2 walking out. Pietro could barely restrain himself. Jesus fuck, it's like we stepped into hell itself. Anakin shrugged his shoulders. An apt description. Sure hope this is the right place. Pietro said, glaring at the facility before them. We're about to find out. R2 went ahead of them both, accessing the control panel to open the door for them. Walking inside, Pietro grimaced at the dimly lit hallway. Yeah, this isn't creepy or ominous at all. Pietro stated. My gut is telling me there's some nasty stuff in here. The Force. Anakin said slowly. The dark side is strong here. Meaning. This is the place. Traversing through the corridor, Pietro soon heard a faint cry of a baby. Did you hear that?
I did, Pietro.
Anakin closed his eyes and focused on the sound. After several moments, he located where it originated. Down this way. Pietro sped on ahead with Anakin using the Force to help him try to catch up to the Avenger. The sounds were becoming a bit more noticeable now as both men drew near. Coming to a closed-off room, Anakin ignited his lightsaber and used it to cut open a hole. From behind, Pietro was stepping in place as he was ready to rush in there and take back the stolen kids at a moment's notice. The moment the large slab of metal fell onto the ground, Pietro ran inside with Anakin jumping in with his weapon still ignited to help light up part of the chamber. Entering the room, both were tense as it was dark, making it very hard to see. The Sokovian saw the cribs were empty and snarled slightly. Damn it! Pietro stomped his foot. We're too late. I don't think dash. The sound of a baby crying out in the room caused both men to whirl around at a Nautolan baby being held by a nurse droid that charged straight at Anakin. To Pietro, the droid was moving in slow motion with him already zipping right at the droid. With a high-speed elbow to the head, the droid shattered and the child was held securely in his hands. Be careful of the younglings. Anakin said, blinking at the rather sudden set of movements. You think I'd hurt a baby? Are you daft? I know, but come on, we're in a tight space. Anakin Skywalker. Anakin aimed his lightsaber at the sudden noise while Pietro held the Nautolan in one arm. Before the two stood an individual garbed in a set of armor and robes while wielding a crimson-red lightsaber. Behind him stood another droid, carrying the Rodian baby. And in the grasp of this man was the last youngling. Well, this is just great. Pietro muttered out. And who the hell are you supposed to be? Anakin's eyes squinted at the man. That hair, the scar on his right eye. I know you. You're Tolsker. Weren't you supposed to have died on Korriban? Pietro was rather confused at this point. Say what now? Pleased to know that someone with a growing prestige like yourself would recognize one of his brothers. Brother? Pietro said in bewilderment. This guy is your brother. Not like that. Anakin said in a steady tone before addressing the former Jedi general. How did you survive? Why, Count Dooku, of course. Dooku. Anakin's eyes narrowed. You've fallen to the dark side. Not fallen. Sker said calmly. Saved. Enlightened. Awakened to the true potential and face of the Force. Not like the dogmatic and stagnant dictatorship of the Jedi. You would turn on those that helped you become who you are. Anakin growled. Have I? It is Count Dooku who helped me in my greatest time of need. Tol said firmly. It was Count Dooku that showed me my true path through the Force, not the Jedi. Sker held up his crimson blade. And it is with Dooku's power and training, that I shall defeat you, Skywalker. Wow, that wasn't generic at all. Pietro taunted. Did you practice in front of the mirror to get that just right, or was it all natural? Sker regarded the Avenger. And who are you supposed to be? Sker inquired with an uninterested tone. He had seen the man move at extraordinary speeds, but he didn't look like much. Someone who's about to get the kids back and kick your ass. Pietro stated determinedly. Isn't it usually one requesting the return of a child before threatening violence? No, I'm still gonna kick the shit out of you. Pietro said plainly. You're holding a baby hostage. As an Avenger, not gonna lie, we don't take too kindly to those types of actions. At the mention of the word Avenger, Tol's demeanor changed, making him vastly more guarded. Stretching his connection out with the Force, Sker's nostrils flared as he felt the familiar sensation he had that every Force-sensitive experienced those few weeks ago. His master had informed him of these Avengers being the source of and for one to stand before him right now. He was not going to take this lightly. Wait, why am I even standing here? In an instant, had it not been for Sker's last-second reflexes, the other droid was promptly destroyed with the Rodian baby firmly held in Pietro's other arm. Quicksilver grinned smugly at the fallen Jedi when the entire facility jolted abruptly. Warnings blared at the nearby screens with the gravity systems were failing. The floors creaked with the heat starting to affect the installation. and in a quick turn of events, the floor started to collapse. "Oh crap!" Pietro said, stumbling slightly. Seeing this, Sker leapt forward at the speedster with his lightsaber swinging downward only for him to be intercepted by Anakin. Anakin shoved the blade back and moved to swing when Sker brazenly held the baby before him with the baby crying. Hesitating, Sker used the moment to force push Anakin into Pietro, who barely managed to keep himself standing and the kids from getting hurt. Suddenly, the floor beneath Sker collapsed with the acolyte deactivating his lightsaber and quickly grabbing onto a wire that had luckily been hanging from the ceiling. Seeing his opportunity, Anakin used the Force to pull the baby out from Sker's hand and safely tossed the other children into the Avengers' reach. The Sokovian quickly grasped the final child and tried to calm it down. "Pietro, get the kids out of here. What about you? I'll hold off Toll while you get back to the Twilight." "But Dash. Just go," Anakin yelled, blocking another strike from the fallen Jedi. As much as he wanted to help beat the Jedi traitor to a bloody pulp, Pietro had to get the recovered kids to safety. "You just come back in one piece, all right?" Without waiting any further, the Sokovian ran through the hole and through the corridors. Toll in the meantime had swung back from the cable he had held onto back to more stable footing and reignited his lightsaber. Sker tried to go after the Avenger, but Skywalker was blocking his way in getting back his master's test subjects. "Get out of my way, Skywalker. Over my dead body." "That can be arranged." Sker dived forward, his crimson blade clashing with Skywalker's azure one. The Jedi shoved back and swung horizontally with Toll parrying the swing. An overhead strike was deflected by Anakin with Sker then smacking away a spinning swing before the two were locked into a momentary stalemate. "You're strong, Skywalker, but oh, you should feel the dark side," Sker goaded. "Its power is limitless just as much as its possibilities. Think about it. How restrictive and antiquated the Jedi have become. Easy talk from a willing fool who follows a Sith Lord bent on power." Skywalker shot back. "Master Dooku seeks only truth." Toll snarled out, his loyalty for the former Jedi Master coming out. "I owe him my life, my existence, my ga." In the midst of the acolyte ranting, Anakin had head-butted him in the face and would have gotten in a good swipe had it not been for the collapsing floor. Making it to the Twilight, Pietro saw R2 give off a series of sounds which gave off a worried tone. Pietro figured the astromech was wondering where his Jedi companion was at. "Anakin told me to get over here with the kids," said the Avenger. Speeding throughout the Twilight, he quickly made makeshift cribs to properly hold the infants before settling them in. "Right now, we need to get this ship ready to head out for his return." Anakin had jumped back to the corridor with Sker swiftly following after him, and the two engaged in a heated clash of lightsabers with Anakin primarily on the defensive. Sker's attacks were wild but not uncoordinated as he had to move within the confines of the hallway. All around them, the facility was falling apart with wires and debris beginning to litter the area. Back on the Twilight, the ship was all set and ready for liftoff with a very impatient Pietro and a trio of crying children. "God damn it, Anakin, what is taking you?" Pietro said frustratedly. R2 let out a series of whistles and beeps. "Yeah, like I can understand anything you just said." The astromech droid only responded with an affronted chirp. "Ah, forget this waiting." Quicksilver had dashed out of the Twilight back to the facility. Anakin and Sker were grinding their lightsabers against each other, trying to get the upper hand but to no avail. That was until Sker found himself struck back violently by a fast-traveling blur that now had his arm on Anakin's back and head. "We really don't have time for this, Anakin," said an exasperated voice. "Pietro." Anakin was whisked away, leaving a befuddled and now endangered Toll Sker, who realized he was now alone and had to move fast if he were to survive the collapsing installation. Anakin found himself in the Twilight, slightly dazed. "Anakin." Pietro was by his side. "Come on, let's go." Oh, right. The Twilight lifted off in time just as the landing pad beneath it fell apart with the rest of the facility following suit. Off upon the craggy rocks that littered around the collapsing station, Toll Sker stood looking upon the ship that ascended up and out from the planet's atmosphere. Grimacing, the Dark Acolyte knew that neither Dooku nor Sidious will take kindly to this failure. Scene cut. Ahsoka stood within an LAAT gunship that was a part of a small contingent of other gunships having been accompanied by the Torrent Squadron of the 501st as well as Blitz Squadron of Ayla's 327th Star Corps. With her was Spider-Man, Black Widow, Ayla, Rex, Commander Bly and Domino Squad. After hearing of pursuers going after Force-sensitive children, Ayla would rather not take any chances. A sentiment shared with Ahsoka and the Avengers. The city where they were going to was a particularly large one, and even with the Force it may prove to be difficult in tracking down this youngling. The Force had told them that the child was still here on the planet, but the unending nervousness was something Ayla pinned on the dark side. Whomever it was that was sent to take this particular child were either on their way to Jedha or were already there. The gunships began touching down upon the city of Ni Jedha with the occupants quickly exiting. "Remember, our objective is to find and secure the child," Ayla ordered, being the senior Jedi Knight. "We must be wary of the other forces sent here in acquiring the youngling. Bly, take Cameron, Flash and Lucky and have Widow accompany you. Inspect the southern section of the city." "Yes, General." Bly complied. "Try to keep up, boys," Nat teased, already running off with the clones following after her. "Captain Rex, have your men divided up into 2 groups and search throughout the northern parts of the city," Ayla ordered, with Rex nodding. "Jesse, Echo, hard case, you're with me," Rex instructed. "Fives, cut up, heavy, kicks, take the eastern portion. Everyone stay in touch," Ayla told the entire group, speaking to Ahsoka and Peter directly and on comms to the others. "If anything seems out of the ordinary, report immediately. I'll be RI in the sky," Peter said, leaping up into the air and swinging away to the west. "That leaves the 2 of us for the east," Ayla said to Ahsoka, with the 2 breaking off into a run towards their destination. Traversing through the city was a little difficult. It was really packed, mostly due to the time of day and there not being any major cities on the planet. "Almost reminds me of New York," Peter noted, swinging through the many buildings the city held. Well, if New York had a baby with the wilderness of the Midwest back on Earth. He had jumped from rooftop to rooftop, swinging in between buildings, startling many who had caught sight of the webhead. Widow in the meantime had been more discreet, informing Bly she'll stick to the crowds and shadows to be their watchful eye since their armor sticks out so much. Rex and his group had already reported finding nothing other than a few monks telling them that the area had been relatively quiet. Ahsoka and Ayla were walking side by side within the crowded streets of Jedha. "So what's so special about the temple stationed here?" Ahsoka asked. "Been meaning to ask. This was a sacred place for the Jedi and still is," Ayla answered. "Many Jedi have come before when seeking out spiritual guidance, Jedha being one of the main planets for such a task. The inhabitants who live here have long been under the protection of the Jedi and those who follow the ways of our order and the Force." "Whoa," Ahsoka murmured in awe. "I had no idea this place held such significance. It's not just that, but the Jedha Temple was also called the Temple of the Kyber or the Kyber Temple. Like the Kyber crystals." "Yes. And why call it that?" "Because it's a location where one can acquire Kyber crystals, of course." "But I thought only Ilum had Kyber crystals," Ahsoka said in confusion. "And who said they are only found there?" "No one. There are other places in the galaxy one can acquire them," Ayla informed the young Padawan. "Ilum is just more notable as the most common place in acquiring a Kyber crystal, Ahsoka." Ahsoka nodded as the Twi'lek Jedi continued her educational lecture. "Jedha has long been a part of the Order, with many believing this is one of the first worlds where the Force was studied more extensively than most," Ayla said. "I have actually been here my OOP. My apologies." "No, the fault is my own," Ayla said to the individual she had bumped into. He was a middle-aged man, possibly late 20s or early 30s, wearing shades upon his head and grasping a walking stick. It was easy for the Twi'lek Knight to discern that he was blind. "I am sorry for not paying attention," Ayla said apologetically. "It's quite all right, ma'am," spoke the blind man. "It's just rather crowded today. Would you like some assistance, sir?" Ahsoka offered. "No, I believe I would be all right. Just got turned around, that's all." But thanks for asking, though. The man then walked off, leaving the two. We found something. Widow's voice chimed in through the comms. Got a shifty group of pirates and they are armed to the teeth here. Are you certain? Ayla asked. We are, General. Bly responded this time. They aren't exactly being discreet about whatever it is they are doing. What do you all think? Ayla asked the entire group. We're here to make sure that a baby that's strong with the Force is safe and there's a big group of pirates who look like they're ready for a fight. Cameron of the Blitz squad chimed in. I'd bet our money on this here for the time being. The rest of the clones and Spider-Man had all voiced their agreements with Ayla nodding. She and Ahsoka then turned and began sprinting with Bly sending out their location. Then hold your positions, Bly. Ayla said. They're moving. Bly spoke up. What now? Ahsoka asked. From their end, Bly, Flash, Cameron, Lucky and Nat all watched as the pirates composed of Nyctos, humans, Twi'leks and several other species were all moving about, performing the same action around a bunker area. They're packing up and... I don't know, I don't see Dash. Who's that? Widow inquired, gesturing her head in the direction of two individuals in black robes. They sure look mighty suspicious. Let's see what they're on about. Bly said, having his hand hovering over his pistols. Still any sign of where the child is? Ayla asked from her end as she and Ahsoka kept running. Should I check? Spider-Man inquired, landing on an antenna from a blind spot where the pirates and two new arrivals were unable to see. I could come in from above. Or sneak in through the roof. That does sound like a good plan. Ahsoka remarked. I wouldn't just yet. Rex chimed in. Kid, down here. Spider glanced down and saw Rex with his group of clones all sticking to the alleyways. If you go in from above, there's still a chance of you getting spotted from inside. That suit isn't exactly stealthy. Rex stated. What? This suit is totally stealthy. Yeah, if they're as blind as a Minoc. Spidey sniffled a little. Hurtful. Just hurtful. Then again, what's a Minoc? I'm seeing something. The clone trooper Lucky spoke up. Behind him with his blaster resting on his shoulder was Cameron. And... Don't know what's being said between the two groups. Stated the clone. And now the pirates are aiming their blasters at them and about to open fire. We made a deal with your Lord Dooku. One of the pirates barked aloud in a sneer. Now either you pay in full here and now or you are not getting the kid. Okay no, we can hear them. What's up with all the mumbles? Don't ask. Will you shut it? Sorry. The two robed figures shared a look, with one of them removing their hoods to reveal a feminine face with spiked horns. My master Dooku will not tolerate such treachery. The Zabrak female stated with a fiery tone. I would figure that pirates as your reputation would at least attempt to hold up some form of honor upon agreements. Then you're looking for Hondo's stupid crew. One of the Twi'leks barked out. But he ain't here and we got the little brat first. Careful how you speak to us. The other hooded figure said, voice deep and scratchy. Or what ulurk? Suddenly, the pirate that was sneering at them seized up reaching for his throat. Not liking where this was going, one of the pirates ran up and pulled off a tarp to reveal a blaster turret. Hopping on, he quickly turned on the weapon before he started firing upon the two arrivals. Said arrivals ran out of the way, avoiding the incoming volley of blaster fire. The Republic forces wondered what will become of them. That was until one of them ignited a green lightsaber, reflected and parried the incoming fire and used the Force to swerve the pirates aiming to attack his fellow crew members. Okay, so the bunker is closing up. Echo said, informing the others. Won't be able to get inside until later. The clones were about to jump in and stop what was happening when the sounds of boots stomping came near. Looking around, they all saw they were surrounded by more pirates. Hold it, you nerf herders. Spoke a human pirate. We got ya surrounded. Spoke a Twi'lek one. Easy. Cameron calmly said. We are not here for any trouble. We are just here for the kid you got. No need to shoot each other out. Like we're parting ways with such a good meal ticket. Bet they are with those robbed freaks down there, said the wiki pirate. Gonna kill us when we least expect them. The fellow crew members nodded at the assumption and were about to open fire, until let them pass in peace. The pirates that had surrounded the clones turned to a man walking towards them with a walking stick. The hell is this guy's deal? Muttered Flash. Stop right there, one of the pirates stated, holding up his blaster, which was ignored by the man. The Force is with me. And I am with the Force, for I fear nothing, the man declared. For all is, as the Force wills it. Let the men pass in peace. Their goal is one of righteous cause for which you impede. What is he, deaf? A wiki pirate grunted. He's definitely blind, a human pirate added. The man kept walking towards them, undeterred by the sound of blasters now being raised in his directions, powering up to fire at him. Stop right ga. From seemingly nowhere, a baton flew down and struck the pirate dead in his forehead, making him fall back to the ground flat on his back. This was all the blind man needed as he burst forward, swinging his walking stick at the nearest pirates, whacking aside one in the face then jabbing another in the stomach. The rest of the clones took the initiative in firing at the pirates that surrounded, and soon enough the entire area broke down into a battlefield. Get to cover, Bly ordered his men. Come on, grunts, move it, Rex said on his end, the clones of the 501st rushing in to help their brothers. While the clones went for cover, the blind man tilted his head to the side, dodging the bolt sent at him, which struck a pirate he was fighting. Kicking up dirt on the ground to the pirate from behind, he rushed over to him and gave out a series of strikes to the head, neck, chest, and hip. With a finishing strike to the chin, he turned to face a half-dozen more pirates that were now rushing at him. And from the distance, blaster fire impacted the new set of pirates. The clones looked towards the source and saw a bearded man in unique-looking armor holding a sniper rifle. You almost shot me? You're welcome, called out the sniper marksman. Boys, not now, said a voice from above. The clones looked up in time to see what they thought was Spider-Man swinging down to them, yet it turned out to be someone else entirely. At first, the clones thought they were dealing with a Devarani, and yet this proved to be false as they realized that it was actually a human wearing a helmet that had horns on it. He was garbed in primarily black and red armor/clothing, though it looked like an unusual mixture of both. You folks all right? Asked the newest arrival. Sure. And you are? Bly said cautiously. These three helped them in this situation, but they had no idea about their true intentions. They literally came out of nowhere. Well, myself really and Baze here are the guardians of the wills, the blind man with the staff said. This here is a recent friend of ours with a flair for the dramatic. Chirrut, you are the last person to tell me that after what you just pulled in helping these men. It was by this point that the Avengers and Ahsoka arrived onto the scene. Each of them looked at the various dead or unconscious pirates sprawled about. Before anything else could be said or done, Spider-Man came swinging in and landed nearby. Whoa, what happened here? The usual, Peter, the horned-helmed man said calmly. You know how it is. The wall crawler directed his attention elsewhere and was about to speak when he saw an all too familiar visage. Matt. The man turned to have his helmet retract, revealing a familiar face to the New York native. Hey Peter, Murdoch said with a wry grin. Wait, Ahsoka asked. You know him, Peter? Peter had already gone over to the fellow superhero, hugging him immediately. Aw man, it's good to see you're okay, Matt, Peter said in a relieved tone. Matt only had his lip twitch upwards, patting the Queen's teen on the back. Glad to know you're alright as well, Matt said, sharing in Peter's sentiment. Peter then turned back to Ahsoka. Yeah, this is Matt Murdock, Daredevil and my Avengers recruit buddy. Well, at least we didn't have to wait that long in finding another wayward Avenger, Black Widow said, walking up to the assembled group. Ah, the illustrious Natasha Romanoff, said the Devil to the Widow. Matt, it's been a few years, hasn't it? Wait, you two know each other? Parker asked in bewilderment. How? We need to get down there, spoke one of the clone troopers. All the pirates are dead down there. All the ones that we saw on the outside. Echo stated. And the general just arrived. Story for another time then. Natasha said, running on ahead. We'll hold you to that. Peter said. The group ran back to the pirates' base, arriving in time to see Ayla defeating one of the pirates while the other two robed individuals fought off several others. Bly, Rex, take your men and secure the area. Ayla called out to them. Yes, sir. The clones quickly dispersed, leaving them with the two clearly hostile duo. Stay back, everyone. Ayla said, eyeing the two who were now walking up to them. This is our fight. That sounds dumb. Nat voiced her opinion. For now, allow the Jedi to go about their duty. The blind monk Chirrut said. That sounds like an excuse. Peter said. There's movement. Daredevil spoke up, looking towards one of the directions. Mechanical. Droids with tactics. Well, that's convenient. Spider-Man quipped just as blaster fire erupted nearby with clones shouting for cover. We'll take care of the droids. Natasha spoke to the Jedi. You two take care of them. With the clones and Avengers taking care of the incoming threat, the two Jedi were now all alone with the only other people presently alive. Ahsoka and Ayla stood together facing the female Zabrak and strange humanoid male beside her. Said man was covered almost from head to toe in dark armor with only the lower half of his face uncovered. The Zabrak held a green lightsaber while the armored male bore a red lightsaber. It didn't take long to realize who these aligned themselves with. Cadrian. Ayla said softly, recognizing the Zabrak before her. To think you have fallen to the dark side. Do you truly believe in such a man like Dooku? Dooku holds greater wisdom and knowledge than any of those aged prunes that run the council. Cadrian sneered. Wait, she was a Jedi. Ahsoka asked in disbelief. Ah, a poor young Padawan. The armored one taunted. Brainwashed into servitude to a dying order. You. Ayla regarded the humanoid. You're not a Jedi. Never was. The armored man said, holding his blade up to her. But, I am a man of principle. Bil Valen is my name. Remember it as it shall be the name of the one who killed you both. Wow, that wasn't generic at all. Ahsoka remarked, igniting her own emerald blade with Ayla lighting up azure lightsabers. The four stood in tense silence, the sound of blaster fire happening all around them when Valen moved first. In a burst of speed, he went for Ahsoka with Ayla blocking the blade. Ahsoka quickly returned the favor, holding back Cadrian's own saber that was aimed at Ayla. The four all pushed back against one another before Valen clashed with Ahsoka and Ayla with Cadrian. Ayla altered her stance into the basic Gem-So stance, parrying several swings before elbowing Cadrian in the face. She attempted to cut through her but Cadrian was still aware, spinning her lightsaber to a backhand grip to block the blue blade. Pushing her off, Cadrian spun her blade in rapid succession from side to side with Ayla dodging and blocking with the best of her ability. Noticing a small gap in between the transition from left to right, Ayla blocked one of the swings and force pushed Cadrian back. Cadrian landed on the ground, though kicked up to her feet with a glare being leveled at Ayla who stood calmly. She held up her lightsaber over her head before slowly lowering it to abdomen level. Don't do this, Cadrian. Ayla said softly. It's not too late. Come back to the temple. And rejoin the Order of Enslaved Fools. Cadrian hissed. Don't even try. Cadrian lunged into a corkscrew, Ayla deflecting several of the strikes. Ahsoka was about to assist her friend when Bil came charging in. The Padawan was forced to abandon helping the master and focused much of her attention on the male acolyte. She ducked and leaned away from several swings, even blocking and parrying them, but it was proving difficult with how strong and fast the man was. Still just a Padawan. Valen hissed with glee, constantly landing powerful blows that made her stagger back. You can join us and I'll spare your life. Shut up, you Slimo. Ahsoka barked, grasping her lightsaber tightly as she held back Valen's crimson blade. So much anger and feistiness for one so young. Valen taunted. Ahsoka grit her teeth, pushing Valen back, but that was her undoing as she narrowly avoided his lightsaber from cleaving her head off before feeling the wind get knocked out of her. Getting kicked in the gut, she fell to the ground clutching her stomach. Valen was ready to strike her down, yet hearing Kadrian yell out frustratedly. He saw her having difficulty going up against the Twi'lek Jedi, showing they were on an even level of skill against one another. Bil was about to rejoin his fellow acolyte when a man rolled into the area avoiding an explosion. The new arrival stood when he paused and turned towards Valen, revealing his glassy eyes towards the dark side user. "Move along, blind man," said the armored Sith acolyte. "Or else I'll be forced to kill you. You say that I am blind, yet it is you who are blind to the Force." Chirrut calmly retorted. "Is that supposed to annoy me? It is supposed to show you the error of your ways. But I would have a better chance at speaking to a child. Seems I'll be forced to kill you then." Bil Valen came charging in at the blind man and was about to strike him down. Chirrut effortlessly moved to the side, avoiding the lightsaber swings left and right, even ducking and jumping away from the incoming strikes. "Hold still, damn you! I am one with the Force, and the Force is with me." Chirrut swung his staff at the Sith acolyte, causing the dark side user to avoid the hits. Not wanting to toy around with the blind man anymore, Bil aimed his lightsaber on the wooden parts of the man's walking stick to no longer be used properly. With the staff lying on the ground, Chirrut was seemingly defenseless. "Ha! Without that, you're wide open for your death. Your short-sightedness in the Force is beyond obvious. More so than my own blindness," Chirrut said, holding out both hands. With his outstretched hands, the metal parts of his walking stick moved for the briefest of moments. This was unnoticed by the gloating acolyte. This ended when the metal parts flew into the blind man's hands. He slammed the two pieces together, twisted them into place and ignited what appears to be a lightsaber, with its white blade ignited. "Why you?" Valen was stunned. "You're a Jedi." "I am one with the Force," Chirrut stated, aiming his lightsaber at the arrogant acolyte. "But I am no Jedi," Valen snarled. "Jedi or not, you're just another dead man." "Ah, a familiar phrase," Chirrut said, blade held horizontally with his other hand hovering behind it. "Can you follow through on such an action?" Valen only rushed at him with a flurry of attacks that Chirrut swiftly dodged and deflected the red lightsaber. From nowhere, Valen hissed as he felt someone stomp on his foot. "Is your foot all right?" Chirrut mocked, palming Bil's chin, making him stumble back. Valen growled, now opting to make large arching swings to make some distance between himself and Chirrut. Chirrut took several steps back, his ears constantly in Valen's direction with his head angled down. "You carry a great rage and darkness within you," Chirrut said. "A cage not of your own doing, but of the side that wishes to keep it that way. Will you just shut up? I'm merely stating the truth. Something you refuse to listen and accept." Valen only yelled out, now going for a jab, yet Chirrut ducked, delivered a powerful boot to the Sith acolyte's chest. "Unbalanced foes are easily bested," Chirrut plainly stated, lightsaber held to the ground. "What do you hope to gain following those who are as blind as I am?" The armored man didn't say anything, merely growling. Aayla was fighting Kadrian in a stalemate, though she was starting to pick through the Zabrak fighting style. It was a crude Form 2 Makashi attempt, though mixed with the acolyte's detected Form V and hints of 7. Kadrian was attempting to overwhelm the Twi'lek by being fluid in form changes, but Jedi Knight as she once was, it was no easy feat. Seeing her arm was wide open with an overhead swing, Aayla pounced on the opportunity. Throwing her free hand out, Aayla halted Kadrian's swing by grabbing her elbow and utilizing a trick Steve had shown her, tossed the acolyte over her hip. Kadrian landed with a grunt, scrambling to get up, yet she saw Aayla had stepped away from her only to jump and flip gracefully through the air. The Zabrak felt a hard boot cheek as she fell over again. Groaning, she tried to get back up again, only feeling that her hand was now empty. The lightsaber was gone from her grasp. Looking around desperately, she spotted the saber a few feet away from her. The acolyte reached out with the force to return it to her hand. Yet another pull held onto Kadrian's weapon. And it didn't take long for her to realize her Twi'lek opponent was playing tug-o-war with it. "You don't deserve that lightsaber, Kadrian," Aayla said emphatically. With how exhausted and tired she was, it was easy for Aayla to overpower her connection to the Force and wrench it out from her telekinetic grasp. It flew into the Jedi's hand with Ayla instantly clipping to her hip. The rage emanating from Cadrian was palpable to say the least. That was her lightsaber, her journey, and everything she represented in her journey to this point. And yet that bitch Ayla held it on her belt. From the side of her eye, she saw Valen wasn't faring any better though he remained standing. Despite not wanting to back down from the fight, Cadrian knew she was outmatched now. She needed the means of escape so she may fight another day. With her other hand going unnoticed, the acolyte activated a transmitter on her person. Back with the Avengers and clones, they were doing well in fending off the droid forces. How much longer can we hold them off? I've got no clue. We just need to wait for the Jedi to get the kid so we can bail. Unbeknownst to the majority of them, a select number of droids halted their actions with lights blinking in their optics. Returning to normal, they shifted their positions and snuck away in order to reunite with the acolytes. Cadrian was hoisted onto her feet before being shoved along by the Jedi. Along the way to properly secure the acolyte, Ayla took notice of the blind force wielder some distance away. I'm surprised another Jedi would be here, noted the Twi'lek Jedi. Were you here perhaps on a previous assignment? Chirrut shook his head. I am no Jedi. Merely a devoted follower and practitioner. A follower of the Force. Ayla was now beyond curious. How is it that you were able to obtain a lightsaber? The Force guided me to what it is I possess now. Chirrut said sagely. You believe there are only the Jedi and Sith in the galaxy. Yet there are more out there than you will ever know. Ayla nodded at the bit of information. She will look more into this later. Ayla. Twi'lek turned to see Ahsoka running up to her with the 501st troopers right behind her. There you are, Ahsoka. Guess you went to help the men. Commando droids. Rex said with grudging irritation. Lot stronger than the last bunch we took down. Seems like they've been getting stronger in a lot of ways lately. Ayla murmured, hand resting over Cadrian's lightsaber. Programmed a whole lot better, most likely. The boys are not gonna like that. Hey guys. Spider-Man landed next to them with Widow, Baze, Daredevil, and the 327th Squad joining them a moment later. Guess everything's taken care of them. Heavy said aloud, looking at the two acolytes that remained on the ground with blasters trailed on them. When all seemed well for them all, another batch of commando droids arrived onto the scene and ambushed them all. Cadrian smirked as her fallout plan worked out well. With them distracted, the female acolyte punched Ayla across the face before using the force to push her and several others away from her. In the scuffle, Valen was able to get free as well and ran off with his partner not far behind. The Avengers and clones went to go after them, but the remaining contingent of droids blocked their way. It took some work to finally be rid of the commando droids, yet the damage was already done. Give me some minutes and I might dash. Don't bother, Parker. They're already out of our reach. Ayla said before seeing a separatist craft taking off into the air and going into the distance. In the craft, Valen was nursing his wounds, well more likely his pride by drinking some amount of alcohol. His partner, however, was getting in contact with their master as the droid pilot set their course to the rendezvous point. After some minutes, Dooku's hollow projection appeared on the deck. The moment it came up, the two acolytes knelt before him. What news do you have to report? Were you successful in your mission? Afraid not, Master. Valen simply said. Dooku narrowed his eyes. Explain. Everything was expected as you've told us. Spoke the Zabrak acolyte. The Jedi and their clones arrived to retrieve the child. It all went as you foresaw. Yet there was this man. A blind man. He was able to use the Force, Master. Valen answered. And he was no Jedi. The Count hummed, pondering this bit of information. You will explain to me more in detail upon your return. Back on Jedha, everyone was spread out in the area in order to regain their bearings and check for any other wayward separatist droid to come their way. After all, commando droids show up when one least expects them. So now what? Fives asked aloud. Area is secured for the moment. Rex said, examining the area. Daredevil kept his senses sharp. There aren't any hostiles out here. But inside. The clones, Jedi and Avengers stood with the two Jedha natives and newly found Avenger in front of the pirates' base that supposedly contained the Force-sensitive child. "So, how are we getting through this door?" Jesse inquired. "Panels fried during the fight earlier." They all looked around, with one of them spotting one of the remaining weapons of the pirates. "Let me try something." Lucky spoke up, going over to the turret. "What are you doing?" Echo asked. "Improvising. You know, I think I could just pry the doors open," Peter stated. "Nah, I wanna see this." Heavy waved the superhero down. Lucky proceeded to fire the turret around the door, tearing through the metal. The group was met with silence. "Looks like it didn't Flash didn't finish as the sound of metal creaking followed by metal meeting the floor in an emphatic slam effectively silenced the trooper. "Heh, it worked. Nice job, Lucky," Rex praised. Stepping inside, some of the clones surveyed the area. They remembered seeing some pirates coming in here before the fight commenced and were closed off earlier. Stepping further in, a few pirates tried to ambush them. Yet they were quickly taken care of in retaliating fire. "Anyone else?" Heavy questioned. No one answered. "Clear." Echo sounded off. The Jedi and Avengers soon came in and started searching the bunker. "So, what are we looking for?" Peter asked. "A kid, dummy," Ahsoka said, poking at his head. "Check some of the rooms," Ayla ordered, her and Widow going down one of the hallways. Daredevil had tilted his head, looking around several times. "This way," Matt said, going down the opposite corridor from Ayla and Nat. The two teens shrugged and followed after Matt, with them peering into several rooms, finding some of the clones already clearing it out. Approaching a closed door, Ahsoka paused as she reached for the panel. Peter had noticed her not moving. "Ahsoka." She didn't respond, hand hovering over the panel to open the door before pressing it open. Inside was one last pirate who held up his blaster, only for him to be immediately encased in webbing before promptly falling to the ground. Peter let out. "That was close." Giving the webhead an appreciative smile with Matt patting the fellow New Yorker on the shoulder, she entered first with Peter right behind her. They found nothing out of the ordinary within the room. "Nothing but..." "What's that?" Peter pointed to a sphere of some kind floating in the air. Coming closer in order to inspect the object, Ahsoka pulled off the rope-like blanket off the airborne object. Once clear, the Tortuga saw creases in it, indicating it would be able to open up in some manner. Inspecting it from all sides, she found and pushed the button in the back with the creases opening up to reveal a bundle of blankets. It wasn't long before the two teens slowly widened their eyes in disbelief. "Ahsoka." "Yeah. You seeing what I'm seeing?" The child within with a three-fingered, green hand pushed its blankets down to stare at the two in front of it. "Have you ever seen a baby of Yoda's species before?" "I have not." "Ah, okay then." The two continued to stare, unaware of Ayla and Nat who had entered the room. "All right, you two, find any dash." Ayla stopped dead in her tracks, eyes widening and jaw slightly dropping as she spotted the baby resting inside its little bed. Is that? Whoa." Widow spoke up. "Is that a baby, baby? What's his name?" "Yoda? His species name? Anyone?" Peter kneeled down to eye level to the Force-sensitive child. "Hey there, little guy," Peter said before seemingly gushing. "This little guy is freaking adorable. I think I just might die with how cute he is." The Yoda child merely cooed in adorableness, grabbing Peter's outstretched finger. "General." Ayla looked back to see Commander Bly. "Base is secure." "Good job, Bly." Ayla praised. "All of you, well done. Let's pack this up and head home." Scene cut. Back at the Jedi Temple on Coruscant, the various teams made their respective returns with mixed results. In the council chamber, most of the Jedi were discussing what went on in the respective missions. They were happy both the kidnapped children were safe and sound with the stolen holocron returned back into the vault. "But I don't like that Bane was able to get away," Anakin noted. "Neither do I," PLO stated. "With him on the loose, things will be much more difficult when we run into him again." What I'm more concerned about is the fact that 2 of our own, who we have presumed deceased, have joined Dooku's ranks. Winda said with much displeasure. Rightly so. Aola said with utmost worry. Tolsker and Kadrian Say have been very talented. But now we have more people to worry about in this war. What about the 2 younglings we brought back? Ahsoka inquired. What are we going to do about them? Where are they right now? Windu inquired. The Avengers have them in their care. Anakin answered, making several of the Jedi shift about. Are you certain that this is a good idea? Windu said with his eyes narrowed. I think for now we should leave them in their care. Of all people to speak up, none had expected Obi-Wan to say such a manner. Master. Anakin spoke in a clearly stunned manner. Kenobi. Windu said in a sharp stare. What are you getting at here? The Jedi Master in question slouched a bit in his seat, exhaling a tired breath. Now that Anakin took a moment to look at him, his former master certainly didn't look all that good. Right now, the Avengers have discovered a few things about our order that I feel may damage our trust with them. Kenobi said plainly, eyeing the entire council. If we take the children away from them and put them under our care, then we may end up ostracizing our new friends in a damaging way. Certain of this, are you, Kenobi? Yoda inquired. Very much so, Master Yoda. Kenobi said firmly. Right now, they have done a great deal for us in the short time we've known them. We have to show them that we are what we say and let them care for the children for the time being. Indeed. Yoda said. Be on our guard, we must. In another part of the Jedi Temple, the Avengers were back together with Captain America and Falcon having returned from their own mission with Obi-Wan and a Jedi named Quinlan Vos. So, I guess we've all been pretty busy these past few days. Sam said, arm bandaged up. And you must be Matt Murdock. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Wilson. No longer in his daredevil attire, Matt was currently in what passed as a civilian in the better part of Coruscant. Well, it was hard to really tell what the attire looked like to a blind man. Now that he was off Jedha, he might get something to reflect his daylight hours profession. So where did you guys find him? Steve inquired. A far-off, remote planet named Jedha. Natasha said, as she was playing with the little Force-sensitive baby girl Pietro and Anakin saved earlier today. And it was there where I met and befriended a pair of wayward guardians. Matt stated. Guardians? Guardians of what? Peter inquired. They called themselves members that guard the wills. Or something like that. And where are they right now? Chirrut is somewhere in the temple, meditating most likely. Matt said, managing to hear the heartbeat of his newest friends being somewhere in the temple. Baze is no doubt with the clones right now, playing pool and whatever games you lot brought here from Earth. Seems they'd fit right in. Though I am unsure if they'll stay here for long. Matt stated. Why do you think that? Steve asked. They follow this whole Force thing, not the Jedi. Matt said. They feel they go where they are needed in the end. Well, Chirrut leads the way with Baze merely tagging along. So what's this cutie's name? Widow said, gazing down at the human Force sensitive that was clutching her red hair. From what the Jedi told us on the list on top of the orphanage she was abducted from, said her name was Mara Jade. Pietro answered. Mara Jade, huh? Nat murmured softly, stroking the young babe's red tuft of hair. The baby gurgled happily, making Nat smirk. Fat. And what of that Yoda baby? Wait, there's a Yoda baby? Hope asked in bewilderment. Yup, and he is adorable. Peter said cheekily. Currently sleeping in the other room. Any idea what that kid's name is? Some of the Avengers were pretty unsure when giving a response. From what we were told, the records of the kid were wiped clean. Natasha said. No birth certificate, no parentage, no birthplace. Something the pirates must have done in order to be sure the kid never existed in the first place. How about we call it Wrinkles? Scott suggested, making several members chortle. Scott, it's a baby Yoda, not a grandpa like Yoda. Rhodey stated, though he chuckled. The conversation was abruptly cut off by a soft cooing sound from the front door. All 9 assembled Avengers had their heads turned to the door to see the little tyke waddling into the room, stopping to look at them all. "Ah, he's so cute." Hope couldn't help herself, going over to the baby Yoda, lifting him up off the ground. "Geez, look at those eyes," Scott said. "They're like Cassie's when she was a baby." "So this is him, huh?" Steve stood beside Hope, raising his hand to wag at the baby with the little one reaching for him. "Doesn't look like much." The Yoda child was merely happy when seeing all these new people interacting with him. "Gonna have to ask Yoda more on his species later." Peter saw their respective looks. "Just so we can at least know facts like dietary restrictions to, well, how old he gets. I mean, he's ancient." "How old did they even say that little guy is?" Sam asked. "Right now. I think he was about 30 or something." Peter said. 30. Several Avengers exclaimed. "How in the hell is that thing 30? Rhodey said aloud. "Maybe 'cause he's a different species, he ages differently." Peter said. "Hey Cap, didn't you say Thor was nearly 1,500 years old?" "That's what he told us," Nat said, smiling down at Mara, who was reaching up for her. "So we help save a bunch of kids and end up adopting 2 of them," Rhodey said, looking between the 2 babies in the group. "Since when did we become a daycare?" No one really responded. All they merely did was enjoy their time together before each respective group recounted on what went on in their respective missions. "All right, Avengers," Steve declared. "I think it's time we all got some rest." "Oh, Make. Tell me again why we're doing this again." "Because you were curious about having a newly upgraded robot hand," Scott replied. "That's why." "No. I was just curious about your earthen tech," Anakin responded as he was without his mechanical hand attached to his right arm. "You two just went on from there without my consent by ripping off my hand." Scott looked at his assistant, Peter, before they merely shrugged. "Well, we're doing this anyways." "For justice," Peter exclaimed. "For science," chorused the 2 techies. Anakin used his other hand to rub the bridge of his nose, wondering what mess will come from this. Sounds of metal grinding, bolts being pounded and screwed into place, sparks flying and saws cutting filled the workspace. The Skywalker wondered how long this whole process was going to take. He wanted to get back in time to have his dinner date with Padme after a very long day. And here we are. Anakin looked towards the 2 Avengers and saw a rolling cart with a large cloth covering several lumps. "Took a bit to figure out what could suit your taste," Scott began. "So we decided to just make a bunch and go from there," Peter finished. The teenager pulled over part of the sheets to first uncover a large, bulbous blue cylindrical object with a yellow meter seen on one side and a tapered barrel on the end. "I give you the Mega Buster. It looks like an arm cannon." "Which it is." Scott picked up the object before quickly slamming it into Anakin's stumpy arm. "Fires off energy blasts and if charging long enough can leave a devastating hit on your opponents." Anakin struggled to lift up his arm. "How much does this weigh?" Peter and Scott looked at each other before speaking in sync. "A lot." "Then I'd rather not want to have this attached to me." Using the force, he pried the Mega Buster off his arm with a small hiss coming out of his mouth. "Next." Placing the Mega Buster back onto the cart, Scott then presented the next item. "I give you the pasta breaker." Anakin soon gave the con artist a blank stare. "It looks like a bunch of cooking and eating utensils strung together. You wouldn't know if you were attacked while eating." "True, but I would look ridiculous if I had that attached to me." "Next." "But aren't you going to try it on?" "I said next." "Okay, fine." The cloth was pulled over once more to reveal a white prosthetic hand with decorative gold on over the wrist area of the forearm. "Huh, that looks promising." Anakin used the force to bring the item closer to him. Attaching it to his stubby right arm, the Skywalker brought his fleshy hand across its surface. "Seems good so far, but why is the hand mostly feeling like rubber?" "Don't know for sure," Peter responded. "Scott had it done that way for its purpose. And that purpose is supposed to be used for massages. Gives off vibrations so it could help relieve pain in certain areas, like one's shoulders or legs. Anakin looked at the prosthetic hand for a little while longer, especially once turning said function on. It was quite odd with how it exactly moved. Yeah, this is not gonna go out on the field, thought the Jedi before placing the vibrating hand onto his shoulder. Does feel good though. Maybe I could use this on Padme sometime. She has been stressing out a whole lot lately. She might like it. Oh Anakin, you have no idea how well she'll like it. Removing the oddly named, Sweet Surrender, off of him, Anakin looked at the last prosthetic on display. It was a little thicker than his normal robotic prosthetic as it was a bit more armored. And in the center of its palm was a circle indentation. And what's this? Scott looked over and saw the particular model in Anakin's grasp. Oh that would be the repulsor. Repulsor. Name's a work in progress, Peter said, tinkering around with Anakin's normal robotic hand. It's supposed to be like the repulsor hands in the Iron Man and War Machine armors. Really? It didn't take long for Anakin to quickly attach the final prosthetic onto his stubby arm. This one could take some getting used to, noted the Jedi. You sure this couldn't be slimmed down? Possibly, but for now you'll have to get used to the bulky size. Anakin nodded before looking at the palm of the robotic hand. So how do I do the whole repulsor thing? Point, aim, focus and fire, Scott listed. It's what Rhodey told me. Anakin nodded and aimed elsewhere, nowhere near anything to end up hitting on accident. He focused and the repulsor flared to life. Oh, and do be careful. First time kicks tend to be dash. Boom. Both Scott and Peter saw Anakin fly from his spot, sail across the room and crashed into the adjacent wall face first. The Jedi gave out a muffled groan as he slowly skidded off its surface and soon fell onto the floor. You okay, Anakin? I'll be fine, Peter. The Skywalker pried off the repulsor prosthetic and threw it to the side. Once I get over this splitting headache. Guess we should have lowered the output, Scott muttered. All right, let's try that. No, no, Anakin said aloud. I am not trying that again. Aw come on Anakin, don't you want your arm to do something cool? Peter whined. It's cool as it is. I like my robot arm. It's gold underneath and custom made, Anakin argued. But can it shoot a giant laser that could blow enemies away in an instant? Scott asked with a goading grin. Yeah, tempting, but I'll pass. Peter sighed. All right, I didn't want to do this, but Anakin, please take a look at this. Confused, Anakin watched as Peter held out his earthly device, watching what looked like some sort of over-the-top cartoon. And in said over-the-top cartoon, he saw a boy transform his arm into a literal cannon and fire a gigantic beam of energy that obliterated everything in its path. Now tell me, Peter said in a teacher-like manner. Do you want your hand to be dull and boring? Or do you want your hand to do that? Peter, are you stupid or something? Anakin said rhetorically. Of course I want to have an arm like that. Get that arm and let's try this again. The two Avengers soon went to work, vowing to get things right for Anakin's request. All right, we've gotten impact nullifiers on your arm now to take the recoil, Peter said. Now aim for that target and let it rip. Standing behind the Jedi Knight, Scott and Peter watched as Anakin got into position, raising his new arm that began whirring with energy. A few yards away was a target they had set up for Anakin. The energy in the arm kept gathering until... Bwee boom! The trio stared with their mouths gaping at full capacity at the gigantic new hole Anakin had made. I think we overdid. That's an understatement, Scott. Peter muttered. What was that? Are we under attack? Did you see that? Anakin. Guys. Yeah. Run. Wadash. Run. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 29, Stalking a Space Slug. What's this about, Obi-Wan? Having been pulled aside from an earlier conversation with the Avengers, Steve and Kenobi stood in the hallway outside the room granted to Earth's team within the temple. I require your assistance on a certain matter, Kenobi stated. Do you recall the events surrounding the hostage situation regarding the Senate a few weeks back? Steve strained his memory for a brief moment. Yeah, Something about that blue bounty hunter taking senators hostage to release what was it again? Some criminal gangster named Hut. Hut is the name of the species that Zyro belongs to. Obi-Wan clarified. He was a criminal that nearly ruined our chances of being able to ally ourselves with the Hut Cardinals, having free mobility through their controlled space. Hut Cardinals, Steve said with a dubious look, making Kenobi grimace. I do admit, I am not a fan of working with such a lucrative criminal organization myself, but war calls for it. Steve cut him off. Believe me, I know. Back during the Second World War on Earth, Steve was well aware of the working relationship the US government had with its criminal syndicate in helping with the war effort. Like he had once stated to Fury, he and his generation compromised so that people could be free from committing the choices that they themselves had to do for the greater good. Yes, well, the Council has assigned me along with another Jedi and his commando squad in going after Zyro and apprehending him. Kenobi stated. A commando squad. Steve repeated, having heard a great deal of their skills and prowess from other clone troopers he had gotten to know. Is it that serious? Zyro has been keeping a low profile, but he is no doubt going to be difficult to track. Obi-Wan said firmly. As a Hutt who doesn't have the best of relations with the rest of the clans, Zyro is open game for many other criminal organizations. We may be encountering other bounty hunters and syndicates that wish to pursue the Hutt. Why is catching him so important to the Republic then? Steve inquired. He's a criminal that held Senator Amidala prisoner at one point and nearly caused a serious conflict between the Republic and the Hutt Cardinals. Kenobi said calmly. Steve mused to himself, thinking over Obi-Wan's words on the matter. Just one question, Kenobi. Oh. Why come to me exactly? This seems like a mission that could be done with this other Jedi and that commando squad that's gonna be accompanying you. Why need more help? Kenobi sighed. To be honest with you, Rogers, these past few conflicts have been getting rather maddening in terms of scale and such. The Force has been in a state of constant frantic change with everything that is happening. Master Yoda himself stated that this mission I am undertaking holds a dark new threat he has sensed and has told me to prepare accordingly. And what better way than to ask the unpredictable element outside of the Force? Slightly humbled by this, Steve couldn't really deny Obi-Wan's request, agreeing to help him in his pursuit of this Zyro the Hutt. At least he knew what he was gonna be doing tomorrow. The next day, Steve was walking towards a docking platform being accompanied by Sam with both Avengers geared up and ready for this mission. So let me get this straight. Sam spoke up. We're gonna be helping Kenobi out in finding a literal overgrown slug who's a wanted criminal by the Republic. Pretty much, yeah. So are we gonna pull a cops type of routine here in catching them? Go Mark Furman on someone's ass. Steve chuckled aloud. Not quite sure, but I wouldn't put it past it for this scenario. Steve, there you are. Both men looked behind them to see Ayla Secura jogging to catch up to them. Ayla. Steve said pleasantly. Do you need something from us? Not exactly. Ayla shook her head. Hello Sam, how are you? Well enough all things considered. Nodding at him, she turned back to Steve. I had heard that you were going on a mission with Master Kenobi. Yeah, him and another Jedi with a commando squad. Steve confirmed for her. Yes, I have recently found out that this Jedi is my former master. Ayla stated. Really? Steve said with intrigue. He was your teacher? Indeed, he trained me to knighthood and was the one who found and rescued me, bringing me to the temple when I was very young. At the mention of temple and young, the mood between the two Avengers shifted. Something that didn't go unnoticed by Ayla. He rescued me? She said softly. Him and Master Tholm and SAA are the reason I have a better life here than what I may have endured if I was left on the planet I could have been sold off to. That made both Avengers look to her sharply, with Sam's features slightly tensing up. You were a slave? Ayla nodded. Nearly was one. There are many in the temple that could have been slaves or have been slaves at one point. The Jedi Order saved them from that life. Steve and Sam shared a look, thinking on these words while the trio continued towards their destination. Soon enough they saw Obi-Wan waiting there with his backs turned to them, arms crossed, with one hand stroking his beard as he appeared deep in thought. Obi-Wan. Steve called out to him with the Jedi tilting his head to the side, turning a moment later to see the three of them walking towards him. "Ah, Steve, Sam. Glad of you to join me," Kenobi greeted. "Ayla, this is a surprise. Are you joining us as well?" "Here to help keep your former master under control." "If only I could, Master Kenobi," Ayla said with a mischievous smile. "No, I'm only here to catch up with him, scold him into staying focused and not get any reckless ideas." "Well, there goes my hopes," Kenobi said whimsically. "You seem troubled," Steve noted with a bemused smirk. Obi-Wan released a sigh. "Quinlan Vos has that effect." "How so?" "He's got a certain reputation." A dropship flew on by from the west and was coming in fast. Coming in close, the hangar door quickly opened with a man leaping out and diving towards them. And upon landing, the new arrival performed a recovery roll before standing up with a gleeful smirk on his face. "Hello, Kenobi. Been some time. You look worse for wear. How's temple life?" "Ayla, look at you. Already looking like a better Jedi than I ever could be." Kenobi merely gave the man a deadpan glare whilst Ayla only chuckled silently. "Good to see you too." "Yes, well, if you could tell time half as well as you could stick a landing we wouldn't be behind schedule, now would we, Voss?" The present Avengers got a good look at the newly arrived Quinlan Voss. Having dark dreadlocked hair with tan skin and a yellow striped tattoo running across his nose. And his armor was a mixture of yellow and black as he appeared to have a happy-go-lucky personality. "Well, that's your opinion, man." Sam nearly did a double take, startling Steve, Ayla and even Voss. "Whoa there, you alright?" Voss inquired, quirking a brow at the aviator. Sam held up his hand in a placating manner. "Nothing, trust me. It's just... well, the dude abides." Right, Voss remarked. "Hang on a second, who are you two again?" "Voss, this is Captain Steve Rogers and Lieutenant Sam Wilson." Kenobi introduced the two to the Kiffer Jedi Master. "They're of Dash. The Avengers, yeah, been hearing a lot about you guys." Voss said with a nod of approval. "Ayla mentioned you guys, same with ol' Master Tholm. It's a pleasure to be working with you guys." Before the two could respond to the Jedi, the gunship he had arrived on landed behind him with 4 clone troopers with unique armor walking out. "Clone commando armor. Sir, that was cheap and you know it." A clone commando with orange markings upon his armor stated as he walked off the gunship with the rest of his squad. "Ah boss, see, that's the benefits of having the Force on your side," Quinlan said with a roguish grin. "I can make a grand old entrance." "Oh yeah? More like compensating if you ask me." This commando had distinct red markings all over his armor that looked rather morbidly like blood. Voss only chuckled, looking back at the others. "Everyone, this is Clone Commando Delta Squad," Voss introduced with a hint of pride. "They were assigned to me at the start of the war and the 5 of us have been on hell-raising missions since the beginning. More like us having to pull this jackass's hair out of the fire repeatedly." The commando that was called Boss stated. "Ah, then it's good to know that someone is looking out for him," Ayla said in approval. "You guys are just the worst," Voss said, though his tone clearly showed he didn't mean it. The commando squad then faced Steve and Sam and having heard their ranks snapped to a salute. "Delta Squad ready for action," the lead commando stated firmly. Both Sam and Steve saluted back in turn. "I'm Captain Rogers." "Lieutenant Wilson. Pleasure to be working with you both, sirs." "I'm Boss, leader of Delta Squad." "No better way of distinguishing that," Sam said with amusement. Boss went on to introduce the rest of the squad. "This is Fixer." The green-marked commando nodded. "He's our tech expert and slicer. Can get in or out of any fortified base with the proper cover," Fixer said. "Sev here is our sniper." The red-marked commando held up his sniper rifle as a means of proving said statement. "And that's Scorch, Sev's life partner. He's our demolitions expert." "Okay, first of all, it's not my fault Sev here can't live without me," Scorch said in a joking affronted manner. His armor was more akin to his namesake, having several scorch marks here and there, though his gauntlets and leg armor had dark yellow accents. "Come on then, let's not stand around here any longer." Obi-Wan cut in through the chatter. "We have a mission to conduct and we need to see to it quickly." With a collective agreement from the group, many went to enter the ETA-class shuttle that had been brought in as their transport for this mission. Before Steve was able to enter, he felt a soft hand grasp his own, making him turn back to see that it was Ayla. "Steve, a moment if you will," Ayla said in a soft voice. Glancing back to the ship, he saw some of Delta's squad getting acquainted with Sam a bit better, leaving him a bit of time. Nodding, the two stood a bit away from the ship to have their private conversation. Ayla started by letting out a sigh. "Steve, I understand your reservations and judgments on how the Jedi Order recruits individuals into its ranks. It's not something many would consider moral. There's many other words that one would use to describe such methods of recruitment," Steve said in a sharp tone. "I understand, Steve, believe me I do," Ayla said. "But I must ask you to understand that there are very good reasons as to why we have to do such a thing to keep our order going. One I would like to personally inform you of. I feel it is my duty to do so." In a rather uncharacteristic move on her own part, Ayla reached out and took hold of Steve's hand with her own. "Please Steve, just give me and the order that chance," Ayla asked, with the two locking eyes as there was a silent exchange between the two. Seeing no deceit or dubious means in her eyes, Steve relented, squeezing Ayla's hand in return. All right," Steve said. "I'll hold you to that." Ayla smiled brightly up at the old war veteran when she realized she was still grasping his hand. Letting go, she cleared her throat before patting him on his arm. "Good luck on your mission, Steve." "Thanks. Try not to get roped into my master's crazy antics." "Is he really that bad?" Steve was now amused. "No, it's just he and Obi-Wan really." Ayla chuckled. "Master Voss grew up alongside Kenobi, and ironically enough I can say the two know each other very well. One of the few Jedi that can get under Master Kenobi's skin quite easily." "Oh, then this should be interesting." "It should. Until next time, Steve." Ayla walked off, Steve gazing at her the entire time until he felt a hand on his shoulder. "What was that about?" Sam asked. "Nothing, just an olive branch, so to speak." "Olive branch?" Sam snorted. "Looked a hell of a lot more than that. You should be lucky Nat ain't here." "Right. She tell you where she and Hope were off to anyway?" "Something about helping out Senator Amidala with a mission of her own." "Ah, politics. Yeah, should be a breeze for Natasha." The two boarded the EDA ship with Obi-Wan speaking up now that the entire crew was assembled. "Let's get down to business," Obi-Wan started. "Zyro the Hutt was broken out during a hostage situation." "Yeah, I heard about that mess. I suspect Jabba the Hutt is behind this. Most likely still upset about Zyro kidnapping his son." Voss nodded before adding in something else. "My information indicates that it's more than that." "How so?" Sam inquired. "Zyro has damaging evidence against the Hutt Council," Voss revealed. "My guess is that he's currently at the Hutt home planet Nal Hutta as they're interrogating him on its location. Then we must locate both Zyro and this evidence and bring them to the courts," Steve stated, which Obi-Wan nodded in utmost agreement. "I trust we can keep eyes forward on this common goal?" Obi-Wan asked the dreadlocked Jedi. "No problem. I'd like to stick one up against the Hutts any day of the week." Rushing towards the dropship, Voss spoke up. "I fly and you are my co-pilot." Obi-Wan rubbed his eyes soon after. "I was afraid he'd say that." "What's the problem with his flying?" Sam questioned. Voss practically encouraged Anakin more on his flying skills instead of refining them to the standard norm during his days as a Padawan. "Oh, so is it good or bad?" Obi-Wan gave Sam a blank stare, being all the answer the Falcon really needed. The ETA-class shuttle soon had its wings fold out into their main positions and the ship was on its way to the space controlled by the Hutt clans. Its destination, Nal Hutta. Scene cut. On Nal Hutta, Zyro was placed before the heads of the Hutt crime families. He would normally be there freely, but with his past action in wanting to kill Jabba and his son, Zyro was kept at arm's length with several blasters aimed at his person. Yet this did not deter his mood. "Gentlemen, gentlemen," Zyro greeted. "I see no need for resentment in light of this joyous occasion of my freedom. Right after you went into hiding for weeks before coming back here," spoke one of the Hutt family heads via protocol droid, going by the name of Gardulla. "I had to go into hiding," Zyro argued, not bothering to ask why the protocol droid was being used. "Needed to have the Republic not know where I went off to instead of coming here right away. But I do appreciate the help in my escape. Then you would know why we got you out of prison in the first place," spoke another head, who went by the name Oraba. "Oh, I have no illusions about the fact that my escape was a result of the highly sensitive knowledge that I possess." Grabbing a cup of a refreshing liquid, he gulped it all down before continuing. "A hollow diary cataloging the nefarious deeds of this council." Upon the mention of this blackmail material, said council members voiced their displeasure. Threats were no doubt voiced among other things. "Kill me and everything I've gathered will show up on the step of the Senate," Zyro revealed, silencing them all. "The cold, hard reality is that as long as I control this highly sensitive material, my memory will only get duller." After some hushed discussion, the heads called off their guards who lowered their blasters from Zyro's form. "Good. Now if you'll excuse me, I'd like to return to my quarters." Zyro turned away with a smirk, tossing away the cup he drank from as it rolled off to a corner of the room. "I only hope the accommodations are satisfactory." In his arrogance, he didn't notice someone else was present in the meeting. And upon his departure from the room, the man came up to the Hutts. "So he's the guy you all hired me for?" Jabba and his fellow Hutt council members nodded. "Good to know. I'll be sure to tail him and bring back this hollow diary of his." Scene cut. Upon arriving at Nal Hutta, the group was bombarded with a heavy rainfall. If weren't for the bright lights from the complex they were heading off to, they would no doubt be lost. Once landing, some of the assembled party went down the ramp and were met with several gay Marines, green-skinned pig guards who work for the Hutt families. Delta Squad opted to stay behind, watching over the ship in case any scumbag lurking about decided that they felt lucky today. Being escorted inside, the Jedi and Avengers were brought into a party room with disco and strobe lights going off with music blaring. Yet this all came to an abrupt halt with the DJ ending the music and most of the lights turning off before the standard ones came up. The Hutt, Gardulla, soon used the protocol droid to speak to them. "How goes the war, gentlemen?" Obi-Wan stepped up and addressed the Hutt crime lord. "Great Gardulla, we bring unfortunate news. Zyro the Hutt had escaped custody with the aid of the bounty hunter Cad Bane." "The Great Gardulla already knows this, Jedi Knights," stated the protocol droid. "Though she's curious as to why you took so long in acting now. We have been preoccupied and been searching for his whereabouts. A most likely story." Voss soon stepped up with a smirk. "I'm beginning to think you folks were the ones who broke him out." Some of the Hutts looked at each other before Gardulla spoke again, which the protocol droid translated. "And why would the great Hutt families do such a thing? That's what I'd like to know." "Quinlan, the Hutts are our allies," Obi-Wan stated. As the one Hutt crime lord spoke, Voss spotted a cup lying on the ground. The Force nudged him to reach out for it, which he did as he used it to have it slowly roll up to him before floating up into his hand. The moment it contacted his hand, he was assaulted with small fragments of visions of Zyro's visage and him speaking directly to the Hutt crime lords. "The mighty Gardulla says you are lucky to be with a Jedi as wise as Kenobi, or you might not be allowed to leave here alive." Breaking out of his trance, Voss placed the cup onto a nearby table. "Then it seems I'll have to come by alone the next time I show up." Obi-Wan sighed a little. "We only came to deliver the message. Which we should be leaving now. See that you do, Jedi." As they departed, the music and lights went back up with the invited attendees went back into their previous activity. Zyro was here, Voss revealed to them as they headed back to their ship. He was holding one of those cups. "How would you know?" Sam asked. "I have a particular Force ability that allows me to know." "Alrighty then. So what now then?" Steve asked. There's a likely chance that Zyro might still be here. Kenobi mused. Should I call in Delta? Voss inquired. No need for such extreme measures just yet. Kenobi waved down. Let's make a sweep of the area and see if we could find him ourselves. I wouldn't suggest something like that. Sam cut in. 4 of us moving around like this with so many people around right now would just attract unwanted attention. Then what do you have in mind? Voss asked. Holding up his wrist pad, Sam pressed a red button and from his flight suit out popped a small drone. Redwing will handle that, Sam said with a grin, sending out his drone to scope out the area. After several minutes of having Redwing stick to the shadows, avoiding guards and other unsavory figures, he found an empty cell with several dead gay Marines. Got something? Sam said to the others. Empty holding cell with a lot of pig guards dead. Then we better find where Zyro has went off to. Not to mention with the dead guards, alarms will go off pretty soon. Something neither of us would want to deal with. Agreed. Back in the one-party room, the hired bounty hunter walked up to the huts from behind as he didn't want to bother the rest of the guests. Seems I'd like more than what you're paying me, the man stated, drawing in some of the hut's attention. With the Avengers and those Jedi you spoke of being here, I want triple the amount. Do that and I'll take care of them for ya. The huts discussed things in their native tongue before Oriba addressed the bounty hunter via protocol droid. The mighty Oriba inquires why you would ask such a thing. The protocol translator droid inquired. Listen, I have my own business and vendetta with those guys, the hunter said with a vague tone. You want this job done or not? The more time you waste, the more that Zyro fucker gets further away with the wrong set of individuals chasing after him. It wasn't long before the hut heads agreed to the bounty hunter's demands. With it all said and done, he bolted out of the room with a smile on his face. Scene cut. The group of 8 men were now traversing the harrowing and swampy fields of Nal Hutta, with several of them not exactly enjoying the scenery. I could see why those fat slugs chose a place like this to call home, Sam murmured, nose scrunching up at some of the smells in the air. Could be worse, Sev stated, walking alongside the Avenger. You ever been in a Genosian hive? Rank stench right through our helmet filters. Fixer nearly emptied his lunch that day, Scorch said with a chuckle. At least I wasn't slathered in that Queen's gunk unlike you, Scorch, Fixer shot back. Sam chuckled at the interaction between these clones, finding their easy camaraderie endearing and all too familiar for a veteran such as himself. So what's it like as a commando? Sam asked, obviously curious about the distinct clone troopers. I've been hearing a lot about you guys from some of the other clone legions and battalions. That you commandos and ARC troopers are the cream of the crop. Well, not to brag or anything, Scorch said with a brag. Scorch, if you're gonna brag at least be factual about it, Fixer stated. My god, you are no fun sometimes, Sev remarked. So what's the difference between you commandos and most other clones? Sam asked. The clones always talk about you guys being the same as Jedi with your skills and all. That's probably due to who we are based on and those that trained us, Scorch stated. The progenitor of the clone army was the famed Mandalorian bounty hunter Jango Fett. He along with Kal Skirata and the rest of the Que Val Dar trained every clone commando squad. Koivi what now? Que Val Dar, Sev corrected. The 100 bounty hunters Jango Fett called upon in training the commandos. From them we learned of our lineage, so to speak. Our connection to the warrior culture of the Mandalorians, Scorch added with pride. Our main teacher, Kal Skirata, taught us everything. The language, the customs, the warrior ways. I've heard that word a lot, Sam said with furrowed brows. Mandalorians. Who are they exactly? You really have not been doing your homework, have you? Apparently not. To simply put it, Mandalorians were one of the most well-known warrior cultures in the galaxy, Scorch said. They're still out there, divided up into clans, but there were times where they were the undisputed strongest force in the galaxy. Neither Jedi nor Sith could compare with them. Sam hummed to himself. You said were. I did. So what happened to them? got broken up or something. In a manner of speaking. Sev stated. There was a civil war in the Mandalorian systems a while back. Many perished as most want to stay in their old ways of life while others wanted to change it in a more peaceful approach. Things got complicated from there. Scorch explained. Current ruler, Duchess Satin Cruz, is more of the pacifist approach as she abhors violence to an utmost degree. Fixer said with a snide undertone. What's your deal with her? Sam asked, bewildered by the venom in the clone's tone. Fixer let out a sigh, walking on ahead rather than answering. Don't mind Fixer too much. Sev waved him off, patting Sam on the shoulder. He may be always the most by the books of us, but he has pride in his heritage like all commandos do. Must be some pride. Sam said. So what else is so unique about the Mandalorians? You got me hooked now. Well, if you could believe it, our armor was modeled off their own helmets and all. Scorch said, gesturing to the glowing T-visor of his helmet. Their Beskar armor was considered the best of the best. The Republic wanted to get materials from Mandalore to improve the initial clone armor materials, but Satin Cruz put the ban on that Beskar alloy, so the Republic had to make do with other things. So where can they get this Beskar stuff? Where else? The Mandalorian home world, Mandalore. Sev stated. Feels like we've been saying Mandalorian and Mandalore a lot now. Sam noted. Take a shot for every time we say it. The sudden and random comment caused Scorch to choke on his yawn before laughing with Sev, and even Fixer joined in on the laugh. Where'd that come from? Sev guffawed. I dunno, felt appropriate. Sam said with a wry grin. Hearing all this was Voss, who smirked at hearing his squad mates laughing as much as they were. His senses were on alert at the moment, yet he still had time for other things. Such as conversing with Captain Rogers, someone who Ayla clearly has a relationship of some kind with. And call it old habits, protective master vibes, but Quinlan was rather curious about the man who was the apparent leader of those Force Shockwave group of individuals known as the Avengers. How's Ayla been? Voss asked Steve abruptly, making the super soldier blink. She's been doing all right. Steve answered. Shared our own scrapes here and there on several missions we worked on. Good, good. Voss said absent-mindedly. A master never stops worrying about his protege. Yeah, she mentioned you trained her up to knighthood. Steve recalled. She thinks very highly of you. Voss's expression changed slightly. That's good to know. Glad at least someone believes in me like that. Steve regarded the Jedi. How is it like then? Having a student. In a way, I never really saw Ayla as a student. I saw her more like a little sister or daughter. And here I thought you Jedi can't form attachments. Captain Rogers, do I look like the kind of guy to follow the rules like ol' Obi there? Quinlan said with a roguish grin, going into a calmer smile a moment later. I know that, but it's actually the challenging aspect in our teachings. It makes it impossible. Every student and teacher cares for the other in some shape and form. More so after spending years being with each other. Makes me wonder about the whole no attachment rule. Steve murmured in a low tone. Quinlan snorted aloud. Me and several others usually think it's utter poo-doo. He cautiously sneaked a glance back to Kenobi, who was momentarily conversing with Boss. And don't let Obi fool you in any way. He's had his own fair share of lovely ladies that wooed him, and he in turn. Steve's eyes widened slightly, looking back to Kenobi without being noticed. What do you mean? That's not my place to say. Voss held his hand up. If he ever wants to tell you about it, you'll know. He and I basically grew up together, much as he'd like to deny it. Steve hummed. Guess there's a lot I still need to learn about the Jedi Order and its tenets. The tattooed Jedi chuckled. Now let me ask you this, you ever bother to look into the Jedi Code? Steve tilted his head in thought. Yes, Ayla, Kenobi and Trasaa told me about it. The one with no chaos and emotion and all. And what do you think of it? Well, the first line of it, there is no emotion, there is peace, could probably be an utter lie and everyone turns a blind eye towards. Voss let out a bitter chuckle. Yeah, I hear that. If you bluntly told this to one of the old coots of the council, they would consider it heresy. And if you openly stated this and were a member of the Order, consider your membership revoked for good. He then looked back at Steve. Then tell me, what more do you have to say about it? Steve took a moment, trying to formulate the proper words to respond. More like question it. I mean, how much of it is a lie? Everyone has emotions, civilians, politicians, etc. No one is free from them. Yeah, that much is true. It's just, the more I think about it, the more it feels like it's incomplete or it's not right. Steve shook his head. I'm sorry, I don't mean to come across as ignorant or rude. Nah, no need for that. Voss said placatingly. To tell you the truth, the code had been revised, a lot. Really? Steve was now even more curious. How much do you mean by a lot? Well, most groups and organizations change over time and the Jedi are no different. So going on with the times, the code gets revised to suit with their current standing or whatever. The Jedi Order has been around for thousands of years, going through several revisions that most actually don't know of anymore. Voss said with his arms crossed. I don't even know where we got our start. That knowledge has been lost to time. But why? Why change it? Well, everything changes eventually, Cap. Voss said as if it were the most obvious thing. Took me a while, but old Master Tholm once showed me the original code. Emotion, yet peace. Voss began, quickly drawing the super soldier's attention even further. Ignorance, yet knowledge. Passion, yet serenity. Chaos, yet harmony. Death, yet the Force. It's the old code. Before Odan Urr helped rephrase it in a way that was easier for the Jedi back then to understand. Easier? But isn't the point of the Jedi to walk the high road? To do things that are harder than taking the easy way out, unlike others. Perhaps, but that doesn't mean that we are not immune to falling. Voss admitted. After all, there have been countless Jedi throughout our history who've fallen to the dark side. I could tell you many that VE stood out the most, both far back to recent decades, but I'd rather sit down and chill before dwelling in all that. Everyone is fallible. Steve said, eyes on the ground. Said reality we have to deal with. Voss said, moving ahead to kneel down to a particular spot on the ground. What is it? Steve inquired. I got a trace of Zyro. He's been here. Voss scooped up some dirt, sifting it through his hand. Or is still here? I don't doubt your tracking skills, Voss, but why wouldn't Zyro leave the planet? Obi-Wan inquired, who soon came up to them. Why not just fly away? My senses tell me that he's still here. It's illogical. Something is keeping him here. Was all Voss said as he walked on ahead. Obi-Wan then voiced a little complaint. Think having a droid around would speed things up. Not everything can be easy, Obi-Wan. With you, I know that all too well. I'm hurt, Obi, what happened to the roaring trust the two of us used to share? You know what happened back at Brothel that you up and left dash. Incoming. Clone Commando boss roared aloud, wielding his. Out from the large hills and branches surrounding them came a hodgepodge of individuals that appeared to be bounty hunters and pirates, with some moving ahead while others ran at them, firing at the group. Sam immediately went airborne whilst Steve, Kenobi, and Voss began deflecting blaster fire with Delta Squad shooting back. Who the hell are these guys? Sam asked from above, shooting at the surprise enemies. Looks as though we're not the only ones after Zyro. Obi-Wan commented, lightsaber ignited in hand. Voss had reflected back several bolts at one of those closest to him, the bolt returning back to its sender and striking it in his head. The humanoid fell back with the helmet that he wore revealing the species underneath. Those are Falleen. Voss noted. Black Suns. Scorch growled, firing his custom DC-17M blaster rifle with grenade launcher attachment. Those bastards again. Who's the Black Sun? Steve asked, grunting as he grabbed a bounty hunter by his wrist, twisting it before decking him with his shield. A criminal organization that has their own operations and sectors of space. Obi-Wan stated. They must be after Zyro. Fixer surmised. You mentioned something about Zyro having incriminating evidence against those oversized slugs. Sam said, flying in low to deliver a powerful boot to a human pirate, sending him into the murky swamp. Looks like these bastards are after whatever it is Zyro has. Voss guess, force pushing several pirates away. Anything that they can have over the huts is bad news all around, much as I hate to say it. Sir, if we stay here taking out these guys, we'll be stuck here all day. Boss said, elbowing a human in the jaw in order to shoot him dead a moment later. You and General Kenobi need to go on ahead. I don't think we'll dash. They're right, Obi-Wan. Steve said, covering for Sev, who gave the captain an appreciative nod. The two of you need to go on ahead. We won't be far behind. Clankers! Scorch shouted, aiming his rifle at a series of droids that flew overhead and began to bombard the area with blaster bolts that were more explosive than the previous ones they had dealt with. Who are these guys supposed to be? Sam asked, now having to spin and weave to avoid the droids that were harassing him in the air. They don't look like any Seppi droids we've taken down. Sev noticed, carefully shooting down one droid after another, followed by distracted pirates and hunters who were also engaging with the droids. Could be bounty hunting droids. Must be prototype models. Yeah, and we're the test subjects. And they're on no one's side but their own, it seems. Steve said, ducking slightly with his shield raised above his head to block the small barrage of explosive bolts. Several of these new droids landed around the area, proceeding to exterminate the rest of the pirates and bounty hunters before turning their attention to the 8 men still standing. All right, that's not startling at all, Kenobi remarked, getting into his usual Sorcerer stance as they were now surrounded by at least several dozen of these new unique droids. Steve stood with Voss and Boss, eyes moving back and forth at all the droids around, taking note of their formation. While crude, it was strong enough that any blind or weak points would be covered by the droid closest to each other, so it looked like they were going to have to fight their way out. However, there was something weirdly familiar about how they surrounded him. And it wasn't how they did per se. It was strangely enough their posture. These droids held a weird posture and pose to them that Steve couldn't quite put his finger on it. Without being prompted to, the droids descended upon the 8 of them, with the non-clones providing momentary cover for the clones as they didn't have their own specific means of defense. While their armor provided a greater set of endurance in tanking blaster bolts, the literal wave of these rather explosive ones would be quick to overwhelm their Katarn armor. Droid poppers, Fixer said, tossing one to Sam before he along with Sev and Falcon threw them up into the air. There were 3 spheres of miniaturized EMPs that surrounded the group, taking out a sizable chunk of the droids. Move! Boss barked out, with the team going on the offensive, splitting up into pairs of 2 in order to quickly deal with the remaining droids. Boss and Quinlan moved up together, the duo in frequent motion as the Kiffer Jedi was constantly maneuvering around the commando to block constant blaster fire whilst taking out any droid that tried to ram right at them, with Boss systematically clipping one after another that he had in his sights. Sev and Falcon were an odd pairing that clicked rather quickly, Sam having a few pursue after him in the air, giving Sev the chance to snipe each droid that pursued the aviator. Sam made sure to fly by Sev several times to destroy any of the droids that tried to get the jump on the sniper. Steve had flung his shield forward, the shield bouncing around the cluster of droids. Steve's throw had a specific purpose, as it had struck several of the droids into closer clusters, giving Scorch the chance to take out groups of them at a time with his grenade launcher. Obi-Wan simply provided cover for Fix, who stood behind him as he constantly fired at multiple droids that had attempted to charge the 2. Eventually, the remaining droids retreated back and formed a kind of wall against their foes. The droids held out their arms and small compartments opened up with blaster barrels popping out. They opened fire upon them all. The Jedi were able to reflect back many of the incoming shots, yet they had to roll, flip and spin out of the way due to how dense the fire was. They were a bit thankful that the surrounding force station was able to help give them some amounts of cover. When some flew in close, the 2 Jedi used the Force to help halt their movements for the briefest of moments in order to get chances in decapitating them. These are surprisingly more challenging than the previous droids we've dealt with, Kenobi commented. No kidding. Much more troublesome than commando droids, Sev noted. These aren't made by the Seps, Fixer stated. Their design and models, I've never seen the like. Boss had one right on top of him, the commando grasping its arms and tilting them upward so as to not get blown away by it. With a quick movement, Boss snapped both the droid's arms down to his left side and with all his strength wrenched the arms off before blasting it in the head with his DC-17 rifle. Has to be another supplier tossing their hat into the war. We can look into this later. For now, survive. Done and done. After another several minutes, the 8-man team had at last taken down the collection of droids, taking a moment to catch their breath. I don't know about you, but I'd use a break now. Hold that till later, we still have a mission to complete. Yes, sir. Obi-Wan turned back to see Steve standing over one of the disassembled droids. Steve. Are you all right? Sorry, just something about these droids. You recognize them? Steve squinted for a second. No, it's not that. Shaking his head, he walked up to Kenobi, patting him on the shoulder. We'll talk later, come on, let's see this mission through. Obi-Wan glanced over to the droids before turning to run after his companions that had gone ahead of him. Eventually running into a swampy lake house of some kind, the clone troopers hanged back as the 2 Jedi and 2 Avengers went on ahead. The Force users leaped quite a distance and landed not far from the building's entrance. Falcon merely unfurled his metallic wings and gave the captain a lift over the swampy water. We must be cautious, Kenobi advised. We don't know what may be lurking here. Before Obi-Wan and the 2 Avengers could plan anything, Voss quickly ignited his lightsaber, slashed through the front entrance and kicked it in. Voss! Kenobi exclaimed. Somebody lives here. It wasn't until stepping foot inside of the building did Voss and the 2 Avengers rear back their heads and cover their faces. Holy hell, what is that smell? Sam whined out. Smells like somebody died here. Voss cried out. Smells worse than most parts of Europe back in the war. Steve commented. When venturing further into the abode, they soon found the source of the odor. Break in my house, will you, smart guy? The 4 men saw a very large and obese hut which reached to the top of the ceiling. And by judging some characteristics, they realized this hut was a woman. Yet the voice seemed to be like that of a man. Thousand pardons, madam. Obi-Wan began. He hasn't mastered the concept of knocking. For that, I apologize. The female hut wasn't in the mood for games. I got trouble for you too, Mr. Fancy Pants. Throwing some sort of large insect at them, the 4 men avoided the projectile. There's no need. Steve stated. We're not here to harm you. The hut woman scoffed. That'll be a first for tonight. Meaning? First, my deadbeat son and his limp-lipped girlfriend come in and sponge me out of my starship. Wait, deadbeat son. Sam muttered out. You mean to tell me that's Zyro's mom? Apparently. Voss responded back. The newly identified mother of Zyro then continued her rant. Then some slime sap with a freaky helmet and his posse charge in and force me to give up the skinny on where Zyro's headed. Had something out for blood. She then gave the 4 men a harsh glare. You gonna kill my boy too? Oh, no, madam. Obi-Wan quickly said. But if we don't find him before the bounty hunters do, your son will not be so lucky. Zyro's mother considered these words before giving them the location. Taith. My boy's heading to Taith. The men nodded with Voss turning to them. We need to get to that jungle planet, pronto. As they ran out of the home, they heard one final thing from Zyro's mother. Hey. Who's gonna pay for my door? Scene cut. Soaring across the jungle planet, the team eventually made their way towards a series of rocky cliffs. Instead of combing through them all, Voss used his tracking force ability to help slim things down as they went to a small section of the area. Landing their craft, the Jedi and Avengers leaped out with the 2 Earthers following Voss' lead. Sam once more helped get Steve further down in the cliffs as Voss and Kenobi jumped down from the high-leveled area. Reaching their destination, they saw a pair of dead bodies. One was apparently mummified in some sort of shrine and rotted away for some time now, and the other was Zyro. Who could have done this? Your guess is as good as mine, Obi. A familiar sound of thrusters sounded through the air, causing the 4 to quickly get on guard. They're back, Sam said aloud, aiming his blasters at the bounty hunter droids they faced off from back at Nal Hutta. And they brought friends. The Jedi ignited their lightsabers and started reflecting back as many enemy bolts coming their way. As they did so, Sam activated his wings and soared into the air. He returned fire upon them while maneuvering through their volley of blasters. Flying away from some of them, Falcon made a call towards the nearby clones. "We could use some help, guys." Didn't take long for Sev to answer. "Are there any problems, Sam?" "Yeah. Those droids we fought earlier are back. Coming out and assisting you right away." With the call ending, Falcon killed his thrusters in order to have the enemy droids fly past him. He used this opportunity to reactivate his flight capabilities before open firing on their exposed backs. They soon were severely damaged and became no longer operable. "Some down, more to go," Sam muttered before seeing the clone troopers arriving and giving their Jedi and Avenger allies some needed assistance. Steve bashed away a droid that flew right at him when abruptly, his lower back lit up with pain with his feet no longer on solid ground. Sailing through the air, he crashed hard a nearby stone wall groaning in pain. "There you are, you son of a bitch." Rogers heard a venomous tone. Steve could barely get back to his feet when he felt a metallic jab to his abdomen followed by someone grabbing his neck and smacking him into the stone wall. Grunting, Steve blearily opened his eyes before he inhaled sharply. The eyes glaring with rage at him beneath the black helmet with bone-white face paint was a visage Steve had seen many times before. There was a time where they were the eyes of a man he once considered an ally. Now it was nothing but pure, undiluted hatred with a new look that matched the change in appearance and man. "Rumlow?" Steve whispered. "What the hell dash?" "Good question, Rogers." Brock Rumlow hissed through his helmet. "I was wondering where you went and dropped off to, but lo and behold, one arms exchange gone wrong and I end up in outer fucking space." "Arms exchange?" Steve murmured before getting his wits about him and shoving Rumlow back. "But right now, I'd rather not talk." Rumlow held up his arms and cocked them back with gauntlets. Sparks flew as the Hydra agent ran forward. "I've been waiting a long time for this." Steve had to quickly move out of the way from the incoming jabs. If the sensation he received earlier gave meaning to anything, Rumlow's gauntlets packed some serious damage. And it showed once Rogers rolled out of the way. Crossbones struck a nearby rock wall and it severely cracked before crumbling. "Come on, Cap." Rumlow taunted, moving after the Avenger with vitriolic zeal. "I know you could do better than that." Cap grit his teeth, holding up his shield in time to block a punch, yet it held some kind of impact amplifier as a small shockwave visible to see came out of the punch with Cap stumbling back. If not for his snap reflexes, Steve would have felt the full force of Rumlow's amplified punch. Slapping the hand to the side, his shield arm deflected the other punch, yet Steve was momentarily stunned by a surprise headbutt from Rumlow. Rumlow then began to push Steve back into a nearby rock outcrop with the dazed super soldier trying to regain his wits. As they got in close, a blade popped out one of Rumlow's gauntlets. "This is for dropping a damn building on my face." Steve swerved his head out of the way from the blade. It pierced the wall behind him with more spiderweb cracks following the blow. Wanting some space, Steve delivered an elbow strike to his opponent's armored head before kicking his midsection. Rumlow stumbled back before he was sent flying through Rogers' roundhouse kicks. Crossbones stumbled across the rocky floor before using a recovery roll to get back onto his feet. Once regaining his bearings, he saw the airborne Avenger who swooped in close. "Ah, good ol' Wilson," Rumlow greeted, adjusting his gauntlets as blaster barrels soon popped out. "Long time." "Not long enough," hissed the Falcon. "How the hell are you here right now?" He mentioned an arms deal going south. Steve said with a slight huff, massaging his abdomen. Spider-Man said that's what he remembers last with that Daredevil and Panther guy before ending up here. "Oh, so you know those assholes then?" Rumlow snarled. "It's because of them that me and several others wound up in this shithole of a galaxy." "Wait, others? Now let's not go ruining the surprise, boys," Rumlow stated. Raising his arms, Rumlow's gauntlets roared to life, firing a large volley of blaster fire upon them. "Oh shit." Sam's thrusters sent him upwards while Steve crouched down low to block out the blaster fire. Being airborne, Sam's head snapped up at the sound of other thrusters in the air, looking up in time to duck from a passing droid that made a swipe at him. "I really have no time for you," growled out the airborne Avenger. Back with the Jedi and clone troopers, things weren't faring all that well. They were barely holding their own this time around. They didn't have Sam and Steve's assistance, so some advantage was lost. The droids were changing tactics, which threw the Republic forces off. And if that weren't enough, the bounty hunter droids stopped firing their blaster fire and started using other means in attacking them. "Oh, come on. That's not fair." Concentrated blasts came out of the droids' palms, surprising them all. "What the hell is that?" Scorch yelled out, narrowly dodging several beams directed at him. One had struck Fixer dead in the hip with the clone flying back. The impacts didn't really kill the trooper at all, merely sent him flying into nearby rock walls and knocking him. "Fixer!" Voss yelled out. "It's all right, he's unconscious," Boss assured, having rolled back to his down brother and checking him over. "Damn bastards." Scorch had ran forward, disregarding the calls of his brothers and Jedi while firing a volley of grenades at the droids in front of him. Several explosions appeared before him which took out some of the droids, with Scorch running right through the smoke and tackling a droid down. An elbow to it followed by a blaster bolt to the head took it out. He snapped back up to his feet, firing at every droid he could see when he had to avoid several of those beams again when several shot at him at the same time, with one striking his shoulder. Scorch sailed through the air, landing hard on the ground, though he had remained conscious, feeling an invisible grasp of some kind pull him away from more fire. "Try not to do too many crazy stunts like that, Scorch," Voss said with a wry grin. Scorch only chuckled feebly. "What's the matter, Voss? Don't like being upstaged? Can it you too?" Boss barked out, firing at multiple droids before ducking for cover from blaster fire, only to still fire up in the air as several of the droids were flying around. Obi-Wan had pulled a droid in with the Force, cutting through it, having to tilt his body back a second later to dodge another beam sent at him. Sev was constantly in motion, not allowing any of the droids to get a pin on him. Voss and Obi-Wan stood side by side with Boss and Scorch nearby as they were all fighting back against the droids in a unified front. "Where the hell did Rogers and Wilson go?" Voss said, swatting a blaster bolt back towards its sender, taking it out. "They're over there." Boss gestured with his hand. Obi-Wan took a momentary glance to where Boss had pointed to, with his eyes narrowing at the sight of Steve fighting against a very well-equipped and clearly skilled foe. "Who is that? We can ask him once this crap is taken care. Look out." Voss had pushed Obi-Wan back when several droids fired consecutive beams and explosive bolts in their direction. The blast sent the two Jedi flying and falling over the edge of the cliffs. "Crap," Boss said bitterly. "Stand fast." One of the droids moved forward with its arm trailing on the clones when it was struck in the head by a blast bolt. Several more got taken out, with Sev looking over to see. "Fixer. Sorry for taking a nap on you, brothers." Fixer grunted, Sev dashing over to assist him whilst Scorch and Boss used the momentary distraction to send a volley of fire on the uniquely made droids. Sev hauled Fixer over to the other two, with Scorch firing off grenades while Boss tossed out droid poppers. Delta Squad now stood united, facing the remaining droid of hordes with their weapons trailed on the metal bastards, armed and ready. Despite being outnumbered, they had no intentions of backing down without a fight. Yet, to their surprise, the droids ceased their assault and flew off to parts unknown. Where the hell are they going? Probably back to whoever made or hired them. Don't care about that. I'm more worried about the generals. Pudu, I almost forgot about them. Hanging at the edge of a cliffside, Obi-Wan looked over to the man beside him. I never did enjoy hanging out with you. All Voss did was give his old friend a wily smirk. Over with Steve, he was starting to get tired from fending off against Rumlow's assault. The constant changing from blaster fire to powered hand-to-hand combat was starting to get to him. It was no doubt challenging to the super soldier, keeping him on his toes. And no matter how many times he hit the damn bastard, Rumlow brushed it off. It's like the man didn't feel any pain at all. What happened to him? Steve was able to get lucky through a rebounded shield throw. It knocked his opponent down and rolled towards the cliffside. Rumlow tried to get back up, but he was punched down by the Avenger. Brock merely punched the ground, getting back up when he saw that Steve was no longer alone. With him stood his companions, Delta Squad, Obi-Wan, Voss, and Falcon hovered overhead with all their weapons directed at him. "It's over, Rumlow. You're done." Crossbones chuckled in response, subtly pressing a button on his gauntlet. "It will never be over between us. And not this soon." Soon an engine roar startled the Star-Spangled Avenger, giving the Hydra agent the chance to run, well more like jumping off the cliff. Steve ran towards where Rumlow fell and soon had to leap back when a ship's wing almost hit him as it quickly flew up. Looking back, he saw Crossbones standing on the ship's hull, waving at him before hopping through a hole on its top. Once it closed, Rumlow's ship shot into the sky and disappeared in the clouds. Landing beside him, Sam scowled on seeing the Hydra agent retreating. "Wonder when we'll see him again." "Hopefully not too soon, Sam." Scene cut. Sitting in the pilot's chair, S.Y. Snoodles was chuckling to herself as she made her way to Tatooine with Zyro's holodiary. Things were simple for the Polowick singer. She gets to do something she enjoys every day, having people lust after her and her fawning over her boyfriend, Zyro. Yet things changed when the deadbeat Hutt had abandoned and broken her heart. At its end, all she wanted was revenge and a better life. So she turned to the Hutt Council and sought out a means in doing so. She was then paid in when Zyro was brought in to play the part of her still loving her ex-boyfriend. Make him lead her to the holodiary while the other bounty hunters and other forces distracted Zyro long enough from not noticing her deception. Zyro had wanted them to run away together, profiting off the blackmail and living the life on Solarine for the rest of their days. Too bad he will never see it as she will live there by herself with the amount of funds the Hutt Council was paying her. All she had to do now was deliver the package to Jabba personally and she will be on Easy Street for the rest of her life. Coming out of hyperspace, she saw Tatooine was not far away. She was ready to descend towards the planet when her ship was blasted from behind. What in the dash? More and more rained upon her vessel before the singer-turned-bounty hunter was forced to evade the sudden enemy fire. Yet it was too much as her systems were soon shut off. "No no 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 no. This can't be happening," she screamed. "I was so close." The sounds of docking were made onto the ship of Zyro's mother, causing SY to pull out her blaster. She was gonna do everything she can to survive by any means necessary. It wasn't long before the docking door opened up and metallic sounds beat against the ship. It then came towards her location with the doors opening up to reveal a droid. She said, "Why, you don't look like any model I've ever seen." "Oh, hello there." This droid's voice was rather sinister, menacing and held a face that was far too expressive. "I noticed your ship in the area and couldn't help but admire it. It looked so nice on the outside I just had to see what it looked on the inside." To say that SY was terrified would be a severe understatement. This droid towered over her, easily being 8 feet tall with glowing red eyes that held unnervingly human optics. Its body was humanoid in appearance and held a power to it that was off-putting to say the least. "Who are you?" SY asked in a small voice. The droid blinked, taking a moment to think on her words before releasing a rather menacing chuckle. "Someone who wants to change the galaxy," was the droid's only response. "For the betterment of everything." What do you want? Why do you attack my ship?" "You have something of interest to me," the droid said plainly. "Something I can use for the furtherment of my plans. And I think you know exactly what it is I'm after." SY looked to the datapad with the droid's eyes going over to it, with him releasing a chuckle. "Ah, there it is." In a terrified state, SY quickly snatched the datapad and held it out for the droid with it quirking a metallic eyebrow before a malicious grin formed. It freaked the singer to her core at seeing something that is supposed to have no life display such glowing emotions. "Now that wasn't so hard, was it?" it said in a rhetorical manner, candidly taking the datapad out of Snoodle's hand. "See, I wish half of sentient life was as smart as you. If only it wasn't you that had to be in this position." What? The palm of its hand started to glow with a sinister red light. And it was the last thing SY will ever see before her head was burned off with a quick blast. Seeing the dead body topple to the ground, the droid turned its attention to the holodiary held in his other hand. Grasping it, the unique-looking droid shoved a finger into the side. The screen suddenly lit up with data flowing through it and into the droid. Once done, the diary short-circuited before being tossed aside. Time to make a call. Reaching to the ship's console, the droid inserted its fingers and dialed several numbers all at once. And it wasn't long before it saw the hollow projections of the 5 members of the Hutt Council. "Hello gentlemen and madam." The droid spoke in fluent Huttese. "How is it on this fine day? Who the hell are you?" Oriba inquired. "I am no one of importance to your clans, Mr. Oriba," the droid said with a malevolent tone. "No one that you should be worried about. But what I can tell you is this. I have need of accommodations within your section of controlled space. And just who do you think you are making such a brazen call to us?" Gardola the Hutt said with a heated glare. "One that is perfectly aware of your spice markets within Coruscant or your plans in attempting to weasel your way into Alderaan somehow," the droid said, making the Hutts tense up in silent shock. "It's not going to work, mind you. Alderaan is so generally peaceful you should quit while you're ahead." "What are you talking about?" Oriba spoke up frantically. "Don't play stupid with me," the droid said in an annoyed manner. "If you're criminal masterminds, live up to that name. I already know everything. More so now through the stupid little diary Jabba's uncle kept. And I gotta say, Zyro was quite thorough on the details. Not bad for a deadbeat washout." "What do you want?" Gardola inquired cautiously. "Credits." "What?" "God no, actually, that may be useful but I could get them myself if need be." "Finances, so weird." "Then what?" "Locations, locations. Prime real estate, really, and so much more," stated the droid. "To put it plainly, don't bother me while I do my work. If you do, well, you should know what to expect." The Hutts shifted about nervously at the implied threat, not liking this in the slightest. "You shall have your real estate, as you would call it," Jabba stated. "Good, good. Fantastic business meeting with you all, thank you for your time and investment. Before you go, who are you?" "You are no ordinary droid," Jabba asked. "Oh, right. You lot would want to properly address me." "Silly me," the droid smiled, unsettling the Hutts greatly. "I am Ultron and we are gonna have quite the partnership for the unforeseeable future." As he was about to end the call, he recalled one little detail. "One more thing. If I were to find out you let this little meeting of ours get leaked out somehow, then you would all have a very bad day. Much worse than a simple blackmail release to the Senate of all places." Ultron finished in a tone that brokered no arguments. Before either of the Hutts could argue and question, Ultron disconnected the call. Making his way back towards his ship, he disconnected the connection from the other ship and flew off. At a safe distance, the sentient AI blew up the ship in order to cover his tracks. "Now to start window shopping," Ultron said, pulling up holographic displays of planets the Hutts have full control of. Oh where to begin? Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 30, Senate Spies and Such. Natasha Romanoff wasn't a simple woman to say the least. Not in the slightest, as she was an assassin trained as far as she could remember, her skills being utilized by the KGB, SHIELD, and Hydra until finally she felt as though she had found her place with the superhero team known as the Avengers. But to be in space in the middle of an intergalactic war between two factions? Concept was familiar, but setting? It's gonna take some serious effort in trying to top having her mind blown after this one. Now here she was with most of her team, together again. In a galaxy far, far away from home. But now more was at stake in locating the rest of them and then some as of late. And no means of returning home. So, yeah, usual sort of scenario for the Avengers in terms of space travel. This has been a long journey of firsts for all. Currently, Hope was dragging her along as they traversed through the Senate building. "And why are you bringing me along, Hope?" "Because, you need to socialize more." "I do socialize," Nat stated. "I even helped Steve out a multitude of times. Not work socializing, actual socializing. I'm a spy, remember? I'm trained to be extremely social," Nat said defensively. Right manipulations and all that jazz. You are not gonna drop this, are you? Not in the least bit. Now come on, let's see how you do in this den of manipulation and lying. How is this supposed to be helpful? We're dealing with politicians. Just trust me on this. Hope said, slightly pleading with Nat, letting out a sigh. They were walking through one of the many corridors, with Nat having some familiarity with the place due to her most recent job here. So what's it been like here? Nat asked. Nothing crazy or mind-breaking, Hope remarked. Aside from the whole, you know. Natasha could only scowl, thinking on the Jedi and their means of recruiting. It was all too familiar to her after all. As much as they do good, they say, there's always a darker aspect to it. It just hasn't come out yet. Entering one specific meeting chamber, Natasha saw a few familiar faces. Ah, hello Hope. Padme greeted her with a smile. Hey, Padme. Brought a friend. Padme turned her attention towards the other Avenger in the room and recognized her. Oh, you're Natasha, right? I am, Nat said with a nod. And you look exactly like one of our friend's girlfriend. Padme blinked, staring in slight bewilderment. I beg your pardon. There's someone back home on our planet who, we do not exaggerate when we say this, looks exactly like you. Hope clarified. I never knew that. Seems no one told you. Seems so. Padme muttered out. Then what was this other me like? Jane Foster is an accomplished astrophysicist, Hope simply said. Pretty much how she and our Avenger colleague, Thor, met through one of her on the field assignments. Field assignments? Padme repeated. Is she a soldier of some kind? Scientist actually, Hope said. She's one of, if not the foremost leader on astrophysics and astronomy. Thanks to her, a lot more revolutionary knowledge became public to the world. Padme hummed in great interest, wanting to learn more, when she noticed several individuals coming up from behind Hope and Nat, with the youngest of them waving at her. Well, I'd love to hear more of my other self at a later time. Let me introduce you to my close friends here at the Senate. Walking over, one thing quickly crossed Natasha's mind. Oh boy. Natasha, Hope, I'd like you all to meet Rochuchi, Mon Mothma, and Bail Organ Dash. We've met already. Nat cut off. Pardon. At the hostage situation here. Really? How? Ended up holding you people at gunpoint. This response did not sit well with the others, causing Hope to face palm. Organa squinted at the redhead, finding her not matching any of the faces of the bounty hunters that held them hostage. Yet her eyes. I don't remember seeing you. Natasha merely pulled out an intricate piece of silver cloth out of her belt and presented it. This little thing helps disguise most of my facial features. Slipping it over her face, she adjusted it and pressed a small button on the side. Turned over to Padme and gave a good look over. The cloth started shifting and changing to make Natasha's face look exactly like the Naboo senator. Only thing to really pull things off perfectly is adjusting the voice modulator on this and wearing a wig. Incredible, Mothma remarked. I have seen stealth and form-changing tech before, but not on such a small scale. Wait, were you by any chance that Zabrak that was with us in the atrium? Organa spoke up. Hey, you figured it out, Nat said with a praising tone. How'd you go and do that? Your eyes. Bail gestured to his own. A senator needs to be able to distinguish them in our line of work. Impressive. Nat nodded. Yeah, one little detail that sometimes slips by. But how could you be able to talk, let alone eat? Ro questioned. I saw no cuts on the cloth along the mouth. Meh, not that important right now. Nat waved off, pulling off the mask to reveal her normal face. Just that it still works is all that matters. So Natasha, Padme looked to the assassin. I have heard from your friend and team leader Captain Rogers that you are one of the original Avengers when the team was first founded. Really? Where'd ya hear that? I hosted a kind of appreciation gala where I live here on Coruscant. Padme said. Got to know your team more before you were found. Figured as much. But who was that new one? Padme inquired. During the whole Zillo Beast debacle, I noticed a new individual in red and blue that looked like he was using some kind of white rope to move around the large creature. Oh, that's our newest recruit on Earth appearing here somehow. Hope said. Calls himself Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Code name. Ro then added in her thoughts. Ah yes, Pietro mentioned his code name being Quicksilver. All of us have our own monikers and names. Nat said. Back on Earth, I'm Black Widow to the general public. Nat to friends. Padme hummed to herself and thought. Then how are you finding Coruscant thus far? It's a damn big city. Nat declared, making them chuckle at the rather frank and accurate description. This whole planet is a city, right? Yes. Mothma said with a nod. Coruscant is a city planet with layers upon layers and has served as the capital of the Republic for nearly all of recorded history. Must wonder where it started before here. That has been lost to time unfortunately. Organa stated. Though I know of a few scholars who believe there may be some planet out there that holds the history of the entire galaxy. Well, good luck to them, I say. Hope said. Maybe they could succeed. Perhaps they will. Organa said with a shrug. Hopefully after this war is well and done. At the mention of the war, Nat's eyes narrowed while thinking back on a conversation she had had with Sam not too long ago. A conversation with many questions that had been bugging her mind for quite some time. Just wanting to ask this, but what's your take on the war? Pardon? Mothma said. Heard from some of the others you and your friends in this room are a part of those against the war. Padme's eyes steeled for a moment. It's no surprise to anyone that we aren't for the war in the slightest. This war is tearing up both the Republic, the galaxy, and all the innocent people caught in between. This is not why the Republic stands. We are aware that there are times where conflict is unavoidable. Organa added. But this war was one that could have been easily averted. Everything could have been settled if we just had the time. True, but most people are just hungry and impatient for profits from what I've heard. Hope said. That trade federation and those banking clans I've been hearing so much about. The other senators gave bitter nods. They claimed to be neutral. Chuchi scoffed. But it's beyond obvious whom they support. If it weren't for them, this war could have been settled sooner. Mon Mothma stated. Now all we're having is more days of working overtime with more years seemingly added onto us. There is one thing that's been bothering me since I got here. Nat said with a frown. Could anyone explain to me this whole clone army? What do you mean? Organa asked. I mean, just where did it come from? Nat stated. I mean, I don't want to be rude or anything, but a few days after your chancellor calls for remilitarization, this clone army just up and appears magically all set and ready to go. Doesn't that seem a bit fishy and convenient? The senators stared at the spy-trained Avenger with several opening and closing their mouths as they thought about what Natasha had just insinuated. Now that they genuinely took a moment, just where did this clone army truly originate from? Well. Padme crossed her arms. From what Anakin had told me from his own master's discovery, the clone army was commissioned by another Jedi Council member who perished 10 years ago. Sifo-Dyas. Sifo-Dyas. Chuchi murmured. I had not heard of such a person. Any reason why he would do this? Padme shook her head. No one knows for sure. It was big news to even the Jedi Council, as they were in the dark as anyone else. So even the Jedi don't know about this clone army? Hope questioned, her brows furrowed with slight concern. That, honestly, sounds a little disconcerting. It does. Organa agreed, a sentiment shared with his senators. Has anyone bothered looking into it? No. Padme let that statement hang silently in the air. No one has. Nor has anyone had the time. An unusual sense of foreboding had now hung over the group of heroes and politicians, with several feeling rather uncomfortable. They came out of nowhere when they were needed most. Mothma surmised. With the Jedi only learning of it around the same time as we did. Chuchi grimaced. I had hoped for a day where I could relax for a brief moment, and now this is weighing heavily on my mind. You and me both, sister. Hope idly said, thinking on the matter as well. Hopefully we can have some breathing time to finally investigate this matter. Padme stated, earning nods from those around her when they heard a faint beeping noise coming from Padme. It was her communication device. Excusing herself, she went to the far end of the room in order to answer it. The hollow projection of Grand Master Yoda soon appeared, making the Naboo senator smile. "Master Yoda," Padme said politely. "To what do I owe the pleasure of this call?" "Excuse me, for my rudeness if you will," Yoda said with a bow of his head. "A moment of your time, if I may." "Talk if we can, Senator Amidala." Scene cut. Standing in the Jedi Council chamber, Padme stood beside Hope and Natasha as they had accompanied her back to the temple, with the trio looking at the sitting Jedi before them. "What can I do for you, Master Yoda?" Padme inquired. "A task, I must ask of you," Yoda began. "Dangerous it may be, but necessary. Do you understand him?" Nat whispered beneath her breath, with Hope nudging her to stay quiet. "Dangerous?" Padme repeated. "How so?" Next to Yoda was the holographic projections of Plo Koon and Mace Windu from their ends of the galaxy. "There has been some intel that has been going about between the Separatists and the Republic," Koon informed the Naboo senator. "Someone has been meeting with Separatist leaders." "Someone you know?" "We believe Senator Clovis is conspiring with the Separatists. And we need to find out what he's planning," Windu stated. "Rush." Padme spoke up in surprise. "How could you believe that? Rush is an old friend. He and I started together at the Senate. We understand your misgivings and hesitation on the matter, but we wouldn't ask of you if we weren't sure," Plo replied placatingly. "From our intelligence operatives, found communications he has with the Trade Federation," Yoda added. "Sympathize with the Separatist cause, they do. And Clovis's work with the banking clans and Trade Federation doesn't exactly fill us with hope for a better future," Windu bluntly stated. "Do you want us to interrogate him?" Nat inquired. "Not in the slightest. One wrong misstep could cause a major incident. Windu threw that idea out the window. Then provoking him will make things harder to find out what he's planning." "Exactly," Koon said. "But why are you asking me of all people?" Padme inquired. "We have known you two have entered the Senate in the same year and served in the same committee." Padme held her hands and fiddled around with them a little. "We have and were good friends." Natasha recognized the body language, the slight change in her tone, and several other things. Good friends was far from the truth on the matter. In fact, from what she can already guess, they were in a relationship for a time. "We know this is a great deal of what we're asking of you," Windu admitted. "But we ask you to do your duty to the Republic as we have ours." Padme thought this over for several moments, thinking hard on the matter before looking up to the Jedi Masters and nodding in confirmation. "I'll do it." "Are you sure about this, Padme?" Hope asked. "You don't have to do this, you know. Clovis was an old friend," Padme said. "But I just want to make sure. I need to make sure he hasn't betrayed the Republic. It's been so long since I last saw him and, well, I guess your conversation earlier is getting to me." Padme's expression became resolute a moment later. "Someone needs to find the truth. And as an old friend, I should be the one to do so." "Then do you want me to be an agent for you?" Nat asked. "What do you mean?" "We shall leave you to it then," Windu said, his hollow image blinking out along with Koon whilst Yoda bade them farewell, closing his eyes to meditate. The three ladies exited the Jedi Council chamber, discussing a plan of action. "Giving you pointers in what to exactly do in this situation?" "I don't know. Like I said, it's been years since we last spoke," Padme admitted. "It was on even terms, but don't know if we could even pick back up again. What's going on now is basically what I normally did back home. You'll do fine with me helping you out in the sidelines." "And was this all before or after you joined S.H.I.E.L.D.? Hope asked. Natasha gave Hope a raised eyebrow look which practically said it all. "Oh right, should have known better." "Then what's the main plan here?" Nat asked, looking to Padme. Padme simply stated. "I guess I'll start with making a call." Scene cut. Still surprised Clovis was able to accept so soon. Hope muttered out as she and Natasha ate at a table some distance away. Gee, I can't imagine why. Nat said, side-eyeing Padme, who sat alone wearing a rather lavish and exquisite dress. And the senator's hair was stylized in such a way which hid the transmitter in her ear. I can get you something like this if you'd like. Padme said in a low voice to her comm link hooked up beneath her dress. No thanks. Hope waved off, with Nat sharing the sentiment. That headpiece looks heavy and like a helmet that would weigh me down. This is my hair. Yeah, we know. Padme couldn't contain the puff of her cheeks, feeling insulted at her fashion sense. She'll have the to know that takes great pride in her looks. Do you think that style would do well on Earth? Nat asked Hope. I'd say no, but considering how weird we can be, all things considered, I wouldn't put it past certain cities taking that style. Hope admitted. Focus up, girls. Padme said through the comms. Clovis is coming. I see him. Hope murmured, taking a sip of her drink to disguise her stare at the senator from Scipio who was approaching Padme's table. Padme. Clovis greeted in an overly kind tone. It has been too long. Too long indeed, old friend. Padme said in turn, smiling at him as he seated himself before her. A waitress droid came on by and served their drinks before walking away. It's been good to see you again, Clovis. Padme said with a soft smile. I didn't realize how lonely I was, until tonight. Perhaps I can do more to ease your loneliness. Clovis said with an equal smile. Once I return from Cato Neimoidia, then my schedule is open for you. Wow, he really hasn't let his feelings for her go. Hope muttered before cutting into her dish. Most people have a hard time doing so once encountering someone truly special to them. Nat commented. And have you had anyone special? My own story to tell, Hope. Ignoring the little banter going off in her ear, Padme asked Clovis the obvious question. Oh, you're taking a pleasure trip. Hardly. He corrected her. I'm going there to put the fear of Scipio in those overgrown Trade Federation grubs. Trade Federation? Padme hummed. I've had my own dealing with them in the past. So I've remembered. Clovis said knowingly. You know how they are. They love to borrow money from the banking clan, but they hate to pay it back. Padme chuckled. Maybe you can say a few words on my behalf. Her mood grew a little serious. I'm on the holonet with the Neimoidians every day, asking for trade concessions, but I can't ever seem to make progress. Clovis hummed a little to himself before looking back at his date for the evening. I've got an idea. Come with me to Cato Neimoidia. Speak to them in person. Are you sure? I have leverage from the banking clan. You have diplomatic contacts. We can help each other. Padme eyed her old flame with a curious expression. Are you inviting me for political reasons, or because you want us to be friends again? Both, of course. Rush openly admitted. Though I'm far more interested in your friendship than in politics. Dear God, what is this, the start to a soft-core porn? Nat asked through the comms, making Hope nearly choke on her food whilst Padme openly blushed at the comment. Padme? Are you all right? Clovis asked, noting her sudden coloration of her cheeks. Sorry, it's nothing. Just a small flash of heat. Clovis eyed her, shrugging a moment later, taking a casual look outside, giving Padme the brief chance to shoot an annoyed glare at Natasha, who couldn't hide her amusement after seeing such a response from the Neighbor senator. Well, with your offer. It'll be like old times. Rush chuckled softly. On the contrary, I hope it'll be much better than old times. And cue the slow-burning music. Nat said with a mischievous grin, holding up her glass for Hope, who only clinked her own cup with a deadpan stare. I swear to God, Nat, I will find a way to get back at you on Padme's behalf and mine. She can still hear you. Oh, I know. Taking a sip of her drink, Nat's smile grew a little more. And challenge accepted. Scene cut. The very next day, Natasha found herself standing alongside Padme on a landing platform with several Coruscant guards around them while C-3PO was loading up supplies and other necessities into the ship that would take them to Cato Neimoidia. Taking a moment to look around, Natasha spotted the small barely noticeable humanoid flying around her before perching herself on Nat's shoulder. Comfy. More or less. Hope said with a shrug. The tiny Avenger looked around, gazing over to the ship that apparently Nat was going to pilot. So you know how to fly one of these things? I sure have. Nat said, adjusting herself in the Neba pilot attire. Had to run many hours flying a lot of ships when I first came to this galaxy. Not much different from the ones back home. Just some adjustments, that's all. If you say so. Nat adjusted her clothing again. Padme, how the hell do you wear these clothes half the time? They're like blankets. It takes time getting used to them. I bet. Smarmy man, incoming. Hope spoke up with Nat and Padme looking at Rush, who was approaching the ladder. Senator Clovis. Padme greeted him. Padme. Clovis said, coming in a bit close to her. You look exquisite. He then proceeded to place a kiss on each cheek in a very clear, intimate fashion. One that Padme clearly did not reciprocate from her facial expressions seen by Nat and Hope. Gee, that sure wasn't forward at all. Hope commented from Nat's shoulder. Rush stepped back, looking at Natasha. And who, may I ask, is this beautiful lady that stands with you? Oh? Am I not beautiful, Senator Clovis? Clovis stammered for a moment when Padme giggled. My friend here serves as both my pilot and my maid. Padme introduced Nat. This is Shaitan, and she is a very dear friend of mine as well. You don't see that every day. Rush said, nodding towards Natasha. She's a special friend whom I trust dearly. Padme said. Then any friend of Padme's is a friend of mine. Rush said, holding out his hand. Rush Clovis, milady. Of course, sir. She then escorted the two inside of the ship. Now be sure to be seated, as we'll be departing very soon. If you get tired, you can rest your head on my shoulder. Oh wow, that was so bad. Wasp stated, flying up from Nat and going over to one of the seats. Some people are desperate. Nat whispered, causing the shrinker to giggle. Yeah, well, desperation deserves compensation. Wasp said with a mischievous tone. Padme seated herself in one of the seat on the edge of her row when the one next to her short-circuited and the safety harness snapped downward and didn't budge. Clovis held a startled look, with Padme blinking until her eyes spotted a small yellow and black figure flying up and away. Padme could only roll her eyes at the Wasp's antics. We're ready for takeoff, Shaitan. Spoke the Neba captain as Nat seated herself beside him. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agent nodded towards her co-pilot as they soon adjusted the controls and took off towards Cato Neimoidia. The ship jolted, lifting up off the platform, and then took off into the air. Shortly after takeoff, Rush seemed to try and get closer to Padme. Wasp was about to do something so he won't get close and possibly spot her when Padme scooted away. It was throughout the majority of this trip did Hope notice more of Padme's actions. Something that seemed familiar to her. Scene cut. Cato Neimoidia was quite a unique world. One covered in a persistent fog, with all of its bridge cities suspended over the acidic oceans below. And the rock arches had a lot of forests and grasslands. Descending to one particular city, the Neba ship landed in front of the estate of one Lot Dodd, the Neimoidian who has business dealings with Clovis today. With the ramp lowered, Clovis and Padme and C-3PO walked down and were greeted by Lot Dodd himself with a pair of gold-plated maid droids behind him. Ah, Senator Clovis, and Senator Amidala, an unexpected privilege. Senator Dodd. Padme greeted. Please forgive me for arriving unannounced. Oh, no. Always a pleasure to see you, my dear. I hope you and I can make a fresh start. I came here with the very same hope. The Neba senator turned slightly for her gaze to meet with Clovis. I believe in second chances. So do I, Senator. So do I. Nat stayed in the background, her eyes managing to catch Wasp flying above them as they entered the large building. Upon entering, Nat and Wasp saw the many Neimoidians and maid droids walking about, with the former discussing business and such, whilst Padme's group was guided down a corridor to their place of momentary residency. Place looks like an overpriced burlesque house. Wasp commented, flying through the corridors of the establishment they currently stayed at. Anything of note? Nat asked discreetly from her end as she followed after Padme and 3P0 while being escorted to the room they would be staying in. Just that there are a lot of droids here that legitimately feel like sex dolls. Wasp stated. I feel dirty being here. Couldn't agree more. Nat said, getting herself situated with Padme. At least seeing some battle droids here and there somewhat makes me feel better. Though Padme didn't vocalize it, she too felt a bit dirty as the two put it herself. These droids around her were rather appealing if one is into that sort of thing. Wasp whizzed about, flying in between several legs of those that were residing in the building before flying back up in time to spot Dodd and Clovis walking away in a rather discreet manner. Guys, I've got eyes on Clovis and that Dodd senator. Wasp said. I'll go check it out. Padme cut in. Padme, are you sure? Nat asked, surprised at the sudden declaration. There's something off about this place. Padme said. I think it's better if Hope takes time to scout out the entire palace. Leave Clovis to me. He's my mission after all. If you say so. Might as well take the senator's advice. Nat said as she started checking the room for any bugs. Don't know what is going on and need to find anything of importance. An office could be a good start. Wasp continued her recon of the building when she spotted a rather unusual figure that had walked across from one room to another. Now granted, Hope wouldn't have made much of this figure had it not been for the fact that whoever it was really stood out with all that black clothing, cape, and helmet that seemed to cover their face. In regard to everyone else she had seen, this person stuck out like a sore thumb. Eyes narrowed, Hope zipped after the figure who was beginning to descend down into the lower levels of the building. The figure continued down another set of stairs before standing within a chamber of some kind with a hollow table in the center. Approaching it, pressed upon one of its controls and waited for a brief moment. Hope flew ahead of the individual and settled herself behind a pillar while looking down at her person of interest. After several more seconds, the hollow table glowed with a hollow transmission of what appeared to be an elderly gentleman appearing before the helm being. The front plating of the individual retracted, revealing that it was a young Miri Allen female with yellow skin and acidic yellow eyes with red tattoos trailing down her face from the inner corner of both her eyes. Master Dooku. The Miri Allen spoke in a calm voice, kneeling down to one knee and head bowed. Shezo Niva. Dooku said in an equally even tone. What is the purpose of this call, my acolyte? The senator from Scipio has arrived as planned. Shezo said, looking up to her master. He and Dodd speak right now on the matters of the droid factory construction. Good, very good. Dooku said approvingly. Though that is not the reason or purpose of your call, is it? There is someone of interest who has come with the Scipio senator. Shezo said straight away. One who you have spoken of before. The Naboo senator, Padme Amidala. Senator Amidala is on Cato Neimoidia. Dooku said in a sharp tone. She is master, she has accompanied the Scipio senator to this planet. Shezo stated. What should be done with her, Master Dooku? Keep an eye on her but do not do anything drastic. Dooku said. The last thing we need is the Republic snooping about here even more so. But if an accident were to happen. Dooku's unfinished statement made a sinister grin crawl upon Shezo's face with her yellow eyes burning in understanding. Of course Master Dooku. Shezo said with malicious glee. Wasp all the while glared, quickly hopping off from her pillar and flying out to meet up with Natasha. Nat, we have a problem. With Padme, she walked as slowly and quietly as possible. It took a bit of time to properly track down Senators Rush and Lot. She did find them in a darkened part of the library with something projecting on the hollow table. This investment by the banking clan will create unimaginable war profits, Rush stated to the Neimoidian beside him, the largest droid factory ever built. Padme's hopes for her old friend died rather quickly. It seems the man she once cared for deeply is amongst enemy ranks now. As long as the Republic doesn't find out. Dodd grumbled out. You should never have brought a member of the Senate here. The Naboo senator then heard a series of agitated clicks coming from that room, making her want to listen in more. I agree, Lord Poggle. For all the risks we're taking, we should be getting a greater share of the profits. Lord Poggle. Padme thought. Of the Genosians. Rush became quite displeased. Are you suggesting we change the terms of our agreement? He eyed both Dodd and Poggle with a shake of his head. A deal is a deal. I'd hate for something to happen to you. The Neimoidian scoffed. You forget yourself, Clovis. You cannot threaten me on my own planet. This is hardly your planet anymore, not since you signed your holdings over to the banking clan, in return for a stake in this new droid factory. Padme narrowed her glance, knowing she'll need to get whatever's on that holotable no matter what. Just as well as before, the Naboo senator quietly made herself scarce and went back to where her assigned quarters resided. Scene cut. So, another assassination attempt may occur on my life here, eh? Padme said with a rather bland expression. What a surprise. You don't seem all that shocked given what we told you. Hope stated. Is this a politician thing or? Let's just say this isn't the first time someone's wanted to get me out of the picture these past 10 years. Padme said with a dry tone. With how often my life has been targeted throughout my life, I've sadly grown used to it. Gotta say, you're earning more respect from me. Natasha sadly chuckled. Don't know if that's a good or a bad thing to hear from you. So there's one of those Sith guys that the Jedi mentioned in whatever it is smarmy man is planning with those separatists. Hope stated. Looks like we've got our hands full here. Nat noted. You mentioned there are plans for a droid factory on Geonosis. Hope said with Padme nodding. Would have been difficult to know the exact location if it weren't for them talking to Lord Poggle in person. But we'll need to know the factory's layout so the Republic can properly take it down for good. Can't we be able to simply get whatever's on that holotable in the library and get out of here? Hope asked. Knowing them, whatever's there will be password protected. Accessing the data won't be easy without it. It's never that simple, Hope. Yeah, figured. So what do we do then? Padme hummed and thought, thinking over their current predicament. Hope, I suggest you stay with me for dinner tonight. Padme, what if someone walks in? You came with Nat, remember? That's what 3P0 is for. Padme said, gesturing to the protocol droid who waved at the two Avengers. There's a little something called privacy here. I don't follow. While I dine with the others, you stay close so you may figure out what the password is. If you think you possibly have the right one, you can head straight towards the library and extract the data without anyone knowing until we are off-world. Sounds like a plan. While you two are doing that, I'll keep an eye on this new acolyte. You sure about that, Nat? Hope asked in concern. Wouldn't come prepared if I wasn't. Nat said, rolling down her sleeves to show off her trademark widow's bite around her wrist. All right, just be careful is all. Hope said with Nat nodding. Then we have a plan in motion. Padme said. Let's get started. It was later in the evening when the dinner commenced with Padme playing along in enemy territory. Situated inside of C-3PO, Hope was paying close attention to the conversations. Taking note of anything remotely important from some of the more noteworthy individuals on the table, i.e. Senators Clovis and Dodd. Either one of them brought the plans to the library's holotable. Either one of them had the password needed to access the data they needed. It was starting to get rather annoying at some point into the meal when Hope decided to test her luck. Carefully getting out of Padme's protocol droid, Hope flew out of the dining hall and made her way towards the library as fast as possible. Once there, she returned to her normal size and tried accessing the holotable's contents. Passcode required. Of course. Hope muttered, adopting a thinking posture. Might as well try Clovis first. Scipio. Denied. Banking clan. Denied. Baron Rush Clovis. Denied. Hope racked her mind from any other possible answers. Yet one seemed to make her pause. Rubbing her eyes, she spoke the last possible password. Padme. Granted. Jesus, he really is that desperate. Hope murmured, looking at the holodisplay of a large droid foundry that was well into production. Before she could start extracting the data, she heard some chatter nearby and looked back. It was at the worst possible moment that Padme and Clovis abruptly walked in, making Wasp shrink herself down and hide long enough for the two senators, preferably the separatist supporter, to leave. I'm waiting for my business venture to start, Clovis stated as he escorted Padme into the library. I'm doing some private investing with guaranteed returns. Padme nodded before groaning, holding her head as it throbbed before massaging her throat. Could you bring me something to drink? I'm so thirsty all of a sudden and my head is pounding. He came up to her out of genuine concern. Oh, you poor thing. It's the climate change. I'm sure of it. I'll be right back. Acting from his namesake, Rush rushed out of the room, leaving Padme seemingly alone. Wasp grew back to her full size, startling Padme slightly, but she quickly calmed down. I've got access to the droid factory data, Padme, Wasp said. We need to download it, pronto. That's exactly what I'm here for, Padme said, holding up a small data chip. I think you'll find the passcode rather endearing, Hope stated with a coy grin. Which is? You, apparently. How sweet. You're not flattered at all, aren't you? I would, if I hadn't moved on years ago. Oh, so there's someone else then, Hope said with a smirk while Padme accessed the holotable and downloaded the droid factory plans and schematics. Just in time as Clovis had returned. Wasp shrank back down, grabbing the data file from behind Padme's back and sticking to the shadows to avoid detection. I'll head back to 3P0 and put the plans in him for safekeeping, Hope spoke into the Naboo senator's earpiece. Good luck on your part, Padme. Back at the dinner earlier this evening, Black Widow was conducting her own part of the mission. Natasha had opted to stick entirely to the shadows, the night on top of the lighting of the rooms serving her well. She stood round a corner in what was the restaurant of the building. Off on the far end of the room was Padme seated with Clovis, Dodd, and several other Neimoidians. And on the other side, seated by herself in a more elegant black dress, was that Sith Mirialan acolyte Shezo, who had her back turned from her target, sipping upon a drink in an elegant manner while lightly eating her meal. She hadn't made a move much and didn't appear to be in any rush of sorts yet. To the trained eye, it was clear for Nat to see that she was dealing with a skilled assassin. Whoever this Shezo was, she was not to be taken lightly. The dinner between Padme, Clovis, and the Neimoidians continued with nothing significant happening save for Padme appearing to be rather tired on a few occasions. This went on until Shezo tilted her head to the side before casually getting up out of her seat and walking towards one of the exits of the restaurant. The exit she was closest to, with Shezo momentarily glancing her way. Widow felt herself stiffen up before crouching down to back away and move silently down the hall she stood in whilst Shezo had turned the corner and stood there. Her yellow eyes shifted about, face scrunched up in suspicion and concentration. The hall was relatively empty, yet she knew that if anything were to happen here, she would draw unwanted attention. Beginning to walk down the hall, her footsteps were relatively silent, being muffled by the floors being carpeted and all. Her head, however, turned sharply to the left, eyes narrowed as she changed her path to where she had now sensed something. Widow had found a set of stairs, traversing downward, yet the acolyte appeared not far behind. Knowing they were alone, Shezo had a smirk on her face as she spoke. I know you're out here, somewhere, Shezo said, her tone even but loud enough for Nat to hear. It was definitely a surprise, but when one concentrates well and hard enough, it makes it impossible to miss you. Nat had remained silent, scaling down the winding staircase as quickly as possible whilst Shezo opted to take her time. I still am trying to wrap my head around your existence, you know, Shezo said, making sure her dress wouldn't touch the steps. How is it possible for individuals like yourselves to exist devoid of the Force? Nat paused, taking a moment to think over what that Sith acolyte just said. I know who you are, or more of whom you are associated with, Avenger, Shezo went on, continuing her descent. Your team made quite the arrival in the galaxy. Every Force user must have felt your grand appearance. I know I did, as did my master and fellow acolytes. Widow now found herself entering a darkened room with many pillars and one hollow table in the center. She then heard the sound of heels echoing against hard granite and knelt behind a pillar where the shadows hid her best. It was strange when I felt an unusual turbulence in the Force when that senator arrived earlier today, but when I focused, I sensed you immediately, Shezo said, now standing in the center of the large chamber where she contacted Count Dooku. My sensory capabilities are second to none amongst my peers. A blank void like yourself in the Force was not difficult to locate. A blank void in the Force? That was certainly a new one to hear. It's like a living scar. No, something else. Shezou muttered, though her voice was still heard. You truly are an unusual element. How is it possible to exist without the Force? What are you really, I wonder? Yet for some reason the Force permeates around you. Did you know that? Nat held up her wrists, Widow's bite powering up. Shezou stopped, reaching out with the Force. Her yellow eyes burned with intent and purpose as the Force fed her information on her surroundings. While it is difficult to sense one that is deafened or exempt from the Force, Shezou figured perhaps there are other means in detecting those void of her power. After all, when appearing like that to that capacity it leaves quite a mark in the Force. Igniting her crimson lightsaber, Niva flung it at the pillar Widow was hiding behind with the red blade slicing right through the sediment. Widow had rolled out of the way, revealing herself to Shezou. Ah, there you are. Natasha rolled her eyes when the humming of a lightsaber forced her to duck down as the blade returned to Shezou's hand. The Sith acolyte grinned maliciously, holding out her free hand as if she were attempting to grab something out of the air. Nat quirked a brow at her behavior when she felt a strange feeling at the back of her throat before she cleared it. The feeling went away. Shezou blinked, seeing nothing happen before trying whatever it was she was doing again. This time it felt as though Natasha had something lodged in her throat and she didn't swallow whatever she was eating properly. She squirmed this time, letting out several coughs when once again the strange feeling subsided. What is going on? Shezou asked herself. The hell? Nat was incredulous. That was you. Not waiting for a response, Natasha instantly pulls out one of her pistols and fires several bullets at the Miri Allen. Sneering at the slug throwers sent her away, Shezou casually spun her lightsaber about to deflect all the bullets aside. Only they weren't deflected. The humming blade melted the bullets into liquid metal which splattered around in on Shezou's body. The acolyte's eyes widened, hissing with great pain as she felt the molten liquid burn her skin with the metal solidifying moments later. Shezou cried out aloud, gripping her fist and lightsaber with her free hand puncturing her palm. Shezou's head snapped up in time as she heard footsteps running at her Black Widow jumping to deliver a striking knee. She leaned her head back in time yet her chest still got the brunt of the damage with the acolyte flying back. Niva tumbled back with her lightsaber deactivated, propping herself on one knee to see Black Widow reaching for her pistol once more. She wasn't going to let that happen again. Instinctually, Shezou shot up both her hands and Nat felt her eyes widen while she was lifted up off the ground by an invisible force. She was flung down to the ground, let out a moan of discomfort getting back up to her feet as did Shezou who was glaring hatefully at her. You bitch. Shezou charged forward, making Nat get onto the defensive. Spinning on the ground, Widow whirled away from the acolyte's coming strike. Once back onto her feet, she threw a series of punches and kicks as the two started blocking and parrying each other's attacks. Black Widow had to make sure to take great care with the lightsaber that Shezou had reignited, attempting to literally kill her. She raised her arm in time, holding Niva at the wrist, making sure the saber was pointed away from her body. I wanted to take you prisoner for my master. Shezou said with a furious snarl. But I'll settle for your head instead. Generic. Nat said, clenching her fists as her widow's bite sent out an electric jolt that caused Shezou to flinch. Couldn't you have tried coming up something a bit more original? It's gone stale after so long. The Miri Allen fought back against the jolt. What she currently felt was nothing compared to the force lightning she endured from in her past training sessions. With a roar, Shezou thrusted the force to knock the widow away. Once again, Nat found herself being thrown through the air courtesy of the force with her landing on the ground. Her head whipped up in time to see Shezou in the air with her lightsaber overhead. Nat shoved herself out of the way with the red blade striking the spot she laid at. Getting up onto a knee, she held up her wrist and aimed at Niva. She fired an electric taser disc yet Shezou was prepared, swatting the disc away. Such a pretty face. Shezou said condescendingly. Such a shame I have to cut it up. My god, was there a 3-for-1 bargain sale on villainy monologues? Shezou rushed forward, lightsaber at her side with Nat beginning to run back. Before causing any further harm on Nat, Shizou felt something brush past her face. She thought it was nothing until something struck her head not long after from behind. The Mirialan acolyte tumbled and collided against the wall. Shaking her head a little, she saw someone else had come and joined in on the little dance number of theirs. "Sorry I'm late," Wasp said. Nat shook her head. "No, you're right on time." Shizou shook her head, clutching it with her free hand when she looked up to see Widow standing with another woman. One that she detected straight away as being another of these Avengers. Black Widow and Wasp stood side by side, readying themselves to fight Shizou, with the former wielding two electrified batons that popped out from her wrists. Shizou snarled with a malicious smirk growing on her face. "Oh, what fun this will be. So she's one of those Sith guys the Jedi talked about?" Hope asked in a low voice. "Yeah, so far, not gonna lie." Nat eyed the Mirialan. "She's a bit of a bitch. Not hard to see why." With no further words needed, the three women lunged forward, Wasp shrinking down and Nat having to duck down low as Shizou swung her lightsaber horizontally at them. Rolling forward, Nat sprung up, catching Shizou's wrist as she in mid-swing again. This motion gave Wasp the chance to deliver a quick series of strikes to Shizou's gut followed by her chin. Shizou stumbled before getting hit back hard from a spinning kick from Widow. She retaliated, spinning her lightsaber at Wasp. Much to her frustration, the attack missed as Hope shrunk down. She wondered where she was before the Mirialan was suddenly flipped over. Widow used this opportunity to kick the acolyte's exposed side before delivering a downward elbow strike. On the ground once more, Shizou was seething with unadulterated rage at being beaten back with such ease. Clenching her teeth, Shizou unleashed a powerful force push again, with Black Widow flying back and the shrunken down Wasp being flung around in the air. Widow's back and head hit a pillar, the impact knocking the wind out of her with her head pounding. Eyesight blurry, Widow glanced up to see Shizou in the air with her lightsaber up to her shoulder level reared back and ready to impale her. Thankfully, Wasp was still airborne with the shrunken Avenger flying at full speed at Shizou. Just as Shizou was about to stab Widow right through the heart, the Sith acolyte felt a powerful strike to her jaw which caused her to crash land right next to Nat. However, Wasp was slightly late in her timing, with the crimson blade managing to cut through Widow's suit and burning the side of her waist. Nat's eyes momentarily bulged out, with the former spy clutching her side while gasping in pain. Nat. Hope grew back to full size, at her friend's side helping her stay up. "Ah, she got me good there." Nat cringed, wincing at the pain coursing through her body. Furrowing her brows, seeing her comrade's injury merely fueled Hope's drive in taking the Mirialan acolyte down. Shizou was dazed from her earlier hit, stumbling slightly as the acolyte returned to her feet. Sizing back up to normal size at the last possible second, her foot collided against Shizou's head. As their opponent started falling down, Hope spun once more and delivered a powered dropkick right onto the acolyte's face. Bouncing off the floor, Shizou became unresponsive, with Hope breathing hard to catch her breath. "I think you got her," Nat said whimsically, holding her side while wincing with pain. Going back over to Nat, Wasp pulled out a small cylindrical canister of some kind before making Nat move her hand. The burn was deep and nasty and would undoubtedly leave a scar. "You gonna be alright?" Hope used the canister to spray a whitish-blue liquid of some kind on the injury. "Had worse," Nat muttered, glancing down at her injury. "What's that?" "Bacta spray, gotta love it." Nat let out a mild hiss before releasing a small, eased hum. "Oh, that could have helped back then." "Figured." Hope helped Nat move along as they walked down the corridor. "We need to check back on Padme. Don't know if our fight brought in unwanted attention or not." Scene cut. After their scuffle with the Sith acolyte, Hope and Natasha made their way back to the guest room where Padme resided. They needed to get off the planet immediately as the Neimoidians would be onto them very soon. Once arriving, they saw Rush Clovis was hovering over Padme's prone form, which lay on the bed. "What are you doing?" Natasha said, startling the male senator. "Padme's ill," he said. "She's burning up." Natasha came up to the Neighbor senator and saw she was indeed having quite the fever. Yet this was quite out of nowhere. To confirm her suspicions, she briefly opened the senator's eyes and saw some slight discoloration with the pupils dilated. Senator Clovis, please get a medical droid. Natasha ordered. If it won't help her, then we need to go to a hospital or go off-world for proper medical treatment. Rush stammered and nodded. Right, of course. I'll be right back. With the Scipio senator out of the room, Hope spoke up while on Natasha's shoulder. There's more to it, isn't there? Padme's been poisoned, said the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Clovis. Padme said in a low voice. I hoped he wasn't involved with them. We need to get back to the Republic and show them what we have found. First we gotta take care of you. Nat said. Oh really? Padme may be feeling the poison but she couldn't deny her wits. Trying to get back up, she noticed part of the redhead's current state. How'd you get that injury there, Nat? Not important right now, Padme. Nat argued back even though she kept a hand pressed to her waist. Hope, you try to find where the antidote is at and bring it to the ship ASAP. You got it. Zooming out of the room and around the medical droid, the Wasp soon made her way towards where Clovis was having a heated discussion with the Neimoidian senator. Rush then ran off elsewhere as she saw Lot Dodd have a sinister smirk on his face. Narrowing her eyes, she flew towards him and followed as he walked down the corridor. Eventually coming to what appeared to be the man's office, the Wasp saw him discussing something with one of his attendants. It didn't take long for her to spot something out of place on the man's desk. Coming close, she saw it was an injector with some sort of liquid. Waiting for the Neimoidians leaving the office, Hope went back to normal size, grabbed the antidote and shrunk back down. She soon flew out of the nearby window and headed straight towards the Naboo ship where Padme was being loaded onto. I wish I could let me come with, Padme. I didn't want to put you through so much trouble. She weakly argued. You still have a task to do here and I have mine. Clovis tightened his fist before releasing the pressure. If you say. Just get well. With the ramp closed up, Hope regrew to normal size and quickly injected the antidote into the Naboo senator. You rest now, Padme. Hope said softly. You did a good job. I hope it was all worth it. It will be. Nat said before she and the Naboo captain got the ship airborne and coordinated their flight back to Coruscant. Scene cut. What do you mean there were copied data files? Dodd asked in confusion towards a commando droid. You said that the data file was stolen. It was, but our scanners indicate a copy of the foundry was made earlier. The commando droid spoke. Curse you, Clovis. Dodd reared his glare at the Scipio senator. Thanks to your pathetic weakness, now there are 2 copies of the foundry the Republic have their hands on. The copy of the droid foundry occurred the day before Senator Clovis's arrival, said a calm, feminine voice. Both men turned to see Shezo walking around the hollow table that once held their plans for the droid factory on Geonosis. What do you mean? Clovis inquired. The day before your arrival, someone else had accessed these plans and had made a copy of it. Niva said with a tone that held suspicion though not at either of the two. I had accessed the data logs and found this anomaly though I had nearly missed it. It was so discreet, I needed to check twice that it wasn't a glitch of some kind. I don't understand, this happened the day before Clovis's arrival. Lot Dodd asked for clarification. Indeed. Shezo confirmed. Someone else was here right under our noses and whoever it was, got away with their own copy of the droid factory. But who could it have been then? Dodd asked a question everyone in the room shared. If not Senator Amidala and her associates, then who? Outside, a set of commando droids walked through the corridors on patrol passing by the room that held the Acolyte and 2 separatist sympathizers. Both droids momentarily had their eyes flicker red for a few brief moments before they continued walking with a low metallic chuckle emanating from one of them. Check the description for the links to the author.